and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determine.
The grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
and together we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Appelhorn. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Accusses who puts the Atlas.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. For 21st century media, and now a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gabwa.
It's a beautiful Monday morning, and we say welcome to VOP this morning. But we do apologize for starting off later than scheduled. But we say welcome on board, welcome on board. Now let's take you through a lineup of the conversation for today. El-Rufai under fire over NSA phone tapping claim. Tinubu doesn't want me on the ballot, but I will contest in 2027. That's coming from Peter Obi. Tinubu's reforms paying off, says aid. Well, these are the conversations that we will focus on this morning. And we'd like for you to follow us across social media. We are VOP TV Live, and then, of course, YouTube. It's Voice of the People Television. And also, if you're watching us on television, SLTV. All right, now, let's take you through the headlines now. Let's let you know what the papers have for us this morning, and then we'll get into the conversation proper. I am Moses Humphrey, and of course my colleagues are here, Chukwuma Okoro and Jane Ogoye. Good morning, lady and gentlemen of the press.
Good morning, Moses.
Good morning, Moses.
Let's dive into the papers, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
Okay, let's quickly run to it. First daily newspaper. Peter Obi, I will contest 2027 despite political obstacles. That's beside the nameplate. And the window headlines, El-Rufai raises alarm over UNSA's alleged import of deadly thallium. National Assembly resumes today for crucial plenary. The big story, 2027, Southeast will give Tinubu 90% votes. That is coming from Works Minister Dave Umahi. The bottom strip headlines, Sarah drags CBN to court over alleged 3 trillion naira missing funds. 7 missing as Kano Market Fair raises shops. Tinubu orders probe. Nelfund disburses 392.8 million naira loans to Delsu students. Amotekun arrests 12 kidnappers, 83 orders in Ondo. U.S. sanctions bill. Mieti Allah denies terror links. That's all from the First Daily newspaper.
And on the front page of the Punch newspaper, National Assembly moves to shift presidential poll to February 13th. Senate, House recall lawmakers from recess again to review 2026 electoral bill again on Tuesday. Presidential poll to hold earlier over Ramadan overlap. Shetima leads federal government delegation to Kano after devastating market fire. Tinubu's Adamawa visit reignites Funtiri's defection rumors. Insecurity, lawmakers split over Ndume's support for U.S. troops deployment. Kwankwaso returns from India trip amid U.S. sanctions threat. Ex-INEC chiefs demand real-time results transmission as NAS panel meets. These are the major stories on the front page of the Punch newspaper.
And then we'll go to Nigerian Tribune. Now, the big story there is NLC demands new power sector roadmap. Well, that's the big story. With the riders, calls for National Stakeholders Summit. Says 10 years after privatization, Nigeria still in darkness. Queries FG's plan to pay 3 trillion naira to Gencos. Reiterates its condemnation for band dichotomy. Insists electricity not a luxury for the rich. And also some of the headlines, the window headlines. Now, Nigeria Tax Act 2025 does not impose 25% tax on building materials. Oyedele debunks Amechi's claim. Alleged imported toxic chemicals. Ribadu replies El-Rufai. And then you go further down, you see some of the headlines here. Economists lock horns over utility of money as INEC proposes 873.78 billion naira election budget. Provisor to real-time e-transmission of polling unit results. Why majority of legislators may not return in 2027. Guinea. 2027 election timetable, electoral bill, top agenda. Senate reps reconvene tomorrow. KDI tackles Senate over removal of 10-year disqualification for vote buying. And also PDP LP missing as INEC releases Osun governor's candidates' details. PDP lawmakers adopt Accord Party, endorse Adeleke. And then the bottom strip, UBA unveils diaspora platform to connect Africans with investment wealth opportunities. Well, those are the headlines from the dailies. And for a more comprehensive list of headlines, at 10 o'clock we'll go deeper into the headlines and the papers proper. That's a newspaper review. In the meantime, let's get into the conversation. El-Rufai on the fire over NSA phone tapping claim. Let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight
On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? If you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered, who's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamak.
Welcome back. Now let's get into the conversation. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, is facing backlash after admitting to accessing an intercepted phone conversation between the National Security Advisor and another individual. El-Rufai claimed Ribadu, the National Security Advisor, ordered his arrest at Abuja Airport, saying he made the call because we listened to their calls. Now, the presidency has called for an investigation and possible prosecution, with Special Advisor Bayo Ononuga stating El-Rufai's actions warrant thorough investigation and punishment under the law. Critics, including Ambassador Reno Omokri, have questioned who El-Rufai, who else might have wiretapped the NSA's phone, while human rights activists have condemned the alleged action as a threat to national security. Former Governor Abdullahi Ganduje has also rejected El-Rufai's allegations linking him to the disappearance of activist Abubakar Idris. Former Senator Shehu Sani has called for a probe into El-Rufai's 8-year tenure, citing alleged financial mismanagement and human rights abuses. Well, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has been urged to investigate the claims. Well, we do have with us, joining us to make sense of this and also take us through the legality of it. So we have Barrister Darlington Agumo and Dr. Anthony Killer, distinguished jurist, policy analyst, joins the conversation virtually. Well, let's start off with Barrister Darlington with us here in the studio. Good morning to you, Barrister.
Good morning, Moses, Jen, and Okoro. How was the weekend?
Now let's get into this.
Yes.
Statements made. Now, a few other statements have been made by Malam Nasir El-Rufai, and you do recall that this came up just after he was accosted at the airport, but was basically resisted arrest at the airport where he came in from Cairo, Egypt. Now, this statement of wiretapping the NSA's phone and eavesdropping on information, how grave is it, and what are the implications of this?
If you ask me, the onus is on the National Security Advisor to determine who was tapping his phone. Remember, El-Rufai said he got that information from a third party, not even him directly. He was not the one that did it. The question is, for you to do that, you must be very close to the person. That means the National Security Advisor need to check himself. It's not enough for you to say you want to arrest El-Rufai, you want to probe, you want to... No. When you are doing this type of thing, you must have your facts intact. Because this is not the first time we are hearing such infractions from the NSA. Remember at the time, his own car was stolen. Is that not true? And other things that had happened. And this NSA, you remember the people that were armed in Kwara? They said that they were given logistics by the National Security Advisor. And these are terrorists. So when you look at all this that is surrounding the National Security Advisor, then you can conclude that...
Barrister, does that justify eavesdropping on such... on the National Security Advisor's phone number, phone call, I mean, if that is happening, then how secure can we say the nation is? Especially when it comes to, making decisions and executing issues. How secure can we say we are?
El-Rufai is leveraging on the information available to him. In fact,
is it even legal? Is it legal? Is it legal to wiretap someone's calls?
If it is not
without authorization from the courts and all of that.
Mr. Moses, if it is not legal for government to drop on the citizen's phone call, then how is it not legal with what you are telling me here?
No, I'm asking you the question. Is it legal?
Yes, that means it is not. Both ways it's not.
So if it's not legal, why do you then sound like it's the Office of the National Security Advisor that should prove whether statements were made or not?
It means that a lot of information has been going out, even without an El-Rufai. That place is not tidied up. That office. I remember when Ribadu was appointed, people raised their brother. He's not qualified for that job. He's not the needed experience is not there. So for this type of thing to be happening, that means Ribadu need to check himself. He was just a police officer, and that office needed an experienced military man who have gone through the ladder and all that, so that this type of thing should be taken care of.
Barrister, the hoopla out there is about what El-Rufai did. What El-Rufai did not do. If you look at the people that have engaged in this conversation, the special assistant, the spokesperson to the president, Bayo Nonoga, ambassador designate, Reno Omokri, civil society organizations, everybody is saying, oh, we need to probe El-Rufai, we need to probe El-Rufai. But nobody has considered the fact, the security implication of the phone conversations of our national security advisor being hacked. So does it look like, there are two questions here, does it look like, well, it's all embedded within the region of politics, or the fact that, I would like for you to tell us the implication of being able to hack the phone conversation of our national security advisor? Maybe, and just maybe, this could also be a reason why we've been unable to, rout out these insurgents. I mean, if our national security advisor is holding conversation and we have third parties, wiretapping his conversation, then how safe are we?
The question is, why did you allow such a thing to happen? I mean, how can you blame the rat when you kept the fish in the open? That is the question here. National Security Advisor is a top-notch job. I mean, security advisor. For you to allow such a thing to happen, in fact, in a Senate claim, Mr. Kuro, they should have relieved Ribadu of his job. That's just the simple truth. He would have been relieved of that job, because that means he's not even secured to secure Nigeria. That's just the simple truth.
All right.
How did it happen?
Your position.
This El-Rufai has said that he even listened to terrorists and their conversation, that they hear what they know where they are. But because of collateral damage, they will not attack, they will not bomb them and all that. He said it.
Yeah, that's a different ballgame entirely.
So if he can listen to those people, he can listen to any other person. The question is for you to do what? House cleaning. House cleaning. Seriously speaking, El-Rufai, in other countries, they would have even seen him as a very intelligent man for him to have done that. They wouldn't even hit him hard.
Okay, that's your position as an individual, not the position of the law.
Yes, because the law. Look, if you wiretap the National Security Advisor's phone number, there are two implications. The implication is that means you have an insider working to review what government is doing and all that. And then two, the National Security Advisor is not even secured enough to secure Nigeria. These are two issues.
Is there any part in Nigerian law that speaks to tapping people's conversation, data privacy, eavesdropping on people illegally?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any
It's illegal.
Is there any law?
I said there's no law that says you must, except on...
That says you should not.
Hold on. Except on what? National what? Security. Government can do that.
So government can.
Government,
so basically what you're saying is the Office of the National Security Advisor, the EFCC, and such agencies can tap into individuals' conversation.
Of course, especially to prevent national calamity, like these school plotters. Most of them, they had their discussions and all that. That's why they were able to round them up.
Great.
Good.
Now, what if the reverse is the case? An individual, a not-state actor, as it were, taps into government, resources, taps into phone call of government officials, not just the National Security Advisor now, government officials, or maybe EFCC or DSS officials and the rest of them. What does Nigerian law say in terms of how that person should be, treated?
Good. It depends on what you make of the information you gather from such wiretapping as an individual. It depends on the information you gathered and what use you put into. Yes, that is where the problem comes. If you did it maybe for your own interest or for your own protection, my dear, there's nothing wrong there. Rather, government will have a hard time trying to defend themselves.
Barrister,
if you are sure of what you have.
I got the information. I read it somewhere that even the government, if it is illegal on the part of government, to wiretap somebody and all of that, but that it has to be based on a court order. Is that correct?
No, government will not wait for court order.
Is it based on the court order?
Yes, government can, court will say so, but court knows that it is invading a citizen's privacy. No law will allow you to do. That's why they do it secretly. For example, there was this story that some people were trying to murder Wike somewhere with an Israeli man. And then the agencies got information through listening to their conversation. That was how they were able to prevent such a calamity. Because the other man who was fingered is now on the run. Nobody knows where he is. But they got that information through phone discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, it's through phone discussion. We discussed it, I think, in the other program.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Barrister,
Yes.
in this case, practically speaking, from a legal standpoint, who has the legal standing to challenge this? Is it the person who was allegedly tapped, whose lines were allegedly tapped, or the state?
It is both ways. The government can challenge it. If you are putting it into wrong use that will endanger public safety and the government, then too, the individual can equally do that if you are sure of what the information you have.
All right.
So both ways can challenge it, depending on what you make, the use you put into. Like this toxic substance they want to import into Nigeria. Of course, it has
that's an allegation. We'll X-ray all of this.
Listen, the fact remains that yes, something has leaked into the public domain. Investigate it. Let us know who are you importing that thing for.
Well, the presidency has written to the DSS to investigate that. So we'll wait for results of the investigation.
They should go to Poland. At least the Polish government will not hide such a thing. They will tell us the truth.
All right, then let's bring in other guests into the conversation. Let's go virtual now to our Benin outstation where we have Dr. Bright Onyovia-Kuko. Dr. Bright, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. I do believe you've been following. So tell me, what are your first thoughts when you heard that statement published in the dailies coming from Malam Nasir El-Rufai that he wiretapped the NSA's phone conversation, and so he knew that he was going to be arrested, and then that drama took place at the airport. What were your first thoughts?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning, viewers, Moses, and every other person in the studio. You know, when you were talking, you first of all asked Darlington from the legal perspective. You know, I'm not a lawyer, so I will view it from the public perspective. First and foremost, I looked at it, El-Rufai, then the National Security Advisor. My first thought was, what has El-Rufai actually done outside that allegation in terms of being able to tap into the phone of the NSA? You know, there must be something underneath. Let's not hide from that. This is Nigeria, and election is coming. We know that's when some of all these claims and allegations actually come up. Then, on the other way around, National Security Advisor in a country where insecurity is a major challenge, I begin to wonder if they can tap into his line, the line of the National Security Advisor, to hear his conversation, then what happens to the ordinary man, the ordinary citizen? So when we are having issues of insecurity, how come those lines are not even tapped into so they can get first-hand information?
Does this give you an impression that
yes,
this might be the reason we have the actions taken by our security agencies to combat insecurity seem to be failing? Do you get that impression?
No. See, look at it. If these things are possible, like Darlington said, you see, you can, there are some offices that, yes, for national security, they can actually do that. But it shouldn't be something that will come up as a public discourse. But if actually El-Rufai did it, are they seeking public opinion for him to be persecuted based on the laws? If this is what has been done, then there should be speedy investigation, and
Dr. Bright,
whatever the law prescribes should be done.
Dr. Bright.
Yes, sir.
Yes, there's a question I asked Barrister here. I'd like to ask you the same question. What should be more concerning to Nigerians? Is it the fact that El-Rufai was able to listen into the conversation of our National Security Advisor through a third party, according to him, or the fact, like you mentioned, that someone was able to hack into the phone conversation of our National Security Advisor? Which one should be more concerning to Nigerians?
The one that will be more concerning is that office, National Security Advisor. You see, some years ago, I cannot recall exactly, there was somebody who entered the lift with the president of the US carrying arms. And the person in charge of the security have to resign because he has failed.
Exactly.
How can the National Security Advisor be coming out to cry that another person hacked or was dropping into his life? Automatically, what is he advising? That's incompetence.
Now, in all of this, do you think that the government has prioritized our security enough to the extent that in this hoopla, the only thing we hear is, it's all about 2027. The spokesperson to the president is saying he must be investigated. Ambassador designate Reno is saying he must be investigated. Civil society organizations, they are saying he must be investigated. All within the realm of politics without actually looking at the security implication of being able to cut into the phone conversation of our National Security Advisor. What are our priorities in terms of governance? Is it to govern or to play politics?
Let me also correct something. Please, when we say civil society organizations, let's be specific. Let's mention them, because there are some persons who are actually agents of the government of the day, fronting themselves as civil society organizations. Those who are saying it must be investigated, not considering the implication of that on the entire country, saying it must be investigated. We should need to also
Okay, Dr. Bright, I get your point. You know why I had to emphasize this is because in all the engagements I've seen outside there, both on traditional media and on social media, I have not seen anybody say, NSA, why was it able, why was it easy for your phone conversation to be hacked into? Everybody seems to be talking about...
You've heard it from me.
Okay.
You heard it from me. Why was it possible?
Good.
Because
no, my direct question now is, in terms of priorities, our government, what do they prioritize? Is it politics or safeguarding the life of Nigerians through responsible and responsive governance? Which one are they concentrating more on?
They are prioritizing their selfish interest in the name of politics at the expense of Nigerians. They are prioritizing their selfish interests. And if you do a real check on this, it is not also far from trying to gag some persons towards the 2027 election. So they are prioritizing their interests. Anything that threatens their interests, they want to use it. They want Nigerians to come and start talking about it. Otherwise, it's a shameful thing. This kind of statement should not even come out in the public. How would you, National Security Advisor, come out to say that your line was capped? How possible could that be? You understand? It's not something that within minutes or seconds when it was done, it will be noted. Then you just say, was he dropped? It means the person has successfully. It's a shame. I'm surprised, that's the truth. So for people to be calling for a probe, they know what to do if actually it happened. Not only to disturb Nigerians. It is their interest they are pursuing, and it is not good. Nigerians should stand against it.
All right then. Now let's talk about another issue that has come up, the thallium sulfate allegation. El-Rufai also said that the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, has imported 10 grams of thallium sulfate. And, I read that up. I'd like you to tell us more about thallium sulfate and how harmful. Though I read up somewhere that a teaspoon of it can kill up to 34 people. So tell us more about thallium sulfate. And, that is also being investigated from what we have gathered. We also know that the Office of the National Security Advisor has denied any of such importation of thallium sulfate into the country. But what are the dangers of, having that, if it's true, brought into the country?
The lithium I've heard about it is that it's a very toxic and dangerous chemicals. I may not be able to talk so much deep into it, but I know that it is toxic and very dangerous and can actually kill. And the danger with it is that it's a kind of gas that, when you perceive the smell of some kind of gas, let's say, for example, maybe like a tear gas, for example, you could run away. But this kind of gas is something that you may not even know if it is around.
Because it's odorless and okay.
People
because
just
it's odorless
and they die. You see, when I don't, in terms of the allegation, this is another issue again. If El-Rufai has information about it, and probably that's the reason why they are kind of saying.
Well, he's been asked to bring proof. He's been asked to bring proof by the DSS. They're saying, look, if you have proof of this procurement, let us have it, and then we will investigate. What do you think will play out in the coming days?
Well, the lawyers there will speak as it is said. He who alleges should prove. So if you allege that so and so thing happened, you bring proof to it. You understand? If you've alleged that this is what actually transpired at the that chemical.
On who rests the burden of proof? Really, is it the person who is alleging that chemicals are being brought in, or the person who's been accused of bringing the chemicals in? Who should have the burden of proof here?
The person who alleges. El-Rufai is the one that said this is what he should bring the proof. That's just it. If you allege, you prove.
Dr. Bright.
Okay. Are we looking at a national security threat issue here, or don't you think, or do you think we're at a risk of weaponizing, maybe there's a bit of personal vendetta there, and intelligence being used for political shenanigans in there?
No, you see, we are in a country where when elections are coming, people can do anything for politics. They don't care who and who. But even at that, the proper processes should be followed rather. I can't just wake up now and say, because I feel this is what somebody is going to do, and I just come up with an allegation. I should also come up with proof. Otherwise, we'll end up having a white ghost chase. You're just chasing after what did not actually happen. So we cannot say because El-Rufai has alleged, then Nigerians should be running letters, and at the end of the day, maybe it didn't actually happen. Just trying to create something. So if there is an allegation of such, let the proof be made. But of course, no doubt that some desperate politicians can actually do anything to get whatever thing they want in terms of politics. And for this 2027, I believe that, rather, I feel that many of such will be coming up, not even with the use of chemicals. They could be coming in various forms and various shades. So if they see anything, oh, this person is a...
That's very scary if you tell us that a lot of these will be coming up. And talking about 2027, let me ask you, because there seems to be, a lot of politics around all of these. The National Security Advisor has been immersed in some kind of controversy regarding 2027. Well, not proving, or 2031, saying that he's going to run in 2031 and he's trying to shove aside, probable candidates in 2031. Now, how much longer do you think that we should keep this man as National Security Advisor? I mean, he's the president's appointee and all of that, but Nigerian security and all of that. This man, his car was stolen. The vehicle... I'm trying to reel out the, some compromises we have had in that office. His car was stolen at some point. A lot of people thought that it was a breach that shouldn't have happened, to the office of the National Security Advisor. Away from that, about 6 months ago or less than that, there was this allegation out there. Some people were caught, and they said, well, they were caught with arms in some parts of Kwara State. And they said, well, it was the NSA that armed us, and we are helping him, to fight killer headsmen and bandits and all of that. National Security Advisor arming Miet Allah, a known terror organization, about the 7th in the world by international agencies classification and all of that. Now, we are hearing that his phone has been hacked. And instead of talking about why it was possible for his phone to be hacked, we are trying, to conduct a probe into all of that, the person that did all of that. How much longer do you think that the president should retain him in that office? Is it something that we should continue to have going back and forth? Oh, he's doing a lot and all of that. And I want you to factor in the fact that in all of his stay in office, insecurity has even doubled down. Bandits, terrorists, and all of that are doing a lot. How much longer should we keep him in that office?
Well, Mr. Chukwuma, first, the person who appointed him knows what to do first on that. Then number two, it's also good that when we say National Security Advisor, please let also put his name and his picture. His name and his picture. The reason is that when we have his name and his picture, it will give Nigeria a very good impression about who this person is. And they can track him back. If my memory is right, the NSA is who? Neil Ribadu, have it? He was formerly EFCC person. In his time as EFCC, how? Has he not contested before? Had the ambition to contest as the president? So you can also anticipate to see if you are asking me to say how long should we keep him in office? For the fact that his phone was tapped into and they were able to drop into his conversation is enough for him to resign. So if you say for how long, yesterday.
All right. So El-Rufai and Ribadu were on the same side at some point. So now that this kind of allegation has come up, should we be concerned about the details or the timing? What do you think about this?
You see, that's why I said that it's a game of interest. These two persons, they've always been together. You know, even as I am now, I'm missing all their faces, but I know that El-Rufai and Ribadu, they are two different persons. So that's why I said that let's be putting their names. If we say, oh, Neil Ribadu, National Security Advisor, let Nigerians know. They can also trace his antecedent to when he was EFCC, is it chairman, whatever, at that point in time. These people were front runners, spokesmen for APC. So if their interest does not align now, should it be a problem to Nigerians? No, it should not be. He's not just a security advisor. Somebody tapped into your life. You know what to do. Why cry out? Why make us want to start talking about it? And I know fully well that if two of them are on the same page for 2027, these things will not come up.
All right, but if such a grave allegation, shouldn't we be worried as Nigerians that such an allegation, I mean by a former governor, can be put out on a public platform? Something that would definitely trigger fear and, you know, a bit of chaos. Shouldn't we be worried that discussions, things such as national insecurity and security, can just be reduced to somewhat some sort of political power play? Shouldn't we be worried as Nigerians that this is happening?
Ordinarily, we are worried because the definition of insecurity to us as the citizens is different from how these government officials are defining it. I saw one headline this morning talking about bandits being business and not terrorists. Where did they get their own definition from? We've had, in terms of insecurity, or in terms of security, they failed us times and times and times, over and over. So for the likes of me, I should not be worried with any issue between El-Rufai and Ribadu. I shouldn't be worried about them, because tomorrow, if they are aligned, they are on the same page, all these things will go. What I'm concerned about is this thing that has happened. What to secure Nigerians, not for their own personal interest as it is at the moment. They have failed Nigerians over and over in terms of security issues.
Dr. Bright, Dr. Bright, you said something. I just want to, please hold that thought. You said something instructive. You said we shouldn't be worried about their fight. Yes. Sorry, you said you're not bothered about their fight. But yes, don't you think that in elements, when some of these conversations, some of these so-called information leaks, don't you think there's while we might say they're allegations or rumors, don't you think there may be elements of truth that we should be worried about? Even though we know that there's a political catfight going on, but don't you think we should be worried that there may be elements of truth that indeed this dangerous chemical might, you know, actually be brought into the country?
You see, yes, we should actually be worried. And like I said before, not today, in time past, these people, they will fight themselves and they will come out in the open. The chemical in question, let them bring it out. Like I said, it's a chemical that is odorless. If it is dropped in this room, for example, I may inhale it, and that's the end. But the truth is that wherever they want to use the chemical, it will be like somebody who is throwing a stone into the market. He or she may not know who the stone will drop on top of. As they are bringing the chemical, they also brought gas mask. So the truth of the matter is this. If they imported the chemicals, definitely there is an intention for them to have brought in the chemicals. They also know their plans. As we are speaking now, if it is true that they brought the chemicals and they're already using it, do we even know who they are using it for? So there are some things that we may not be able to lay our hands into. So we shouldn't allow it to just give us unnecessary headache. They may have brought it and maybe they want to also use it for themselves.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Brighton, for your contribution. Now let's move on to another conversation. We'd like you to stay with us as we get into another conversation now. Peter Obi, attending the program, said, look, this government doesn't want me on the ballot, but I will be on the ballot. Oh, well, let's look at this statement and other concomitants after this break. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP.
Welcome back, and you're still watching VOP this morning. Peter Obi, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, has declared his intention to run for president in 2027, despite alleged attempts by the federal government to block him. Speaking at an obedience movement event in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, Obi said the federal government of Nigeria does not want me, Peter Obi, to be the candidate of any party, but I will be a candidate. Obi, a former Anambra State governor, secured over 6 million votes in the 2023 presidential election and challenged the outcome, citing electoral irregularities. He plans to run on the platform of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and has vowed to prioritize security, education, and poverty reduction if elected. The announcement has energized Obi's supporters, but also deepened political tensions ahead of the 2027 election. Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has urged Obi to abandon his presidential ambitions, stating that it's not yet the turn of the Igbos to produce a president. Dr. Bright, please, let's have your take on this. Do you think that this is something that would... don't you think this is something that might kill the morale of the obedience? Or do you think it's not? Don't you think it's too early to have this obedience versus incumbency? What do you think?
Well, the obedience should brace up in the sense that they were the major joker in the 2023 presidential election. They put their weight, they demonstrated their power, their strength of mobilization. However, due to some hiccup or some gap that were there, they could not actually emerge as expected. However, I had expected that the momentum should be high or should have been increasing from that 2023 till now. But again, maybe this one can actually wake them up. Because for me, it shouldn't demoralize them. Because ordinarily, they should not expect the incumbent to fold their hands and allow somebody who threatens their emergence when they're theory to gather momentum. So saying they don't want me in the ballot, that is an understatement. It's something that should bother anybody because that is the first thing that the incumbent would want. This man that threatened us last time, he shouldn't even come up. Left for them, you should not even have a party. And I still even believe that they are also working very hard to ensure that he does not get the ADC ticket. This is Nigeria politics. Some of their men are also in ADC. Forget about it. They are there. So they are also working hard to see that he does not get the ticket in ADC. That's why they've been out waiting for him to pitch a tent. So Peter Obi should expect that the labor movement, the obedient movement, they should expect that what he needs to do is how can he, against these odds, appear on the ballot and tell Nigerians I am available. Forget about what is it David Umahi, that one is saying, because he's already, I don't want to say he's compromised. He's not speaking for the Igbos or those from the East. He's actually speaking for himself. And again, for his own interest. You know, he's speaking for his own interest. So for Peter Obi and the obedient movement, yes, it's a clear thing that they don't want you on the ballot. How would you be in the ballot? Because that is the only point where Nigerians can come and say they want to cast their vote for you. My advice for him is let him not lament over it, but rather let him go back to the drawing board and see to what he can do to ensure that his name appears on the ballots.
This conversation down to Dr. Anthony Kila, who is a distinguished jurist, economic strategist, and policy analyst. Dr. Kila, are you there? Okay. Dr. Bright. Dr. Bright?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. So when a politician says they have blocked me, they don't want me to contest in an election, is this really about testing the room or preparing his followers for like a bumpy road ahead? What do you think when a politician actually says they have blocked me?
Well, that discussion ordinarily could have been maybe like a caucus indoor meeting. Maybe they are holding their internal meeting. They are discussing strategies to say, what can we actually do? This is what the opponents are actually doing. So they can have that conversation among themselves. It's a normal thing. It's not maybe they are expressing fear per se. It's just trying to watch. Because ordinarily, every politician, they don't want any strongholds to remain for their opposition. So they do all they can to see how they can dismantle their opposition wherever they are standing. So statements like this are not meant to demoralize. It is a call to say, let us re-strategize. This is the plan these people are having. What do we do? And some of these discussions, again, are things that should not be in the public domain, because it also gives their opponents room to track whatever strategy that they are coming up with and how they would counter it. So to me, maybe they are holding a strategic meeting and some of those discussions would come. It is not to demoralize, but to say, this is what they are going to do, and this is how we think we can surmount it or address it.
You touched on lightly on Umahi's remarks that Peter Obi should down his tools and forget about the political ambition. I know you brushed it aside, but can we talk a bit about that?
Yes, of course. He is holding appointments, and if the incumbent returns, there is more gains for it. So it's a question of Umahi, go and talk to your people, and they will say, oh, among my people, one person is coming up, and this person is Peter Obi. Let me see to how I can address him. So whatever thing he's saying is not in the best interest of, if it's those from the East or those of the Igbo. The question is, if he says it's not their turn, when will their turn ever come? Where is the timetable that he has that he's saying, oh, the turns of the Igbo will come up in 2040, 2025, or 2029? Or where is the timetable that he had? Where he's now saying it is yet to be the turns of the, when is the turns of the Igbo? He's just picking his own interest, trying to sustain the political friendship. Of course, remember he has promised the incumbents that, oh, don't worry, I will handle my people, I will talk to them, I will see to what I can do. So that statement is a statement of personal interest, not the interest of the
All
people who claim to be the
All right, and thank you very much, Dr. Bright Onovio-Kuku. And I would like for you to stay with us as we get into the next topic of discussion. We'll go for a short break now, and when we return, Tinubu's reforms paying off, says Aid. We'll discuss this when we return. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they could be
Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms and infrastructure push are starting to yield results, with his aide claiming the policies have repositioned Nigeria for long-term stability and growth. Senior Special Assistant to the President on National Assembly Matters, Ibrahim Olerewaju, said the administration's measures have boosted revenue generation, strengthened public finance management, and restored investor confidence. In the same vein, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives Benjamin Kalu also praised Tinubu's leadership, citing improvements in the lives of Nigerians, where Kalu is urging lawmakers to support Tinubu's re-election bid in 2027, saying the president's agenda has positively impacted the country. The administration's infrastructure projects, including the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and the Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano Road, are expected to stimulate economic growth and create jobs. Well, we still have with us from our Benin Art Station, Dr. Brighton Ovio Kuku, Public Affairs Analyst, a medical doctor, but is in the capacity of a public affairs analyst that has appeared on this show. Well, we have been joined virtually by Dr. Anthony Killer. Dr. Killer is a distinguished jurist, economic strategist, and policy analyst. Good morning to you, Dr. Killer, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Good morning. Good to be here.
Good to be here, Doctor. Finally, we've been able to establish a connection with you, and thanks for joining us. We appreciate your presence. Now, we are having a discussion here. It's presidential aides and spokesperson Olareweju says, well, the president's economic reforms are making progress. And Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, says the lives of Nigerians are better. I mean, you're an economist, you're a policy analyst, and you're a strategist. Can you help us understand all of this within the context of the life of Nigerians getting better at this point? Based on the economic reform agenda of the president, how far have we traveled?
Well, I think what is going on is a classical textbook analysis in which we differentiate between macroeconomy and everyday economics. The people in the presidency are able to say things are better off because they look at indexes such as inflation, they look at indexes such as the stability of the naira, and that allows them to say things are better. They look at, for example, the fact that more foreign countries are talking to us, and that when they put the government bonds in the market, people take them immediately, alluding to security. That, allows them to say the reforms are working, they're getting better. The problem they have is that there are more people begging for money than there used to be before, because the prices have gone up tremendously and income has not gone up tremendously. Employment opportunities has not grown. So in a way, the system is getting better, but the people are poorer and are not happy about it. Therein lies the problem, because things are more expensive. The stability of the naira is stable in a bad place. Let's put it that way. And so that affects people. That is the dichotomy you are grappling to deal with. So we have the economy of Main Street and we have the economy of Broad Street. Broad Street is where the stock exchange goes up. People are making money from the stock exchange, but the average Nigerian is struggling to pay school fees and to pay for transportation. I understand the price of food has gone down, but transportation, health, education, accommodation, these are high. And those who are benefiting from the top are buying of houses, so developers are chasing people out and they're turning it into something else. So it's an economy that is not inclusive. It is good for few, but bad for many.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Killer. But you said something that looks quite a bit confusing to me. At my level, if I get confused, I don't know what the ordinary person in the society will be. You said that things are improving, and that's in one breath. And I know that you said that people are not feeling it. So I find it difficult to see that improvement. Can you help us untie all of that? Things are improving, but the people are not feeling it. More people are begging for money. More people are being chased out of their homes. I mean, prices of food items are getting more expensive and all of that.
Yes, I explained why the presidency can say things are improving. It's not that I say things are improving. I explained to you that they can say it's improving because they're looking at inflation, stability of the naira, and they're looking at some other trends. So this is the way to explain it. The situation we're now is like, imagine in your house. I want our viewers to think about it that way. We have a situation where, imagine in your house, some people say, I'm here to make your house better. We're going to clean it, paint it, and put air conditioner in the place. In the meantime, you go and sleep in the gutter. Just take, 12 of you, go and manage one room there, and there's no kitchen, so you just eat whatever you can find around. Then they come back a month later, they say, things are getting better. We have now cleaned the room. Things are getting better. We've made the space for air conditioner. Things are getting better. We're going to paint it. In the meantime, the people living in the house are packed in the gutter and they're suffering because they've taken over their whole house. That is the situation. I hope that helps.
Okay. Now, Doctor, Nigeria, we understand it's an import-dependent economy. And you have harped on the issue of the Naira stabilizing at 1,445 or thereabout. Is that some form of stability, considering where we are coming from like 2 years ago or 3 years ago? At the inception of this administration, it was around 780 Naira per dollar until the thing got up to, at some point, 1,800. But before then, in 2015, dollar to a Naira was below 200 Naira or thereabout 220. So is that some form of stability that we see in the Naira? Considering that people have, excuse me, sir, considering that a lot of people have to rush, to the FX market to get foreign exchange, to import, how does that impact our economy in terms of the stability that you talked about?
Well, stability is when you can predict what will happen. I think it doesn't mean it's a good thing. It's not a good thing that the Naira is about 1,400, 500 to the dollars, because it used to be less than 500 before. But the stability they claim is that you can predict that is the level, and it allows you to plan around it. Stability itself, it's a value because it allows for planning. If the dollar goes up and down, that is bad because it doesn't allow you to plan. So what we have is a downward stability, a stability that is not at a good level, but it is good because you can predict. These are the sophistication of economics. It's not pleasing, but at least you can predict it. So in a way, I'll give you another example. If you're a school student and you do something bad, and when you do that, the head teacher is going to give you 6 strokes of the cane. You prepare yourself for 6 strokes of the cane, or you prepare yourself for a specific punishment. The punishment might be hard, but you know what's going to happen, and you decide if to do it or not. Okay. But if the head teacher is somebody who's erratic, you don't know if he might beat you, you don't know if he might send you to cut grass, you don't know if he might not do anything, then that does not allow you to plan.
So it becomes a problem then.
So that's the kind of situation.
Dr. Killer, let me take you back to a statement you made. You actually admitted that yes, there is food now, and a lot of Nigerians are saying yes, they can purchase bags of rice for as little as 50,000 naira. Tomato is becoming more available. A few other things. The prices of these things are coming down, and some people can eat. Though we know that a lot more people are begging, and then food is available. The price of food, I beg your pardon, is lesser than it used to be. But then we see a situation where the money to purchase these things are not readily available to the ordinary Nigerian. Is this an issue of patience or the lack of it? Do you think Nigerians are judging this administration too quickly, too harshly? Or should Nigerians be a lot more patient to see things, play out in the long run?
No, I do not think it's impatient or who's poor that they're impatient. I do not think so. Especially because when the administration was campaigning, it did not tell people that things are going to be tough, bear with me. And after they got into power, they did not come to say, dear Nigerians, given the situation of things, please bear with us. We're going to do some very tight reforms. And this reform is going to cause pain, and it's going to last for 24 months. And after that, you will enjoy. There's no social contract that allows to mitigate the pain. So because you've not warned me that I'm going to have pain, I have a right to complain. That is my position, regardless of the intention of government. It's not a shared pain. And I'll tell you what makes it worse. What makes it worse is that in the middle of this suffering of the people, those in government are seen to be living larger than life. Their spouse, their children, and even they are going about with convoys. They're not part of the suffering. So to that extent, I reject the hypothesis that Nigerians are being impatient. No, they're not. There's nothing being impatient on that. It would have been different. And I've said it. A lot of people agree with the policies of the government. I don't. I believe that the fuel subsidy should have been treated differently from the way it has been done. I believe that after it has been done, the way we managed what we saved or what we purported to have saved should have been managed differently. I disagree with the idea of palliatives. I disagree with the idea of sending money to states. But a lot of people agree, so maybe I'm in the minority. But the point is this, but I've always said that even when they were following this path, there's also the other thing that I disagree with is the way it has been managed. If I were president or minister of economy in this country, I would have come out to do a new social contract with Nigerians. I would have said to them, fellow Nigerians, this is the situation we've met. We need to tighten our belt. We need to make some sacrifices, and that sacrifices will start with me. And therefore, we're all going to sacrifice, and the sacrifice will last 24 months or 36 months. And after that, you will see the results. This is what you're going to have to pay for it, and this is what you're going to gain from it. That's the kind of transparent, accountable governance that is missing. That does not allow people like you to suppose that Nigerians are impatient. No, they're not. I disagree with that.
All right, Dr. Killer, I like the fact that you brought the issue of removal of the fuel subsidy, and you said it wasn't better managed, it wasn't managed properly. Well, people in the administration think that that is the best thing that has happened to us as a people. At least one thing that they keep saying is because it was removed, governors are getting more money. And some governors do acknowledge the fact that they are receiving more money from the Federation Allocation Account Committee. Now, I would like to ask you, in what better way do you think that the first of the subsidy would have been handled? Let me put you on a spot now. I want to make you the president of this country. Now, if you become president or you were president at that time, what would you have done? Will you have returned it? Will you have removed it? Or will you have gone after those people that ensured that Nigerians, did not derive or do not derive the benefit for which the subsidy was initially made?
Well, thank you very much for putting me on the spot. There's no problem about that. I'll tell you what I would have done. I would have started from the premise that the people involved in subsidy are not more than 2,000 in the whole of Nigeria. So it is easier to identify and deal with 2,000 people than to deal with 200 million people. I would have clarified if we cannot sustain full subsidy because we're too poor to afford it, or because some people are stealing it, so it's better we take it away. Okay. Let me give you an example. It's like saying that the people in the kitchen are stealing the food. It's either you go there, monitor the food, change the people in the kitchen, or you close the kitchen. I think the president closed the kitchen and said no. So no more food because they're stealing it. If you tell me there is not enough money to sustain fuel subsidy, then the approach will be different. But you can't say you've removed it and with the savings, you're sending it to governors and governors are spending it. That's, total rubbish in my view. What you need to do is this. If you remove subsidy and you have tangible savings, what you're going to do with your savings is that instead of doling it out to government, you will target what you're going to do with that money. So you would say to the world, because we have removed fuel subsidy, we have saved 1,000 naira. Out of that 1,000 naira, we're going to build 200 or 700 things across the country. Whatever it is you want to build, whether it's hospital, whether it's agri, whether it's investing in industrialization. And you will say, with that money, this is what we're doing with it. Let us say, for example, you say with fuel subsidy, we're going to build 6 industrial parks across Nigeria. New industrial parks, and that industrial parks will therefore generate 1 million jobs. And that 1 million jobs will reduce our reliance on imports. And from the money we make, we're going to save it and do our refineries. So that way, we do not have to even import the petrol that we use because we're refining it here. Instead of having one Dangote, let us have 5 more refineries, so that we crash the price of petrol totally in 4 years and we start to export it. It's about wealth generation mentality.
All right, Dr.
And
Kila.
it's about respect for the people. You don't help me not caring how much I feel pain. Let me give you another example. When I was a little child, and this is very important, we had 3 kind of injuries in my house. If you had an injury in a place where you were not supposed to be, you were treated with iodine. If you had an injury at a place where you were allowed to play and you just fell, you did spirit. But if you had injury while you were doing something to help the house, you were treated with Dettol. I think the president...
All right, Dr. Kila. Every government, the payoff line of every Nigerian government is judge us by the long term. But it appears they don't really get the drift that Nigerians live in the short term. Rent is due, people have to feed daily. So at what point, do Nigerians, how long can our patients actually live, especially when there's so much poverty and there's so much hunger, yet the government is still, asking for more time. So how long more can we wait?
Well, I mean, that's up to Nigerians. How long we can wait? I mean, the people get to vote every 4 years. So in the next year, the election is going to be a very simple thing. If you're happy with this government, vote for it. If you're not happy with it, vote against it. There's no, how long time do we have to wait kind of situation there. People need to look at what is convenient for them, what they believe in it, and go with it. And then we'll make the consequence. I think some of us who are not really interested in partisan politics, there's a few of us, not a lot, a few of us, we just need to make people understand that elections have consequences. If you vote for A, you get the fruit of A. If you vote for B, you get the fruit of B. It's not that complicated. It's just that, unfortunately, we've turned our politics in something that is not productive, and we've closed the gates to those who can make it productive.
All right, we're running out of time, but let me just quickly put out this question, and if time allows us, another one, and then we'll let you go. NLC is asking for, they are prepping up for to ask for an increase in the salaries of civil servants. You think that will help in any way?
Well, but let me say something unpopular. I do not believe in increasing salaries. It sounds good, but it doesn't do anything, because if you don't increase production, increasing salary is also a waste. But I can understand why they want it, because things are expensive and they want their people to have more money. But our problem is not the amount of salary we receive. Our problem is the cost of items in the market. And the problem with the cost of the market is due to lack of enough items in the market. We're not producing enough. That's what we need to think about.
That's what we need to think about. All right, Dr. Killer. Now, ordinarily, you were supposed to join us for the very first conversation, but unfortunately, the internet did not make that possible. So let me ask you the question I wanted to ask you then. The issue of Malam Nasir El-Rufai wiretapping the conversation of the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and the allegation of thallium sulfate being imported into the country. What are your thoughts on this, and what is the implication of the phone of the National Security Advisor being tapped into? Let's get your quick view, and then we'll wrap up.
Well, we need to know if it's true or not, but certainly we know that in a country where people are saying government is tapping my phone, I'm tapping their phone, it just tells you that things are not well with the country. It's as simple as that. You don't go about saying those kind of things in normal country, and if you say you do not, things happen immediately to you. It just tells you how much, Nigeria, how much abnormal we are. People are saying, let's make Nigeria a great country. I say, let's make Nigeria a normal country first. We need to fight for normalcy before we go for greatness. That's, where...
So you think it's abnormal that he's not been arrested yet?
Everything is abnormal. It's abnormal that he's saying so. It's abnormal that we're discussing it. It's abnormal that he's not been arrested. Everything about it is abnormal. There's nothing... there's no equation you want to draw from there. And, the NSA is there. Let's see what he's going to do. We just wait and see. I am not the one to be drawn into all this kind of drama. I draw the line between normalcy and abnormalcy, and this is abnormal.
All right, abnormal, you say. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Anthony Killer, a distinguished jurist, economist, strategist, and policy analyst. Thank you for coming on VOP TV. Well, we must say a very big thank you to Dr. Brighton Ibakuka as well, who joined the conversation earlier. And we do expect that Dr. Bright will join us during newspaper review, which comes up in about 10 minutes from now. Well, that's it. That's it on the show today. I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10 for newspaper review. Bye for now.
I am at 10 o'clock.
See you at 10. My name is Jane Ogoye.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV.
Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked, it's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arinze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
ready for the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. It's awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Thank you very much for joining us again. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, Chukwuma Okoro is with me, Jane Ogoye, the team very much still around. And together we go into the papers. We've been rejoined by Barrister Darlington Agumwo and Dr. Brighton Never Cooker joins the conversation virtually as well. So let's dive straight into it. From the Guardian newspaper, these are the headlines. The big story first. Port users may pay more as NCS recreates multiple FX regime. Adds 7% margin. Now, this, of course, should concern you if you're an importer, basically a consumer in Nigeria. And these are the riders to the headline. NCS consolidates its third force status after 2 months of parallel rate fixing. Decision mirrors growing official skepticism, overheats market. Action raises doubts about fiscal monetary policy coordination efficiency. Chiwike, inflating Naira suggests mistrust, policy uncertainty. All right. So I will go a little deeper into this story, permit me. Now, the Nigeria Customs Service may have been troubleshooting the sustained foreign exchange market stability as it introduces a 7.3% margin in the market, a charge that is already being considered as an unstructured tax on port users Now, the Trade Facilitation Agency has left the exchange rate for assessing tariffs and other charges at 1,451.6 naira to a dollar, a band that is 98.8 naira above the spot rate and nearly a 100 naira premium on the weekly average official rate. Now, the crisis of confidence remained benign in January and early February, but with the, okay, it goes on and on there. But, Barrister,
yes,
let me start off with you on this one. NTS has left the exchange rate for assessing tariffs of other charges at 1,451.6 naira to a dollar, and says that's 98.8 naira above the spot rate and nearly a 100 naira premium on the weekly average official rate. What does this mean for consumers?
Yes, it means that you are going to have expensive goods in the market.
Again?
Yes.
The price of things will go up again.
There's no other way, because those importers, after paying all that money, they will push it to you and I when their market when their goods hit the market. Is that not true? It's a simple arithmetic or simple economic sense. So there is no uhuru here. All this noise that things are nothing is getting better. Government is just deceiving itself. Nothing is getting better. I thought they said that this tax will bring down things. It will do.
Yeah, this seems to be another form of backdoor taxation.
I said it here. That's why I never agree with them. I will never agree with them. You know, when I say that, you say you don't want to hear that. But is it not obvious? Have they told you anything that they follow through? Is there anything government have told you that you look back and say, it's true? Look at how the terrorists embarrassed them in Kwara. They said only 30 people were kidnapped. The terrorists said, They now brought the video and showed the colony of victims in their custody, and they were interviewing them. How many are you? I don't even want. I guess what government said, though. Terrorists now trying to embarrass the government because they cannot say single truth. You can imagine. So I don't know when these lies will end. Telling us that things are cheaper. Moses, throughout last week, 2 weeks ago, what was in the news? Was it not that things are cheaper now? That the goods are now cheaper. Everything is cheaper. What's it called? Shomole went to town with it and all that. Can you just imagine? With this thing that happened now, is there any cheaper goods again? Because one item dropped by some margin, just one item in the market, Gary, and that's how they went to town. Everything is not cheap. The protein food that your body need most, that one nobody touch it to. Go and buy 5,000 naira worth of meat in the market and see whether it will go round. It will go around a family of 4. 5,000 naira meat. They are not talking about that.
Barrister, this same government keeps telling us that things will get harder before it gets softer. And we should be patient.
Then, if that's a joke, don't try it. How long? At least when you are telling me something, give me a timeline. Give me a timeline so that I'll be looking up to that. So, how hard will it be? And how long will it be before we start seeing Uhuru? We are now in the 3rd year of this administration. Yeah, the things are getting harder. So when we say, Eureka, we are finding the Uhuru here. At what point? Whenever somebody is telling you something without a timeline, most you don't believe that person. The person is lying to you. You must tell me that this suffering, let's say 2 years after, in the 3rd year or in the we'll start seeing, give me a timeline, because everything has a gestation period. It is only Nigerian economy that they don't give you any timeline. They just say things will get harder before it will get better. How far will it go before it will get better? How far? But when they want to steal our money, it doesn't take time. It doesn't take time.
All right, Dr. Bright Onevekuka. Sorry, let's go to Dr. Bright Onevekuka. Dr. Bright, thank you very much for staying with us. Yeah, go ahead. Good to have you again. Go ahead, please.
If I say, let me take a, we've talked about this thing before. This issue of things are getting better. When the economist was talking, this is, it has to be with the common man. Unless it is happening in the streets. You mentioned something. Things are cheaper, right? But people cannot get money to buy it. If we want to say the economy is better, we should look at availability. Availability is one. Affordability. Then accessibility. When you put food in a show glass, the show glass is locked. People are seeing it, but they don't have access to it. Will you say it's available to these people? Or you have these things there, you are walking on the road now, you are seeing turkey in the show glass, and they tell you one turkey is 20,000. Your salary is 5,000. You can't afford it. So affordability, accessibility, and availability has to be together before we say, oh, things are better. And like I've asked before, I'm in Benin, and they say a vehicle is going to Lagos, and the vehicle is going towards another direction using Benin Aochi Road, and it keep going. It gets to the bypass, it crosses the bypass, it's still going.
Dr. Bright.
And they say, don't worry, we are going to Lagos. We should see a sign that things are getting better.
That's right. We're actually reacting to the headline from The Guardian that says, port users may pay more as Nigeria Customs Service recreates multiple FX regime, adds 7% margin. That's the actual headline that we are reacting to. I know things are getting better. Nigerians want it to get better. Well, how soon is the question? Well,
for the ports, every federal government agency, they've become, what is it called?
Revenue Generation Agency.
IGRO. So anything they want to do, they want to add money to it. They want to add money to it. That even things you want to import, when you get here, you are getting ×2 the amount as import duty you'll be paying at the port. Automatically, it has increased it. A common one is vehicles. People don't even want to go close to a vehicle. You buy a vehicle somewhere, maybe $1,000, ship it for $1,000 or less than that, or thereabout. That's $2,000. When you get here, they're asking you to pay $4,000 or $3,000. And the whole thing is this thing. But again, even with these prices, they are not also looking at the leakages wherein these persons are enriching themselves. Those are also issues that are also there, apart from the prices that have gone up. And at the end, it comes to the end user who will be buying or be using that stuff. So the person has to pay more. So it's something that is not good.
All right then. Let's get back to the studio.
Talking about tax and all of that, I have a few things to say. If I look at the tax regime holistically, I still come up with the impression that, look, the handlers of this administration, the economic reforms of this administration, they are still not in the right direction. I have been looking for a particular, since you read this story, I've been looking for a particular headline where I read the tax helmsman, Taiwo Yedele, say, list the gains of the tax reform, the new tax act, and I was like, I thought there was some kind of suspension. And when they said the tax reform had been suspended or the guidelines had been suspended, I recall that at that point, I said that nobody will tell us when these reforms are lifted. And unknowingly, Nigerians will start paying for the new tax reforms, and all of that. And that is exactly what has happened. On top of my head, I can't recollect the particular news medium. It was a traditional news medium that used it and said that while he listed the gains So apparently telling me that the new tax act is already in place. It's no longer under suspension, guidelines and all of that. Now, that said, what the Guardian story is talking about is some form of double taxation. And beyond double taxation, like the analogy that, or the instances that Dr. Bright cited, you import a vehicle for $1,000, you buy it for $1,000, you ship it for $1,000, then when you come back here, you use $4,000 to clear it. It's not just in vehicles alone, containerized goods and all of that. Some of them, like I said during the morning show, Nigeria is clearly an import-dependent economy. We still import more than 70% of what we use, what we consume here. Not just edible, but other consumptions, personal use, personal effects and all of that. We still import more than 75% of them. And the whole thing is tied to the dollar. And the exchange rate, is not helping anybody. It's not very friendly. It keeps fluctuating between 1,450, 1,460, 1,430 and all of that. And at the end of the day, people in this administration, the only thing they come to tell us, we are making gains, the economy is making progress and all of that. Nigerians don't see these things. They don't see these things. You are passing by a market, you see fresh fruits, fresh food items and all of that, but you can't afford them. So does that look like food is available? It doesn't. It's not available. So I think we need to have some kind of rethinking of the policy issues, the economic policies, the policy direction, the policy initiatives of this administration, until such a time that it begins to trickle down to the average person, the person on the street. I mean, it's only textbook economics that will be relying on. Nothing is happening. A lot more Nigerians are hungry, more Nigerians are begging, more Nigerians are out of school, and yet this government prides itself, as one that has made economic reforms and that is yielding fruit. Unfortunately for them, when they run to New York, World Bank and IMF tell them, it's making progress, and they keep giving them more money, and they keep taking more money. And when the money comes in, it goes back to those countries, not as repairment, but stolen, by individuals and taken to those countries, and they warehouse them. And Nigerians are here dying and crying. It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
And then when you hear that food items have reduced, you ask yourself, what exactly, which food item? Like I said before, Gary, so that you can drink it in the morning. In the afternoon, you eat it as a bar.
Most of the food items that are coming and are even imported, including the Gary that we are talking about. So, we import Gary from neighboring countries here. But as pineapple. The rice that said, the price of rice that said it crashed up to 51,000 naira. And last check, it was 75,000 naira. 50 kg. And it was also imported. Because we know that farmers are not going to farm. Farmers are being chased away by killers, bandits, and all of that. So why do we keep deceiving ourselves?
No, that's what they like to deceive.
And we are going into an election year. So what they will probably do is to open the ports, more import. People
import and flood the market.
And it'll be like, this administration is making progress. And all of
gullible Nigeria will believe them. So by the time you eat this Gary for 1 week in different forms, you soak it without sugar. You drink it with the granite, morning, afternoon, and night.
All right, Barrister.
By the time you take it for 1 week, you are inviting diabetes.
All right, Barrister, I can see you're being funny this morning, but that's okay. Now let's touch on another headline here. NLC alleges FG planning to settle the boys with 3 trillion naira electricity subsidy. That's on page 3. The Guardian. Now, this is so the writers to the headline demands new power privatization roadmap after a decade of darkness. Senators confront NBET over outrageous electricity bills, alleged consumer exploitation. Yes, that's the headline.
So this is the first time we are.
Okay, let me merge it with another headline here. PMS supply hits 63 million liters a day as consumption falls to 60.2 million in January. Refinery output rises amid state-owned plants shut down. Nigerians spent 6.3 trillion naira on petrol in 4 months. Well,
which refinery are they talking about? Which refinery output? Is it Dangote refinery? Because that's about the only refinery. Watersmith in Edo, has it started working? Because Bio Jewelry has told us that our refineries can't work anymore, that we need to sell them all. So which refinery in particular? Is it Dangote, privately owned?
Another deceit. The greatest deceit here is that...
Well, Dangote refinery, actually. Dangote refinery, yes.
We are consuming...
So is doing 53 million?
63.
63.
Yeah, 61 point, yeah.
Okay, and our consumption is 53. Okay, so Dangote is producing even more than we consume. That's what it means. It's producing more than we consume. So what we need to have is we need more people, to come in. But the fact, okay, so when they come in, there will be some kind of glut. Will it cause a glut in the market, and is it going to force the price down? Because I also understand that Dangote exports his petroleum products.
Of course, it's exporting. The thing is that I am not comfortable with this 63 million liters of fuel that we are consuming every day.
53.
It's not possible. I can bet my last kobo. It is not possible. Somebody is deceiving us
63 million liters.
Consumption.
When things were okay under PDP, that we are buying fuel 87 naira per liter, with all those jamboree,
Nigerians are buying cars.
No, it's not true.
I think the consumption age, the people that consume these things have increased, because a 10-year-old 10 years ago is probably 20 years old now, and probably has a generator in school.
If he doesn't have a car.
If he doesn't have a car. So he has a generator that he needs to put fuel in to power his home.
Look, the level of poverty increased. That's why the poverty capital of the whole world is here with us. If 133 and they projected 160 this year, 60 million, is going to go into extreme poverty. So where will these people get the money to buy the car and your fuel?
Barrister,
are you not thinking along that line?
No, Barrister, there's a way poverty is measured. Someone that owns a car could actually still be poor.
Yes?
Yes, someone that owns a car could be poor.
No, it's not possible.
No, but the truth remains, the fact is this, a lot more people have gone into that consumption. So, and we are talking about 10 years ago.
It's not possible. It should be lesser.
No, Barrister, it's not
It should be lesser, because things are hard now. Inflation.
Barrister, forget these things are hard.
But Nigerians are still having a good time. People are still buying 2026 cars in 2026.
Who are those?
Nigerians, like you and I.
A few politicians are.
How do you qualify few? It's not just few.
A few politicians. The only person that can afford that maybe a politician that.
Barrister, it's not true. Ordinary people are buying cars. Nigerians are buying cars. And when you, Barrister, in all of these things.
Which company will give you car loan now? Which company?
People are even buying cars without loans. People have money. People have businesses that are thriving under this administration.
I said, how many of them? The number is what
many Nigerians. Barrister, go to car marts, go to Beggar there where they sell cars.
That means
car marts are springing up every day, and they are doing business.
They are the ones who stealing our money, because genuinely nobody is making it.
Barrister, the fact that you have not made money does not mean that other Nigerians are not making money.
So they sent you to me.
The fact that you have not made money, and in the study of population, Barrister, you see, in economics, the Malthus theory of population increase and all of that, and how that impacts the economy is not something.
If you are increasing in poverty, how does that help the economy?
Barrister, there are many definitions. There are many definitions of poverty.
Are you the poverty capital of the whole world, Mr. Ogoro? Are you the poverty capital of the whole world? So how does that help your consumption as you are talking?
Barrister, we are not the poverty capital.
Nobody has given us the right statistics as to what we are consuming on daily basis. Nobody. They are hiding this thing because that's the avenue to chop money. I don't believe in that figure. I will never.
So you don't believe in 60s?
I will never. I gave you my own statistics now. When things was okay in PDP was subsidizing 30 million liters a day throughout their period. So how come under this harsh APC government, from Buhari to Tinubu, everything just went up? Even the population you are talking about, who told you that men are going to the other room as frequent as before?
All right, let's go to Dr. Bright Onyevokuka. Dr. Bright, what's your take on this
for that kind of business?
Dr. Bright.
Well, the statistics, as far as I'm concerned, they are questionable. You understand? They are questionable. When you said more persons have entered the age, some have also died. You know, so the statistics are questionable. Then let them also come down and tell us of these 62 million or 60 million thereabouts, how many are for cars, how many are for generators. Maybe we can link some of them to probably the power issue that we are having as a reason for the surge. So if they are giving us statistics, it has to be clear, because if they remove subsidy from petrol and talking, because when you read some headlines, you talked about subsidizing electricity. So if part of this 60-something million will also be going to electricity generation in private homes, let also look at it. But that statistics, as far as I'm concerned, is questionable. Not on the part of those who are actually consuming, because I know a lot of persons who have kept their generator, kept their cars, because they cannot actually afford to be purchasing fuel every now and then. Let them do further analysis of that statistic so we can actually know where the figure is coming from. Otherwise, it is also that has been pushed forward to kind of create room for them to do some other shady things.
All right, then. Well, let's go to the Punch newspaper where we have some of the headlines.
Let's check out the lead story. National Assembly moves to shift presidential poll to February 13th. Senate House recall lawmakers from recess again to review 2026 electoral bill again on Tuesday. Presidential poll will hold earlier over Ramadan overlap. Shetima leads federal government delegation to Kano after devastating market fire. And insecurity, lawmakers split over Ndume's support for U.S. troops deployment.
All right, so let's focus. Let's zero in on the emergency plenary. It says National Assembly moves to shift presidential poll to February 13. Senate House recall lawmakers from recess again to review 2026 electoral bill again on Tuesday. Presidential poll to hold earlier over Ramadan overlap. This conversation came up over the weekend because of. But we know what the Constitution says. The Constitution says third week in February, and then the governorship and state house of elections will come 2 weeks after. And the argument is that third week in February will fall on, I think, about the 20th or thereabouts, and that's when, Ramadan fast would be on at that time. And,
so are you telling me now that because of what you just said now, we will now reorder our Constitution?
The Constitution. Apparently, that's what seems to be
really
taking place.
Yes.
And the argument some people have put forward is in 2003, when the elections fell on Holy Saturday, in between Easter, Good Friday, Holy Saturday, Easter, some bishops, protested, and it was shifted. It was shifted, and that's the argument they are putting forward. But then again, we're not talking about the elections falling on Eid al-Kabir or the celebration itself. We're talking about it falling during the fast period. And elections in Nigeria is always held during Lenten season. So Lenten season, people go out there to vote. But, we have Muslim scholars and a few other interested parties saying at that time of the year, they reduce activities, and it would not be fair to have them engage in what might be strenuous activity, trying to vote at that time. when they try to keep activity to a minimum so as not to exert too much energy. Oh well. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? That's the headline.
My thought is that nobody should tamper with the Constitution because of a religious affair. Nobody. The Constitution is supreme here. If we begin to pander, do you know that traditionalists will come out with their own? They will come out with their own and tell you that, look, on that same day, we are going to do Isheshe Day. On that day, in fact, the Mame Water people, they are going to parade the streets and they don't want to be disturbed. So what are you going to say? You will not accommodate them, Abi. You see, the first thing any government that wants to save Nigeria should do, you see all these pilgrimage to Mecca and to Jerusalem, stop it. That thing is a private matter. Do it in your house. Don't disturb us with your religion. After all, we have not benefited anything from this religion, either Christian or Muslim. They have not helped us. If they have, we will not be where we are today. Abi? Yes, we will not be where we are today because these terrorists that have formed an organization now, NTA, most of them are Muslim personnel.
When I saw when I saw that story, I just couldn't help but laugh.
Well, really?
The letter they wrote to Kwara State, NTA, Nigerian Terrorist Association, and I'm like, are you for real?
Oh, really?
That's an organization that exists.
Moses, after killing people in the morning and in the afternoon, in the evening they'll go and pray.
No, Barrister, let's not mix things up here.
No, you mean they don't pray?
Barrister, I don't know about that. I don't know the religion that they practice.
So that's what I'm saying. So these are issues. So this thing, we should do away with it. Go and do your thing anywhere you want to go and do it and leave us alone. That's other countries. Don't they have...
so your thoughts are elections should hold when
the day
the Constitution
that is slated,
states it should hold.
Every other thing is secondary. Okay. After all, God did not say that, so we are the one creating problem for ourselves. What are you telling me? This other thing that you do, you mean God approve of it, Abi? On the days you kill people, either you're a Muslim or a Christian, God will not sanction you for that.
We understand that those are extremists.
Those are extremists. That practice what religion?
So we shouldn't lump them together.
You see now, that's what the problem with us. We don't call a spade a spade. That practice what religion? It's important we mention names here. The day you go and kill, God will not be angry with you. Abi? God will not be angry with you. It's just to do election. That's why God will not be angry. That you
call a spade and not a garden.
I'm telling you.
It may be a shovel. You never can tell. You need to take a closer look.
Because of that, Tinubu should not listen to them. That's what they say that
it's not about Tinubu, it's about the National Assembly.
It's about the National Assembly.
That's how they say they should sack the INEC chairman because he's a Christian. I don't like all these religious issues, seriously. They tend to take us back. People don't wake up and start talking of things that are not relevant to our life.
You want to chime in on this one?
Yes, honestly, Nigeria's issue gets more complicated every other day. I mean, where is this one coming from again? But at the background of it is the fact that we, instead of being a secular state, we have become a religious state.
I'm telling you.
A state that panders to religion and all of that. It's either the Christians are asking for one thing or the Muslims are asking for another. And in places that have moved forward, I don't hear them bicker over religious issues and all of that. I mean, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is supreme. But if at some point, they had pandered to, the interest.
But that was before the 2022 amendment in the Constitution.
Okay, that was before the 2022.
Yes, that was in 2003.
In 2003.
That was 2003.
Okay, so after the amendment, it should stay. It should stay because I thought you said 2023. I didn't know.
No, 2003.
I didn't know it was 2003. Now that said, we have become a people, and when you look at the people that talk about this religion, and all of that, the same people that go to mosques on Fridays, to go and pray to Allah and worship Allah and all of that, they are the same people that will go back to the offices on Monday and inflate prices of contracts and all of that. These are the same people that will sit on top of your fire. The same people that will go to church on Sunday, to go and worship God and praise Him and call Him to come and intervene in the affairs of Nigeria. I'm Catholic. I go to church every Sunday, and at some point we play this prayer for Nigeria in distress. For the past 25 years or so, I've not said that prayer. The moment it gets to that point, I blank out because I know that God has nothing to do with Nigeria here. He has done for us everything we should do for ourselves. So the problem is with Nigerians, it's not with God. And if we wait for God to come down, the man might be playing golf somewhere with the angels. And I mean, honestly. So when we talk about this religion,
God is not man. God is not man.
But man was made in God's image.
God is not man.
God was made in
Let's
man's
just
image.
go on. Let's just
man was made in God's image. So my take on it is that, look, I don't like the fact that we keep going about religion, this, religion, that. Meanwhile, if you go to a market, you don't present a card, to say I'm Muslim or Christian or traditionalist or Buddhist to buy something. When you go to filling station, you don't get. And by the way, there is a certain young man that said, until you get APC card, you'll not be able to attend schools and all of that. In Benue State. I mean, you can imagine that. Look at how we are traveling.
When you mentioned card, that story just came to mind. Your APC card, your NIN linked to your APC card.
And all of that.
He's just an individual speaking.
No, he's a lawmaker. He represents people. And Moses, mind you, Benue is an APC state. So he might just be flying the kite, to gauge the impulse, the pulse of Nigerians, to see how they are going to react. We have seen so many things, get into the books of government.
But I think,
and people tried it in that little way.
Our government actually thrives on these religious cards because it's one of the things they use to divide us. And it's all these religious cards is also one of the reasons why terrorism is rife in some certain areas of Nigeria. Because these people, the residents, people who practice this particular religion,
are sympathetic to their
sympathetic. It's the same religion that also is one of the reasons why they are also rehabilitating people that should be thrown into jail. And trying to make them what did you call it?
They radicalize.
And make them humans.
It's tongue twister. Very difficult to pronounce.
So I think this religion thing, as long as Nigerians keep, thinking along religious lines, our governments, they will have a field day.
And when you see a governor who came out openly and tell you that except you are wearing something that has to do with a Tinubu symbol and all that, you won't have access to the government house. No contract.
It's not only that, even in Akwa Ibom State, at some point the governor said, if you are not a member of the APC, you will not get any government contract.
I think that's governors being overly zealous.
But no, they are not, but implement these things and we see them. That is the way we are traveling. Gradually, it becomes a pattern.
And now tomorrow we will not say, how did we get here? How did we get here?
But even this Benue one, I don't think we should even breeze over it because like play, it will become law.
That's what I'm saying.
It will become law because it was even pushed forward by a lawmaker.
Let's bring Dr. Bright Onova-Kuka into the conversation. Dr. Bright, please. You have the mic now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have 2 points to make here. First and foremost, whosoever brought up that decision or rather that kind of statement, because 3rd week of February did stipulate any particular dates for presidential election. It just said third Saturday in February. Then the other one is 2 weeks,
2 weeks after.
Whosoever is bringing religious sentiment into it is just trying to say, is create a situation whereby he can go back. Also use the same religion to mobilize his people and say, you remember I was the one that talked about we should remove that date because it enters into our fasting or whatever period. So automatically they want to get confidence in that person. But the most worrisome part is this same election wherein the Electoral Act has not been clearly mandated to remove the evil of collation, wherein results can be automatically collated. Senate has not deemed it fit, or the National Assembly has not deemed it fit to hold either an extended emergency session so that section 60 can be clearly dealt with to align with the needs of Nigerians. They are coming to call for an emergency meeting because somebody raised a religious.
And I'm thinking to myself, if they bring the presidential elections back, or move it back, to 13th, that means the governorship elections will still fall within the 20th. Am I correct?
2 weeks after.
2 weeks after. Will still fall within the Ramadan fast.
Which is about 24th or
20-something.
Those people, which extra work?
Yeah.
Which extra work are they going to do? Which extra work are they going to do inside the election that will make it strenuous? If not that they want to use some of them to wreak havoc, which some of them may not want to do probably during that their fast period. Which extra work are they going to do? Like Ribadu mentioned, does it also fall within the lengthy period or whatever, as the case may be? So they are just trying to bring religious sentiment into it. Otherwise, let's forget about religion. Go with the date as it is. If the National Assembly should be calling for any emergency, it has to be an emergency that will address
e-transmission of results.
Electoral Act that has not been clear to Nigerians, that is still having some hidden tones, wherein the electoral guidelines are not fully aligned with the Electoral Act. What we are saying, let the guideline and the act be on the same page.
Well, left to me, if it were up to me, I would say let elections be held during religious practices like the Lenten season, the Ramadan fast, because then people will be a lot more upright.
They are private. They are whatever people who are
besides that, people will be a lot more upright and they will do right because they want to do right.
It doesn't
by
God.
It does not.
You
don't think?
Like Moses said, Chukwuma said, on Sunday, on Friday, they are in a religious place. Monday to Friday, they are creating havoc that is destroying the country. So if you even do it within the religious program,
that's not the generality. That's not the generality of the people.
What about those who are not even?
I know you said that before.
It is the generality of the people.
What about those who are not even any of the religious body? They are neither Christians, Muslims, or thereabouts. What's their interest?
So 80, nobody thinking because they are very
they belong to the minority.
The minority, yes.
So we should. The constitution does not talk about religion, so it should just come up like that.
Let's react to this headline.
Their private business.
All right, Dr. Bright.
The religious constitution make room for you to choose religion of your choice. It's your choice. Right. It's your private life.
Okay, let's quickly react to this headline before we run out of time. U.S. troops. Mixed reactions trail reported U.S. troops' arrival amid fresh attacks. Let's see if we can get to the riders. That will throw more light. So these are the riders. 200 American personnel reportedly land in Maiduguri. More flights expected. Casualty feared as ISWAP raises military camp in Borno. I don't understand. They landed in Borno. Okay. In Maiduguri. Okay. Gunmen kill dozens in Niger villages, abduct several. Analysts warn of insurgents southward shift. Karimi links insecurity to plot against 2027 polls. ADC berates Tinubu over Agungu outing. All right, gentlemen.
I don't believe that the U.S. will come here for nothing. They cannot be bringing arms and ammunition, bringing their military personnel here just for nothing. They are studying the ground. They are doing surveillance. And I'm sure the day they will hit these people, it will be from different directions. That's what I'm thinking. They will hit them from different directions, not just one place and all that. And so, while they are doing whatever they are doing, the government and the U.S. should equally be planning. But they should hurry up because more killing and more death are occurring every day. They should hurry up. That's what I'm saying here.
More threats are issued every day.
Moses, I'd like for you to check that headline again. The one that landed where?
In Borno. And it's the same time Borno that
Borno. Yes, Maiduguri in Borno.
Okay.
They landed in Borno. They had shipments coming, like more ammunition coming. And then there was still an attack in Borno State.
Borno State, where they raised the military.
And there was a military camp was also attacked in Borno State, not in Maiduguri. But in Borno
So
State, he didn't say
the,
when in Borno
the
State.
audacity is what I don't understand, seriously. The audacity.
Yes, I need to get to this point. I need to get to this point. As Americans are landing, at least these are the ones that we know. Like I said the other time, this conflict has been clearly internationalized because of America's presence. You know, so we are going to see some kind of proxy wars around in Nigeria, you know, because ISIS, like we know, ISWAP, Islamic State West Africa presence, they are not they have their sponsors. You know, they could be from the Middle East, as we know. So those people are not going to lie low. They are not just going to watch America, you know, have just run over their interests, because they have interests, clearly. And some of the interests could be religious, whether we like it or not. We might try to live in denial, but there is a certain agenda.
Islamization.
Out there, Islamization, you know. If we don't say it, nobody will say it for us. It's not our grandchildren that will say it if we don't say it. That agenda is there. And so those proxies, you know, those people that send people like ISWAP that sponsor them, they're not going to keep quiet. So, and I have always been worried by America's intervention in Nigeria, because the thing might just, you know, run out of, that friction might run out of control. And if it runs out of control, there's going to be a backlash. But I hope it doesn't get to that point, you know, where America will have to deploy their boots on ground. If they do that and there are 1, 2, 3, or 4 casualties, they might try to send in more. And
troops.
when they send in more troops, there might be more casualties.
I guess that's why the federal government is also trying to manage the information. They keep saying that they are not going to be in the battlefront.
Okay.
That they are just handling
for operational operational support and all of that.
Intelligence.
Yeah. I wonder. That they would be okay, maybe when they come with intelligence, they will protect the phones, you know, of our national security advisor, because it's concerning to me. It's concerning to me that the phone of our national security advisor
was
tapped.
Okay. It's concerning indeed. Dr. Bright.
It can only work if the federal government is sincere in this fight with America. If they are withholding information, then this thing will not go anywhere.
All right. Let's get Dr. Bright's view in 1 minute. Dr. Bright, please go ahead.
These people, they have their interest. Like, let me just go with what Dalit just mentioned just now, is if the government of Nigeria, they are actually sincere, I think these things, without even American intervention, it will change. You must also record the statement of the president before, when insecurity lasts more than a certain time, you know. So if they are sincere, this thing, the body language alone is enough to tell you that something is not business as usual. But when that body language is not there, I need to go research into what you said just now. NTA, you know, I was like, I heard just now. So one need to kind of, who gave them that audacity to be doing things the way they are doing it? So the government need to actually.
All right then.
They should just do it on their own and let Nigerians see the results.
Let Nigerians see the results. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright Cooker. I must say a very big thank you to you for being on the program. Thank you also, Bryce Darlington Agumo, for your time and contribution on the program. Well, that's it on the show today. I'm Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Sports comes up next. Bye for now.
Thank you for watching. My name is Jane Ogoye. See you tomorrow.
I am Chukwuma Okoro. See you again 6 o'clock on top of the hour. I'll return with Barrister Darlington Agumo on Political Lens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Accusses. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Accusses who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba, and you're watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked, it's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arinze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get drum. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising.
Yeah, what a weekend of bad outing for MP4 clubs. A weekend of bad outing, and it's still more on the talk back. I could start again. What a weekend of a bad outing for MP4 club sides, Rivers United. And we are asking question, how can Rivers United place the CAF Champions League games? They just got 1 point, scored 2 goals, and then conceded 13. But you know what the funniest thing about this story? Finidi George came out to tell us that, well, we need more players. But my point now is it's not about having more players. We don't have the quality in the MPFL. We don't have the quality in the Nigerian Premier Football League to compete in a continent global way. There's no way, we don't have that players. We don't have the quality in the MPFL. That's just what it is. To compete in the continent, you can take that for me. Because the MPFL means Nigeria Premier League. That's what we call it, not professional. I'm happy they got the professional word off. Nigeria Premier Football League. But right now, it's just like a Principal Cup. There's nothing premier about the league. That's the truth. I'm not trying to sound nasty on the show because it's a very new day and it's a Monday. So you need to know, if you say we are a big side, we are doing so well, we have an MPFL club side that are doing so well, all of those sweet, sweet words, then you're just saying that to yourself. Anyway, it feels great. It feels very great to be here on the show again. Welcome to the Sports Republic show right here on Voice of the People TV, Lagos, Nigeria. We're getting to talk point on the show today, and I must say to you, it is a very big day, judgment day, verdict day, any what you want to call it. We'll start with some of the news before we get to that phase, and on the show today, we will be telling you exclusively, extensively, the nitty-gritty why Nigeria might make it to the World Cup. What's the weight? The weight it carries will tell you if the Super Eagles will make it to the World Cup. Nigerians are out there in the mountains. We'll be having prayers, from prayer meetings to the just different places, just to make sure that we make it to the World Cup. But how unfair will it be for the Congolese? They've put in a lot of efforts to this phase, and just to be part of the World Cup, we'll tell you all of this. But let's start with one news where we saw the Nigerian national news quality. Nigeria Super Eagles are preparing for a series of high-stakes encounter against the traditional rivals Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, as the Confederation of African Football CAF gears up to launch its groundbreaking African Nations League, and that will be in 2029. The ambition of this news, this competition was announced by CAF President Patrice Motsepe, and is poised to revolutionize continental football, offering a fresh platform for national teams. And then to compete and then generate significant revenue, the African National League will adopt a unique zonal format dividing the continent into 4 distinct regions: North Africa, West Africa, East Africa, and then Southern Africa. The initial phase of the tournament will jet teams battling it out within their respective zones. The visitors and also the victors from each of these regional competition will then advance to a climatic final stage where they will compete to be crowned the inaugural champions of the African National League. This structure promises intense regional rivalries and then ensures that every corner of Africa is actively involved in the competition, and is scheduled to take place every 2 years. The African National League, or Nations League you call it, will feature strategic aligned with existing intercontinental and international breaks in the football calendar. This careful planning aims to minimize disruption to domestic leagues and also to ensure that national teams can field their strongest squad. Now, what is the vision for CAF? We must tell you, CAF's vision for this new tournament extends beyond sporting glory. The organization explicitly plans for the African Nations League to become its primary income generator. So they want to do this just to make money, surpassing even the prestigious African Cup of Nations. How can we see this happen? What will be the criteria? We'll tell you. So it's more like a revenue phase. And this strategic shift is focused in further underscore that is doing more than the African Nations Cup. But following the 2008, following the 2028 edition, the Nations Cup will transition into I think that's going to be a quadrennial cycle, and that means that it will be staged every 4 years. This adjustment will allow African nations, talk about the Nations League, to carve out its own space in football calendar and then establish itself as a prominent figure and financially lucrative competition. Sounds good for African football. Super Eagles, also with their rich history and passionate fan base, will undoubtedly be looking to make a strong statement in this exciting new era of African football, particularly, against formidable opponents like the Ghanaians, the Ivorians, and also promising thrilling contests for fans. So that's the news. Well, while I talk about it, so why we give you this news is because a lot of persons out there don't like the way the Nations Cup is being played during club football time. A lot of people feel like the Nations Cup cannot be played when we are having a Premier League side. Premier League was on, the Nations League, the National League, talk about AFCON, was on. So if the CAF President Patrice Motsepe can be able to make this a figure, make this strategic, and make this come out well, then go to say that Nigeria will be celebrated in their own way. Which way is that? The Nations Cup will be played when there's no club football. more like a World Cup year. I don't know if this will come to pass like a Bible verse, but if it does happen, then we should say congratulations to African football. Yes, also before we talk about the verdict, before we give you that news, why Nigeria might make it to the World Cup. Today is the day, you could say February 16th, 2026, a day that will never come again, a day that will never come to pass again after this day. And it's a verdict day. Some use the word judgment day. Nigerians are glamouring, Nigerians are praying. Let's tell you the news. We'll tell you about that one, don't worry. We'll tell you the highlights concerning why the Congolese might just miss out of this big one. Will it be fair enough for the Congolese? Time tells, will it be fair to see Nigeria, who missed out in 2 consecutive World Cup, being part of this one? Time tells. But moving forward, let's tell you, Eric Chell is in the news, and head coach Eric Chell has revealed something. You know, I like to say it all the time. One of the reasons why we loved Amadio Pinnick, the former NFF president, not like some people love him, one of the reasons why we like him, you know, is the fact that he was able to turn some things around. He was able to make some players who have dual nationality ply the trade in Nigeria. We'll tell you. But the news right now is because we've done so well, people want to play for Nigeria. Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell has revealed personally that growing numbers of foreign-born players are showing interest in representing Nigeria at the senior level. Now, Eric Chell, moving on, following Super Eagles' impressive third place finish at the AFCON in Morocco, Chell has already secured the commitment of goalkeeper Otto Okonkwo, and then who plays for Wrexham, and then Felix Agu. Ryan Alebiosu also in the news. But according to a report in Nigeria, Chell is reportedly in talks with 5 other eligible players to further strengthen the squad and boost competition within the Nigerian national team. Super Eagles squad at the AFCON features several dual nationality players, including Simi Ajayi, Calvin Bassey, Alex Iwobi, Ademola Lookman, Ryan Alebiosu, and also Fisayo Delo Bashiru. Eric Chell, who is in talks with NFF to extend his contract, as reported, by Western Post. We've heard the news. He has confirmed that while many foreign-born players are keen, only those who can enhance the team competitiveness and fit into his tactical project will be selected. According to the Franco-Malian, the Super Eagles coach, he said, we have a couple of players who were born abroad who want to play for the team, and then we are looking at how they will fit in. We can bring them in, all of them into the team, but however, we need to pick those who can adapt to my style and then bring competition to the team. The Malian coach focus remains on balancing the squad, talking about the squad depth and also with tactical cohesion, ensuring that each player, regardless of origin, contributes to the team ambitions, with several talented players already expressing interest. The Super Eagles could emerge stronger and more competitive on the international stage, creating a wider pool of options for further upcomings and that's the future. So we have to wait to know how this goes. So, but let me just, before we talk about a verdict day, before we talk about a judgment day, let me state this. Sometimes they say, let's pick our local players. Some people say, no, home base, that's the word. They like home base. If you say local, it sounds like you're saying international local, but it's what it is. International local stands out. But some are saying, let's always have our local players. Now, some national teams have traditional squad. Truth be told, the Italian team, the Brazilian team, some of these teams, there's always a space for their national team, for their home-based players to be part of tournaments. Now, this can only happen when the team is structured. How well is Nigeria structured? How well is the league, where you want us to pick players from, structured? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we should have foreign players alone in the national team. But we can have a mixed squad, like we did say at 2013. The likes of Barbuna, this kind of players, Sunday Imba, who were part of the MPFL club side and were also integral, part of the national team. But this can only be done, if you ask me, my opinion stands out, is that we should have a structured league. Don't tell us it's a Premier League when it's not anything Premier close. Don't tell us it's, what's the word? Don't tell us we want our local players and players from Remo Stars, pick them from Rangers International. All of this, they could be good clubs, but the league is in shambolic, is in shattered mode. So I don't know if Eric Chell, see, let's just allow him to do what he wants. If a coach brings results, nobody should be talking. If he doesn't bring results, then you can say words. If you feel like foreign base, get me right. I'm not opining. I'm not saying that we shouldn't get players from our local league, but our local league should be developed first of all, to start with. You can only develop your league, then pick players out so they can influence the team and we get the result we deserve. So you cannot tell me you want us to get players from the MPFL when they don't really deserve to be in the national team. So if you're giving players from foreign-based players who have dual nationality, born in England, born in Italy, whatever, like Calvin Bassett was born in Italy, Alex Iwobi, we know the story, Lookman, Simi Ajayi, all of these players were born in the UK. But right now they decided to play for Nigeria. Not those who want to do the RMB style. No, for those who want to play for the Super Eagles, we should get them involved. But I will say it, and I will say it again, we should reiterate on the part that let's make sure that the MPFL, this is like a letter from me, the Nigerian Premier Football League, and also to make sure that everything looks so right. How would you say the league is not structured? The last Nations Cup, officiating wise, we never had one referee, not even the VAR assistant that was part of the Nations Cup in Morocco. That's how bad they've looked at our football, and that's how bad we are going down every day drastically. What measures are taken? Super Eagles, Super Eagles, Super Eagles. What about the officiating? It doesn't work. But let's talk about the verdicts. On the show today, we just do a highlight, then we finally let you know the weight it carries. Let's talk about this one, the verdict, first of all. Today is Monday, the 16th of February, and FIFA is set to deliver a very crucial ruling on Monday, which happens to be today, regarding what? Nigeria's eligibility protest against DR Congo. It means Nigerians are protesting. It means the NFF protested on this, with the Super Eagles' hope of qualifying for the World Cup. But the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, failed in what they say would be a good case. So they are believing it's more like a feeling. They feel it so well that we can come out of this one. Also, the NFF, who happens to be the Nigerian Football Federation, they filed a formal complaint, and that was, I think, December 15th, 2025, alleging that 6 DR Congo players who featured in the November 2025 African Playoff Final were ineligible due to recent switches in international allegiance. The match ended in a heartbreaking news for the Super Eagles and also for every Nigerian who loves sports, who loves the football world, as the Super Eagles lost 4-3 on penalties after a tense encounter, and we got eliminated from a direct qualification and then ended our campaign at that stage. Now you look at the Congolese, but the message is clear. Reading from the NFF secretary, he said, "We have a good case. We do not venture into what would be an exercise in futility. As far as we are concerned, we have a strong case, and we are waiting FIFA's decision on the complaint we have lodged." Super Eagles midfielder Alex Iwobi also is very, very optimistic. He's echoed his power and telling reporters that we are still waiting. Hopefully, we can go to the World Cup. So let's take this. Let me say this. Should FIFA rule in Nigeria's favor today? Should, just peradventure, maybe, just maybe, should FIFA rule in Nigeria's favor today, the Super Eagles would be reinstated and then advance to the 16th Intercontinental Playoff. And that's a tournament. It's scheduled for March, I think that's next month, and also we played in Mexico. Many say it's Mexico, not wrong. Now, our top finish in that playoff would secure one of the remaining African slots at the 26th FIFA World Cup, hosted by the United States, Canada, Mexico as well. Nigeria qualification hopes now rest entirely on the outcome of today's meeting. It's a high-stake meeting. It's a meeting done by the FIFA, the body that governs football, the body that governs the game. So we call it the outcome of today's meeting would be what we can be talking about. It's a high-stake FIFA meeting with millions of fans and the entire Nigerian football community awaiting the verdict that could rewrite, just maybe. I'm smiling because if it goes our way, I'll be celebrating. I'll come to the studio and I'll be celebrating, jumping and dancing. You know, because it could be rewritten today that maybe we could see this one rewritten that the Super Eagles will make it to the World Cup. We're still talking how bad it is, how we missed out of the World Cup consecutively, and that's how bad it is. But if you want to ask me, whose support do you believe? Would it be fair enough to see the DR Congo side missing out of a big mondial that they want to be involved because of what they did wrong? But from their rules, it states that they've not done wrong. So it's a connection to FIFA, but it's not about what the Congolese feel. It's about what the body that governs the game says. So there's a rule, and that's why rules and regulations should be followed. It's a violation for me. But who am I to sound on the TV? Who am I to talk about it to the media? We have to wait. So it's more like every Nigerians are waiting for today. Some call it Judgment Day, some say it's a verdict day, some say it's a day that we have to wait to know if we will make it to the World Cup. So if that happens, we can now say we missed out at the last World Cup, but this time around we made it to the World Cup. But you know this is about Nigeria. And I think one reason why people are putting in a lot of pressure and wanted this to come to pass like a Bible verse is because we've seen Eric Chell, we've seen the coach, we've seen the style of play, we've seen that we have the quality. We knew we had this quality before, but we wanted the manager that can fine-tune the team and give us what we want as good football. Nigeria, like I know, back in the 1980s, never was born there in 94 as well, but we had that structure of playing wise. We were playing the game, we were owning the game, we were dominating games, we had more of the balls. But with Pesero, at the Nations Cup in Ivory Coast, we were just getting results, we weren't dominating. So if you ask me, I'll say, today is the day. If you say the Lord has made it, you will not be wrong. It's funny. It will be funny if it goes our way. I'm sounding Nigerian now. If it goes our way, it will be funny. But how good will it be for Nigerians, and how bad will it be for the Congolese? How bad will it be that we filed a complaint and then it never came to pass? NFF president said, we are waiting. The secretary, Sanusi, who has been there for a long time, is saying, we have nothing to lose on this part. We've made a complaint and we believe that it will go the way it is. So if you ask me, if you want to follow it the way it's supposed to be, ordinarily, let's be factual, normally, it should be against the Congolese. It's a rule violation. Because you cannot tell me you don't know this thing. You can't say, see, there's no wrong way of doing good things. That's the word. So on the show today, like I already said, we'll go on a break, not now, and when we return, I'll be telling you the reason, I'll tell you the weight it carries that today, Nigeria might make it to the World Cup. We might sound the news. But not just make it to the World Cup, you have to go through that intercontinental phase. But don't go anywhere, just keep watching. After some of the news, some news away from football, we return and we give you that exclusive news so you can understand that it might go our way. So I'm saying let's forget about it. So I saw someone who said to me, I'm not a fan of the Nigerian president. I said, what are you saying? He said, the reason I'm saying this is that when we go to the World Cup now, if we go to the World Cup now, the president will not come and say, yes, it's me during my time. And I'm like, the economy might not be friendly, right? It might not be rosy. It's not even rosy, not to say it might not. It's not rosy. But the truth of the matter is, this game is big. This game brings us together. This game unites us. Regardless of whatever we're going through, regardless of your status, it doesn't speak of what it's not concerned. It's a beautiful game. If Nigeria happens to make it to the World Cup, do you know what it means? Gig-wise, advert-wise, money-wise, revenue-wise, stream-wise, it will be a win-win for everybody. We'll be having a very big national encounter. And we'll be saying Nigeria's at the World Cup. We are not even saying we'll be lifting it just to be at the World Cup because it's bad. The last one will not go. This one I will not go. So, and looking at the next time again, after now, it will be 2030. And 2030, most of our key players, if you ask me, would not be part of that very one. So it would not be wrong to see Nigeria, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, making it to the Mondial Intercontinental. Because me, my mind, they tell me, say, anybody who catch for them, we will scatter them. It's clear. You don't understand? We're not the fierce. See, more just reach there. But the way we take carry this matter for air, like I'm telling you, I can't be like, now we, understand? Cameroon 70 there. They don't now we just carry, because we are the closest, and that works. But let's move on. We'll tell you how weighty it is and how big it is that Nigeria might make it to the World Cup. All right, so we move on now and tell you this one. What's the news about this? We are seeing NFF talking about people. Now, let's say it the way it is. If you don't want people to have your coach or hire your coach or take your coach, okay, if you don't want me to be, if you don't want it, like if you want to keep me on the job, then you need to offer me a job. You need to make me understand that I want to be here. That's how Eric Chell stands now. Eric Chell has been on the news for as long as God knows when. And then the Nigerian Football Federation has come to tell us, because we are hearing rumors everywhere. It could be speculation, could be rumors, but they are true. When it's rumors, it sounds unsure. Speculation sounds unsure. But when it's a news that goes straight and we tell you it's reported by this face, then it's reality. He said, I want to be the first. What's the word he said? Coach with big mind. Not be all these coaches who say they see less of themselves. Because what you don't see, you can achieve. You can't never be there. You're not thinking you can be here. You will never get there. Nigeria is not good. Nigeria is not good. Nigeria is not good for me. I hate this country. I don't like this country. All those things you say. You can never. I can never make. I need to travel to Canada. I need to go to America. I can never make it in Nigeria. You will never make it. It's the bitter truth. You said it. It works that way. So what you say works. Now, not just about what you say. What you say, you must make a move because you cannot be in a place. Hard work pays. And I recall we said it on the show that if Eric Chell, who said he wants to be the first African coach to coach Real Madrid, and people got laughing. Marshall waggling eyebrows have been raising that issue. And I said, this is a possibility only if the Franco-Milan gets himself in club football. It wasn't long we started hearing this about Marseille. But now, this is a man who is still being owed by the national team. And he doesn't really talk a lot, and I'm wondering why. Now we've heard the Nigerian Football Federation have now moved quickly to shut down growing talks around the future of the Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell. And according to a report, the NFF warned that Eric Chell will not entertain approaches from other countries, especially a possible switch to Angola, which happens to be very close. Chell, who took charge of the Super Eagles of Nigeria in January 2025, has recently been linked with several roles across Africa and Europe. Reports even suggested interest from clubs like Olympique de Marseille in the Ligue 1, while the coach had earlier spoken openly about his long-term dream of managing giant clubs like Real Madrid. But NFF official has said to be unimpressed by the speculation, stressing that Eric Chell remains under contract and must remain focused on his job with Nigeria. The Super Eagles news, the Federation pointed out that Eric Chell steadied the team after a difficult period that followed the exit of Joseph Pesero Finidi George. Under his guidance, Nigeria pushed through a tough World Cup qualifying growth and then later enjoyed a strong run at the Nations Cup. So it means like we are happy with that third place somehow. You understand that? Somehow. I just say we're not going to appeal, but I don't think we should be celebrating it, but because of how bad we've been, that's the word. Do you know the last time we won a Nations Cup? 2013. Do your mathematics well. You can count back and say it's been a long road. But the firm warning comes after Chell's name surfaced as a possible replacement of sacked Angola coach, following the country's disappointed AFCON outing. Now, not just about that, an NFL source made it clear that walking away would come as a heavy cost. And according to him, he said, I know Eric Chell is not a daft to think that he can walk away from the current contract with the Super Eagles. He's still the Super Eagles coach and can't negotiate with any team by the laws of the game. So we are tying him down. Are you understanding this move? If he decides to leave, then he will have to pay for breaching his contract. This night, sometimes I wonder whether we're not even this serious of ourselves. Me, they talk now, like I think are we trying to make a case? Are we trying to make a case to keep the Franco-Malian at bay? Are we trying to keep him stagnant? You're not renewing his contract. He has a year contract, no doubt. And you're waiting for him to breach. He's been enticed. He's been tempted by all of these offers. But you've seen his heart desires. You can really read into his lips. You can look into his eyes. You can understand that the Franco-Malian loves the Super Eagles. He loves Nigeria. He wants to be here. But you are using, I think we are just holding on to that 1 year contract. And that's unfair for me. It's so unfair. A manager that loves the nation, a manager that was old and he went to a tournament and delivered a bronze with the team within a short stint, and yet we get mine, though. I did talk this thing before. See, I say I never see any people. I never see anybody where get mine reach Nigerian Football Federation. They too get mine. What did they do? They their mind. You know, if I can predict a football game, but I cannot predict what the NFL wants to do next. I can't. They are. I don't know the word. I don't know. Strong-hearted people, personality that we feel like they should do it well. Now, he lifted the Unity Cup in London. He led Nigeria to a bronze medal finish at the AFCON in Morocco. So what else? What else do they want? The Super Eagles beat Egypt on penalties in the third place. If you remember, that's the playoff after earlier clashes with DR Congo and host Morocco. Do you remember? Now, NFF General Secretary Mohamed Sanusi has also sounded confident about Nigeria's case with FIFA. Let's leave that one first. May it happen. May it happen first. Because this, well, we'll see how it goes. I wish the Super Eagles all of the best. That's just what it is. Well, before we come back and give you that phase where we look into the hope of the Super Eagles making it. I already told you about the day, verdict day, judgment day. I'll tell you the weight it carries. Is he a 70-30? Or is he a 50-50? Is he a 40-60? How is the weight of the Super Eagles making it to the Intercontinental place? You know why I say making to the World Cup? I use the word because I'm not writing those Caledonian side. I'm just saying none of those teams there can merge what we've built. Super Eagles is good. With Eric Chell's game style, we could see literally that, man, come on, bro. This team is good to go. They have the quality to make it to the World Cup. But if only these are bodies that governs our game, if only the Nigerian Football Federation can see what we are saying. Sometimes, even me waiting for studio, they see past them. They're not verse. Not true, not really matter. Because I won the project So is it that they don't want something good? Good. Okay, we'll go wait. Our own adjust. We see, at the talk I said, only time you go take. Stammer will coin papa name. Now time you go take. Stammer will coin papa name. Time, only time. Because especially the old landlord, they like month end. We wait. NFF, Nigerian Football Federation, NFF. See, let's even define the name. Nigeria football, we be Nigeria will. Football are the way they play. Federation are me and you. So nobody get them. Well, we'll see how it goes. It's just a funny scenario. It's so funny that these people that govern our game don't really understand it well. You know why we say they don't understand it well? If we look at what they've done in the past and looking at what we have at this point in time, you would understand that they are not showing us. See, because millions of Nigerians, we they wait. So wait now, may tomorrow reach now. May come TV or go for radio or media film. We talk about people. May now yes, Nigeria is making it to the world. You go see everywhere go change. Happiness go just. Go be like say happiness don't lost, go come back. Well, I'm going to give you this one. It's breaking. It's breaking as well. As I did here now, just the information just enter. We'll give it now. Okay, so we have this news that FIFA has finally ruled on the case between Nigeria and DR Congo and the FIFA Disciplinary Committee. Have a news. Now, we tell you this. So according to report emanating right now, under the authority of FIFA regulations and the 2026 World Cup qualification framework, in the matter of what? The Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, the Congolese Association Football Federation, that's the FECOFA. Also a reply, eligibility dispute. Now, 2026 World Cup qualifiers, best losers playoff round, will be explaining to you so you can now understand if Nigeria will make it to the World Cup. Now, what is the background? The background is clear. Number one, Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, representing the Nigerian national football team, filed a formal protest following the best losers playoff match against the Congo national team. Number two is the playoff match was held to determine qualifications for the final African slot in the 2026 World Cup. Number three, the match concluded with a 2-1 victory in favor of DR Congo, provisionally granting them advancement. And number four is Nigeria's protest alleged that players, talking about 6 of those players who appeared and scored during the match, were ineligible to represent DR Congo due to an incomplete nationality. Talking about switch process under FIFA eligibility rules. Now, who knows about the jurisdiction? Let's talk about the jurisdiction. The FIFA Disciplinary Committee confirms jurisdiction pursuant to Article 52 and 54 of the FIFA Disciplinary Code and the regulations governing the application of the FIFA statutes regarding players' eligibility. Now, please listen well. Now, let's talk about this finding of facts. After reviewing the official match report, player registration documentation, correspondence between the FEGOFCA, talk about the FECOFA, that's the body of the Congolese football, and the FIFA's player status department, evidence submitted by both federations. So not just Nigeria. So Congo, they fight Nigeria. Now let's tell you, the committee finds 6 players represented the national team at youth competitive level. Do you understand it? Players who previously represented national team association at the youth level, under FIFA regulation governing the application of this status, a player seeking to change association must, number one, submit a formal request for change of association. Number two, receive written, that's a letter. You must have received a letter, approval from FIFA. Number three, await. So when you drop the letter, you have to wait. Await official confirmation before participating in an A international match. That's an A-class match. Moving on, while player X has initiated, talk about 6, initiated the nationality, talk about the switch process, the required formal approval from FIFA had not been issued prior to the best losers playoff match. Then also, no provisional clearance or temporary authorization had been granted. And then the players therefore did not meet the eligibility requirement at the time of the participation. Do you understand? Now, let's talk about the application requirements and regulations. Article 9 of the regulation governing of the application of the FIFA status stipulates that a player may only represent a new association after approval of the change of association request. See, with all of this thing, you can see that the Congolese are faulted. And also Article 21 of the FIFA disciplinary code provides that a team fielding in an ineligible player shall forfeit the match. I will say it again. Article 21 of the FIFA disciplinary code provides that a team, any team fielding an ineligible player, he or she, depending on the national side, must forfeit the match. In other words, playoff matches are considered, official competition matches and are also subject to strict eligibility compliance. Now, let's talk about finally the decision and the observance. Now, the decision, according to the FIFA Disciplinary Committee rules as follows. Let's talk about this. Players of the Congo side, the 6 players of the Congo side national team who were ineligible at that time of the best losers playoff must, due to an incomplete nationality switch, DR Congo is deemed to have fielded an ineligible player. The playoff match is declared forfeited. It should be declared forfeited rather. And now the result is recorded as DR Congo 0, Nigeria 0. This is a report terminating just like now. Now also, the Nigerian national team, talk about the football team, is declared the winner of the best losers playoff round. Nigeria is thereby awarded qualification to the 2026 World Cup. And also, the DR Congo national team is disqualified from the playoff pathway, but retains the right to appeal before the FIFA FIFA appeals committee. Now, lastly, observations. The committee emphasizes that nationality switch procedure are fundamental to preserving competitive integrity in national football. Talk about FIFA. Now, if you look at this, you would understand that there should be a strict compliance that is mandatory on this news. So what are we trying to say? What are we trying to say? Looking at all of these verdicts, looking at all of these articles, 31, 4, 6, all of the articles we heard us say, all of these articles, it literally says that, I'm smiling because it sounds to be good news, that the Congolese would not be part of the World Cup, but then this still remains in a balance and still hangs in the balance, that's the word. We have to still wait for the final news. So this is according to reports. But the FIFA body, this report says also coming from FIFA, some sources in FIFA body saying that this is what will happen. We just gave it to you. But we'll have to wait from now till possibly 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Nigerian time to give you the final conclusion if this one will stand out or not. If it does stand out, then you could say glory to God that the Super Eagles will be out of the World Cup. But let's give you some headlines before we give you the news, the weight, and why we might make it to the World Cup. Now, in tennis world, Alex de Minaur, you know him, he has claimed his maiden Rotterdam crown after edging Olga Aliassime in an indoor streak. That's the headline in tennis. And also we talk about his medical timeout with Olga Aliassime. Now we also move to another headline that states this one, tennis, Accusses taking nothing for granted on return to action. Given Carlos Accusses is the #1 player in the PIF ATP ranking and has just completed a career Grand Slam, in this very phase in the Australian Open win, he could be forgiven for sitting back and admiring his work so far in 2026. Also, another headline in tennis says that WTA tennis, Victoria Mboko reacts to withdrawal to top 2 tennis stars in Dubai. And then another also reporting staying in the tennis world that says rule violation, Argentine tennis player suspended for sports betting. It's out of the game. You can't afford to do that. You can't be placing a bet and then you're a sportsman. That is unprofessional. Now, boxing headline says, hopefully tomorrow we'll give you all of this news because she'll be telling you about the weight of why Super Eagles might just maybe. Now, Mike Tyson also says only 2 men stands above the rest as greatest heavyweight ever. And he was asked a question and he said something because don't forget he became the youngest world heavyweight champion in history and later secured undisputed status, claiming knockout wins over fighters such as I think he had a fight with Larry Holmes and then Michael Spinks along the way. But a shock to fate to Butler Douglas ended his title reign. But he was asked a question, who he feels is the best. I think it was on a podcast. And he said, Muhammad Ali, then me. Tyson then insisted that the majority of the general public would agree with his placement. Well, he's one of my goats anyway. Muhammad Ali, top-notch boxer during this time. And also the headline in Golf World says, remarkable return with victory, because we've seen an overwhelmed Anthony Kim. He's completed a remarkable return to golf with victory at the Live event in Adelaide. And talk about this man, his first tournament win after a 12-year absence, during which he battled drug and then alcoholic addiction. Now that's a headline. We jump from that one. We tell you this one again, which stays still a golf story. Star Telco wins back-to-back on Sunshine Ladies Tour. Talking about the German on this very phase. So what do we do from here? We need to go on a break, and when we return, hopefully we tell you the roundup why Nigerians, that's the word, sorry I'm saying Nigerians, why Nigerians protest against DR Congo holds a very big weight. You want to know? Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be back just shortly. Oh yes, welcome back from that quick break. We needed to run and just run because we need to bring you this very one. You're still watching the Voice of the Television, Lagos, Nigeria, and it's a judgment day, it's a verdict day, it's a day that we are waiting to know what will be the outcome. It's a day that I'm asking questions, whose report do you believe? Now, will Nigeria make it to the World Cup? Intercontinental place? Time tells. Will it be DR Congo? Time tells, but I will celebrate if it happens to go Nigerians' way. But let's tell you what's really going on at this point in time, because how weighty is this? The footballing nation, the football world holds its breath as FIFA deliberates on Nigeria's protest against the Democratic Republic of Congo, a decision that could dramatically reshape the landscape of African representation in the upcoming intercontinental playoff of the 26th World Cup. At the heart of Nigeria's contention lies a assertion that DR Congo fielded 6 ineligible players in their crucial playoff tournament in Morocco last year, a claim bolstered by the unique complexities of Congolese law regarding dual citizenship. Now, let me explain. If FIFA finds in Nigeria's favor, if it goes Nigeria's way, the Super Eagles, despite their on-field struggles, could find themselves soaring into a coveted playoff spot, replacing the Leopards in a twist of fate that would send shockwaves across the continent. The core of Nigeria's argument hinged on a fundamental conflict between the international football regulation and the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's to say, the hinge of this, the core of Nigeria's argument, hangs on a fundamental conflict between the international football regulation and the national laws of the Democratic Republic of Congo, while FIFA statutes generally for players representing a national team, provided they meet certain criteria. The DRC Congo side legal framework offers a strict contrast. So it's contrary. Congolese law explicitly does not recognize or accept dual citizenship for its citizens. This legal singularity forms the bedrock of Nigeria's protest, creating a compelling narrative that transcends mere sporting rivalry and delves into the intricate of interplay of, talk about the interplay of national sovereignty and intercontinental international sporting governance. For the 6 players in question, who presumably hold another nationality, please understand this. For the 6 players who in question have presumably hold another nationality in addition to their Congolese heritage, their participation in the World Cup qualifiers under the banner of DR Congo immediately raises a red flag. If Congolese law dictates that holding another passport automatically nullifies their Congolese citizenship, then their eligibility to represent the nation in the eyes of their own government becomes inherently compromised. That's what it is. This isn't a minor administrative oversight. It is a profound legal discrepancy that, if proven, would render their presence on the field a violation of fundamental principles. The precedent for such a scenario, though rare, is not entirely unheard or international sports. But cases of ineligible players whether due to age discrepancies, undisclosed previous representation, or as in this stance. I must tell you, bro, citizenship issues have periodically led to sanctions point. And it has led to point deduction as well, or even disqualification. Now, FIFA, as the ultimate arbiter of international football, has a responsibility to uphold the integrity of this competition. This means ensuring that all participating teams adhere not only to FIFA's own regulations, but also, where relevant, to the national laws that govern the eligibility of their players. Nigeria's legal team will undoubtedly present a meticulous case, meticulously outlining the specific articles of Congolese law that prohibits dual citizenship, and then demonstrating how these laws directly impact the eligibility of the accused players. Now, we'll wrap up with this. They will argue that the DR Congo Football Federation, by extension, the team should have been accurately aware of these national legal restrictions and taking appropriate measures to ensure the eligibility of their own squad. Ignorance of the law, as this adage goes on, ignorance of the law, as this adage goes, is no excuse, especially when a coveted World Cup sport is on the line. I don't know how you want to paint this. There's no bad way of doing good things. The encounter argument from DR Congo will likely center on what? The interpretation of FIFA's own statutes regarding players' eligibility. This one, let's say, they might argue that FIFA rules is not their own way. They might argue that FIFA rules, being an intercontinental sporting body, should take precedence, and then as long as the players meet FIFA. No, they have not met the criteria for representing the national team. So, however, this argument tends to crumble when faced with the absolute nature of the national side citizenship laws. If considered a citizen of a country, they are representing, if they are not citizens of the country they are representing, according to that country's own law, then their eligibility to represent them on the intercontinental space, on the global stage, becomes inherently questionable. Furthermore, the implication of this case extends beyond just the immediate outcome. A ruling in Nigeria's favor would send a clear message to all national federations due to diligence in player eligibility, encompassing both intercontinental, international sporting regulation, and then national laws is paramount. Please, FIFA, do the needful. It would underscore the importance of understanding and respecting the legal framework of the nations whose players are being selected for the intercontinental competition. For the Super Eagles, who enjoyed a disappointing campaign marked by inconsistent performance and a failure to secure direct qualification of this protest, while some might argue that a qualification of this one, the reality is that the rules of the game encompass more than just what happens between the touchline. If DR Congo demonstratively violated the rules, then Nigeria, by pursuing this protest, is simply seeking a redress within the established framework of the international body. I need to go, but I tell you, the emotional roller coaster for Nigeria fans has been palpable from the initial despair of missing. So let me just wrap up by saying, let's do the needful. In conclusion, Nigeria's protest against Congo is far more than just a last-ditch effort to salvage a disqualification campaign or salvage a qualification campaign. It is a robust argument rooted in the clear and ambiguous legal framework of Congolese citizenship. The non-acceptance of dual nationality in DR Congo's law presents a formidable challenge to eligibility of the players' question. As FIFA meticulously reviews the evidence, the Super Eagles of Nigeria stands a chance of making it to the intercontinental place and the face. Thank you so much. We need to call it a close here. We have the media news coming up next for 12, and also tomorrow we'll be on the show to tell you the outcome and the result of that very one. I will stand by saying, FIFA, do what is right. Let the rules be stated, because the world is watching. The world is watching. Thank you so much for being part of the show, and it's time for us to go on. Everything that's got to start will definitely come to an end. Don't go anywhere. Keep watching VOP TV. It is Voice of the People Television. Yes, it's time for us to go. Let's hope the result goes our way. See you again. Good morning once again.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa, aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile, na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu, na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa, wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra, mee nnukwu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike, ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ. Ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo, ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị. Ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ, ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị ọlịba onye agbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo, anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị
National Orientation Agency.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the midday news on Voice of the People Television. I am Solomon of First Our Top Stories. Protest resumed at National Assembly over e-transmission of results. Troops foil ISWAP and Boko Haram attacks in Borno. Soldiers kill 2 terrorists and seize AK-47 in Ondo. Sultan calls on Muslims to sight new moon tomorrow. Lagos clarifies VIO ruling limited to FCT. OT announces plan to settle 22-year-old councillor's arrears. In business, NATO calls on FCCPC and NMDPRO to tackle all monopolies. In sport, Super Eagles to face Jordan in World Cup friendly. And in the world of entertainment, police investigate death of 2 Nollywood crew members in Lagos. Those are our top stories. Now I'll bring you details of these news and more on On our news, first, with protesters returned to the National Assembly today demanding that real-time electronic transmission of election results be made mandatory in the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026. Groups including Situation Room and ActionAid called for an end to manual correlation, saying it opens the door to result manipulation. After a 5-day pause following assurances from last Tuesday's sitting, demonstrators were blocked by security from entering the complex and held their protest outside the gate. They insisted that full transparency and real-time e-transmission are essential, noting that the election budget already covers the necessary technology. The Senate is set to reconvene Tuesday at 11 a.m. to make further national decisions. The protesters say they will continue pressing lawmakers until real-time transmission is guaranteed. Now to security matters, troops of the Joint Task Force Operation Adinkai have compelled coordinated attacks by suspected Boko Haram and ISOP fighters in Pulka and Mandaragiro communities in Borno State. Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, media information officer of the operation, said the attacks occurred late Saturday with insurgents advancing from the Sambisa forest axis to overrun military positions. Soldiers engaged the attackers in intense firefighting, containing the assault. Although part of the defensive perimeter was briefly breached, causing damage to some combat equipment and facilities, reinforcement from the 26th Brigade forced the insurgents to retreat. Intelligence report indicates the terrorists suffered heavy casualties, including a senior commander, Abu Aisha, who was critically injured and killed, alongside significant losses of weapons and equipment. In a related development, troops of the Joint Task Force Operation Were Stroke have dislodged suspected terrorists from a hideout in Katsinala local government area of Benue State. According to a statement from Lieutenant Ahmad Zubeiru, acting media information officer of OPWS, the troops recovered a significant cache of ammunition and other items during the raid. The force commander, Major General Moses Guerra, commended the intelligence team for providing timely information and praised the troops for their resilience, professionalism, and tactical skill. He emphasized the importance of continued collaboration between security forces and local communities and urged the public to keep providing credible information to support security operations. Elsewhere, troops of the 32 Artillery Brigade have killed 2 suspected armed terrorists and recovered weapons during an operation in Ondo State. In a statement from the Nigerian Army, the Assistant Director of Army Public Relations, Major Irabo Njoka, said the troops deployed at a forward operating base Auga carried out the operation along the Akunu-Auga Road. Acting on credible intelligence, the soldiers intercepted the suspect and recovered an AK-47 rifle with 2 magazines and 61 rounds of ammunition, 3 mobile phones, a jackknife, a torchlight, suspected illicit drugs, trams, and 39,000 naira, among other items. The army said the operation highlighted commitments to denying criminals freedom of action and protecting lives and property in Ondo State. It added that patrols and clearance operations would continue in collaboration with other security agencies and urged the public to keep providing timely and credible information to support security efforts. Still talking security, 3 major camps controlled by notorious bandits leader Kachala Babangida in Kogi West have been destroyed in a joint operation by Nigerian security agencies and local vigilantes. Kogi Commissioner for Information Kingsley Fanwu said the operation involved the Office of the National Security Advisor, the 12th Brigade of the Nigerian Army, Navy, Air Force, Police, DSS, and local vigilantes. Supported by airstrikes and ground engagements, the operation neutralized schools of bandits rescued kidnapped victims. The state government has moved the rescued victims to medical facilities and will later transfer them to IDP camps before reuniting them with their families. Fanwo added that State Security Advisor Jerry Omodara praised the officers' bravery and reaffirmed continued government support to combat banditry and terrorism. Away from security matters now, the Nigerian Supreme Court for Islamic Affairs says Muslims across the country will search for the crescent moon on Tuesday, February 17, 2026, to mark the beginning of Ramadan 1447 AH. If the moon is sighted, fasting will begin on Wednesday, February 18. Otherwise, Ramadan will commence on Thursday, February 19. The Sultan of Sokoto and the President General of the Council, Muhammad Saad Abubakar, announced this in a statement issued by the Secretary General, Ishaq Oloyede. He added that the National Moon Sighting Committee, in collaboration with the National Space Research and Development Agency, has made arrangement for the official observation. In another development, the Lagos State government has clarified the legality of its vehicle inspection officer's operation following reactions to a recent Court of Appeal ruling in Abuja. The judgment barred VIOs in the Federal Capital Territory from stopping motorists impounding vehicles or imposing fines. In a statement from the Commissioner for Justice, Lawal Pedro, the government said claims that the rulings applies nationwide were misleading. The ministry explained that the Federal High Court's decision, later upheld by the Appeal Court, stemmed from the absence of statutory powers for VIOs in the FCT to carry out such actions. While acknowledging the judgment's validity, Lagos emphasized that it does not affect states with their own enabling laws. The statement comes amid ongoing public debate following the Court of Appeal's decision, which upheld a ruling that restrained VIOs in the FCT from impounding vehicles or imposing fines. In the eastern part of the country, Governor Alex Oti has announced that his administration will begin settling outstanding salary arrears owed to former local government councillors in Abia State who served between 1999 and 2022. The payment, which accumulated under previous administrations, will start before the end of the month and be disbursed in batches. Oti said during a meeting with members of the Association of Former Elected Councillors in Umuahia. He noted that while the issue was previously brought to his attention, it was not fully aware of the complexities involved, including ongoing court cases. The governor emphasized that his administration is committed to addressing inherited challenges, saying leadership should be about stewardship and problem solving. Joining us in the studio to help analyze the midday news is Darlington Agumo. Virtually we have Somi Uranta. Uranta is an activist and public affairs analyst. But let's start with the studio where we have Barrister Agumo with us. Thank you for joining us on the news.
Yeah, Solo, how are we today?
We're good. Thanks for asking. Let's go to the first topic for discussion, which is protesters returning to the National Assembly today, demanding that real-time electronic transmission of election results be made mandatory in the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. It's good to know that the protest, which is a statutory rights of citizens in a democratic setting, have not stopped, and the Senate keep receiving pressure from some of these rights groups to make real-time electronic transmission of election results mandatory and imputed in the Electoral Act, as against the semantics that the Senate has been playing in recent days. What's your take on that?
My take is that the protest should continue. In fact, more Nigerians should join, because this is our future, this is our life. We cannot continue to do the same thing all over and expect a different result. Solomon, over the years, Nigeria have never had a credible election. It started with Yaradua. You can imagine when a president was elected in office and the man came out and said, look, this election that brought me to power is not pure. Yaradua. You can imagine since that time, we have never had any credible election in Nigeria. Why? Is it a cause? So they should do the right thing. That's what we are saying. Make it mandatory. That we want to see that word, mandatory. Mandatory, yes. So that any result that was not posted through transmission, it should not be counted. Yes. But with this hybrid, you can do manual, you can do electronic. You are giving room for manipulation. You are giving room for fraud. Because what stops the INEC people, what stops them from telling you that there is no network, there is no deal, therefore to save time, let us use manual. And from there, a lot of things will go wrong. We don't want that trial and error method again. After all, other countries that got it right, do they have two heads?
Now, before we go into the nitty-gritty of the Senate's controversial decision, let's keep with the protest. How much of an impact do you think this protest will last, considering the Senate, I'm not sure that they looked disturbed. Nigerians, we may be thinking the protest as a mounting pressure on the Senate, but the Senate don't look like there's any pressure as far as this decision is concerned. How much of an impact do you think this protest will?
It was the protest that brought about the hybrid solution they provided. But we are saying that hybrid is not enough. Electronic transmission and then manual, we don't want it. So if they go further, anybody who wants the good of this country should support the protesters and what they are doing.
I don't know if our virtual guest is available. Let's go over to him. Sami Oranta is an activist and public affairs analyst. Mr. Oranta, okay, I've just been informed he's not available, so we just have to continue
yes, he must be at the protest ground.
Well, that's a good cause. So we know if one thing our politicians are good at in terms of negativity is how to organize counter-protest. We've seen different protests in this country where there are usually an alleged counter-protest, which later disintegrate into mayhem. Some have accused the government of having to sponsor hoodlums to hijack this protest. Don't you see that happening and that thwarting the good that this protest was supposed to bring?
No, the counter-protest will not even work.
I mean, we saw a little of that on the first day of the
other time,
protest.
but it didn't go far because the real protesters matched them. Yes, they proved their method. So I don't think anybody will make that mistake again. I don't think so. It's not going to work. That's just the truth. I don't expect it anyway. Because the people that they went to employ, imagine somebody employing you to go and protest. Not that you are protesting for the good of the country. Not that you are protesting for
that has never stopped them in the past. We're talking about money here. Nigerians are very good at receiving compensation for the now instead of thinking ahead.
Yes, but this time around, I don't think, because the new protesters are more serious, they are more in number, and they are ready to match them. That's just the truth. Yes, the genuine protesters are on ground. So what will you be coming to do to counter the protest? Or in what form? That you don't want the real electronic transmission of results? Is that what you are coming to say?
We also know that in other clients, during protests, we see security operatives, law enforcement agents, helping protesters to make sure law and order and even safeguard protesters. But Nigerians, we've had a different experience when it comes to that. Don't you see law enforcement been manhandling protesters in this case?
Look, it will be a shame on the police if they should allow this.
Well, that have not stopped them in the past.
That was in the past.
You think this time will be different? After all, the APC government have been accused of doing this a lot, especially in the Buhari administration.
Solomon, the difference is that Donald Trump is watching. He is monitoring them now. He is watching what is going on. So I don't think this government would want to attract more infamy to themselves. Yes, Donald Trump is watching Nigeria. And so this APC has to be very careful. That is just the difference. Donald Trump is watching us now. In fact, if they eat in Aso Rock now, the man has to know whether they are consuming a lot. So that, people are very careful now. That's what happens when you refuse to do the needful, then somebody will do it for you. They will not make that mistake. Not this period. No, they won't make that mistake.
Now let's go to the crux of the matter now, which is the real transmission of election results. The former INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu have come out a few days ago to say beavers don't need internet to operate, that it can operate offline. And then in an instance where they are in a place where internet operation is spotty, by the time this election has been signed by the appropriate persons, the election officer and the different agents present, the election officer can upload these results. Then on the way to the collection center, whenever they come across network, even the smallest of network, whatever has been sent will go. So this is not exactly a problem. And of course, let's also remember that he's talking based on the calculation of last election, which means between 2023 and now, more places that you assume there are no internet connection, they should have internet connection. So really, there's really no reason for the Senate to be economical with the truth in this case.
Are you serious? So Mahmoud Yakubu has this idea.
Well, in this case, let's not talk about the messenger. Let's talk about the message.
I disagree. If he had done right, there won't be any need for what we are talking about today. If he had done the right thing. I have problem with these people. It is only when they leave office that they become activists. They start providing solutions for what they couldn't do when they were in office.
They start making revelations.
Yes. So, in fact, it is a shame on him to say that. A very big shame. Up to today, has he told us what is that glitch? That glitch that happened in 2023, has he told us? And it had to be presidential election specifically. And now such a person is talking and the press are listening to him. The press are listening to him. So he want to be a good and patriotic Nigerian because they have been given an ambassadorial position. Can you just imagine? If you have done the needful, will Nigeria are we going to be talking about this now? Allow these other people to make their own mistake too. So that the next person will come and prefer solution.
Okay.
We are a nation of mistakes.
Somi Uranta is finally here with us, joining us virtually. Mr. Uranta, thank you for joining us. He's an activist and public affairs analyst. We were talking about the protest going on at the National Assembly, demanding for real-time electronic transmission of results. What's your take on that before we move on to the next topic for discussion? Please unmute your device. We can't hear you.
Yeah. So I was saying that it's a great news that Nigerians are making demands on the government to, actualize and objectify the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians. These guys in power, they are quite few. The power of sovereignty resides with the people, and there's no reason why they will not, help through their offices to objectify the yearnings of Nigerians. Nigerians say they want they want timeous, immediate transmission of results from the polling units to the center, the collation centers, electronically. They don't want manual collation because of the fraud that is have been detected in that process. So I don't see what is difficult in them doing that for Nigerians. Are they there for themselves or for Nigerians? So I see that Nigerians must continue to make demands on them. Why they've been doing this and getting away with all the shenanigans they've been carrying out, all the subterfuge they've been carrying out against the interests of Nigerian people is because we seem to be so docile. But Nigerians must stand up and make demands on them. They either do what you want or they quit that place. They are no more than Nigerians. They are no more important than Nigerians. You know, it's not everybody that will become a legislator. It's not everybody that will become work in the executive. So they must obey what Nigerians want and actualize it for us. That is the minimum demand from Nigerians. And the issue of whether there's network or no network, there is nowhere in Nigeria, no remotest village that there are no POS machines and it operates. And again, the fact that they say you can even upload it just like WhatsApp. When you get to where on your way to the collection center, this thing can drop. I mean, it's a reason why not for them to obey and do what Nigerians want. Even if we get our fingers burnt, we know that it is we that have done it. Our people used to put a parable. They said that Aki Gurumata for a child who wake up in the morning and said that he wants palm kernel. If it begin to pain him, I mean his stomach having a stomach ache, he will know that it is him that requested for it. So let them give it to Nigerians. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's stay with you, Mr. Oranta, to a security situation where it looks like our security agencies are beginning to make some gains. The stories we have here: troops of Joint Task Force Operation Adenke have repelled coordinated attacks by suspected Boko Haram and Naswat fighters in Borno State. We also have another story here that troops of Joint Task Force Operation Westroke have dislodged suspected terrorists from a hideout in Kasinala local government area of Benue State. And we have troops of 32 Artillery Brigade killed 2 suspected armed terrorists and recovered weapons during an operation in Ondo State. This should be good news as far as the fight of insecurity and insurgents is in Nigeria.
Yes, it's good news enough. It's good enough in news for us. But the problem I'm having is that there is no coordinated, action on this fight against insecurity. We seem to be speaking from both sides of our mouth. We seem to be, acting in one way in one area and acting the other way in another area. And that makes a mess of the whole exercise. If we are fighting terrorism, let them go all out. And let the government show that they are serious by canceling that obnoxious process where they call it de-radicalization and reintegration. And then they must create a way of weeding out all those dangerous elements, those fifth columnists in the Nigerian armed forces, which the government, allowed into the system. Those are the ones that are creating the problem. When they make a plan, before the plan is being executed, the enemies have known what the plans were already. So we need to do something and so that we can get away from that, level of action. We must have a concerted effort, well consolidated, so that when we're attacking them, we know we're attacking them, and not in one area they're making holding meetings and then trying to negotiate with them. In another area, government is fighting them or the military is fighting them. It does not make sense. We must act, in one spirit, in one mind, and take the right action at the right time.
Okay, back to you, Brasta Gomo. After all the mayhem that happened in Nigeria, as far as insecurity is concerned, and the terrorists looking like they are walking free, these stories should be good news and reduce pressure on Nigerian security personnel as far as the fight and insecurity is concerned.
I don't think so. For me, the Nigerian army are not doing enough. In fact, they are not doing anything, seriously. I don't believe that we'll have a Nigerian army that is dedicated, that is diligent in their work. And then these terrorists will keep us busy for 15 years now. I mean, look at it yourself. It's like we don't even have the military here.
Now,
to add to it, America had to come in here.
I've heard some people argue in defense of the military that the military personnel, the military leaders can only go as far as the leaders want them to go. I mean, we keep hearing that some top-ranking politicians are sponsoring these people. We keep hearing news of some persons arrested, and then the DPO will get a call from someone, and then these people will be released.
Let the military do their work, and let me see how the government will now reprimand them or react, or and then you will now know what the public will do. The military have not shown that, yes, they want this thing to be ended because some people are benefiting from it. That is just the simple reason, nothing else. Some top brass military men they are gaining fat from this insurgency or terrorism. That's why they don't want it to end. So why should you now blame the government? That government will stop the military from doing their work, and that military will not accept. You are embarrassing yourself as a military officer. That ragtag terrorists will be killing your men, killing your people, and you are there. It doesn't speak well of you. It's an embarrassment.
Okay, away from that, we have to move on. Lagos State government has clarified the legalities of its Vehicle Inspection Officers Operation, that's VIO, following reaction to recent Court of Appeal ruling in Abuja, where the judgment barred VIOs in the FCT from stopping motorists, impounding vehicles, and imposing fines. What's your reaction on that?
Yes, because in Nigeria, especially in this Lagos, some people are overzealous. They take advantage of everything. The rules here over this vehicle inspection. In fact, there are no rules. Tomorrow you see the VIO doing the work of LASMA. The other day you see LASMA doing the work of VIO, or police doing the work of VIO. Even when the difference is very clear, they wouldn't hear because they want to collect money from you. It's good that Lagos State is... In fact, I want somebody to take them to court. Yes, let somebody take them to court so that they will hear. Because you need to see the level of embarrassment, the level of extortion by these people. Because they want to make quick money out of you. They now break the rules. They are no longer working according to what the law says. No more boundaries. No more boundaries. You don't know where your work will stop and where the other ones begins. But because you want to make money from every motorist, you now breach the law. You now breach the law because you feel that the person will not do anything. That's just the truth.
Mr. Rauta, do you think the court judgments of FCT, do you think it will work in Lagos, considering while we've had some allegations from residents about some of these activities of VIOs and LATMA, just like Barrister Agomo just alluded to, you can't... These people sometimes have argued that sometimes they do this to stop criminals from parading the streets of Lagos. What's your take on that? Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
The VIOs in Lagos are nothing but a money-generating agency. The way they go about carrying out their jobs does not really show professionalism. All they're interested in is to make money. And I'm not a lawyer. I wouldn't know if Lagos have the right to exclude themselves from the judgments, delivered in Abuja. But I think the same High Court that gave that judgment, it should be able to cover the entire nation. But it is for the lawyers to know that and say if really Lagos is excluded or other states are excluded from it or part and parcel of the whole judgment. But the thing is that whichever way it goes, government agencies should not all be focused on money making alone. There should be corrective aspect to it. There should be, in fact, the whole essence is to ensure that there's a free flow of traffic, that there is, symmetric movement of vehicles on the road. But they rather cause more problems on the road. All they are interested in is how to collect money. If when they're coming out in the morning, they are well geared up and with a target of how much they will make in every given day. And that is not good for us.
Okay.
Whatever they decide, it should be to make sure that there's free flow of traffic and that vehicles are well. They even look at it. The vehicles, the question is not whether the vehicles are roadworthy. Is the road worthy of the vehicles that apply it when the government have not repaired the roads? So it makes a mess of the whole thing, honestly.
Okay. Now, we know that to our next topic for discussion, we know that the difference between on paper, military leadership and civilian leadership or democracy it's supposed to be in terms of governance. And we've had different lapses as far as governance is concerned. And in Abia State, Governor Alex Otti has promised to rectify some of that with promise by his administration to begin settling outstanding salary arrears owed to former local government councillors in Abia State who served between 1999 and 2002. It's difficult to believe that these people are being owed that long. What's your take?
Yes, my take is that this is an embarrassment to Orji Kalu, T.A. Orji, Igbazu,
and the other past governors of Abia State.
Yes, in fact, I like what Alex Otti is doing, even though there is a political undertone to it. It's a huge embarrassment. I'm not joking. So let Orji Kalu come and tell us all the things he performed that he's making mouth all over the place. If you cannot pay salary, then what achievement have you made? If you cannot pay salary, what achievement have you made? So these are issues. Governor Otti, in fact, I praise you for this. Let me see how these people will come to Abia to campaign for 2027.
Okay.
Let me see how they will do that.
Mr. Ranta, let's leave you with the last word. Your take on this story as we end the analysis segment.
In fact, I want to say I agree with Barrister Darlington, my good friend. See, there is no political undertone. People that are owed their salaries, that the government of Alex Otti wants to pay them, there's no political undertone. Let him just pay them. And those people, those three governors who had ruled that state 8 years, from Ojus Okalu to Chodoji to Ikwazu that used to give Abians gari and soup. You wrap it and give to them as empowerment. Let the governor pay these people their money because it's what they worked for. Let him pay them. And there is no political undertone. Let them come and use whatever means to remove the governor and install themselves. Except Abians want to go back to the wilderness, which I'm sure will not happen. So it's a great thing, and God bless the governor, Alex Otti, the man who makes things happen. God bless him really good, and God bless Abians. Thank you.
Indeed, let's leave it at that, Mr. Ranta. Thank you very much for your time. Somi Ranta is an activist and public affairs analyst, and of course, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for your time. Barrister Darlington Agomo.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Now, moving on, let's see. More news. You're still watching the midday news on VOP TV. Still ahead, TCN restores Shiroro Mando transmission line. I'll bring you details of this and more when we come back from our break. Stay with us. Thanks for staying tuned. This is the Midday News on VOP TV. The transmission company of Nigeria says the 330 kilovolt Shiroro Mando transmission line has been fully restored and is now operational. TCN's General Manager of Public Affairs, Ndidimba, said engineers completed the necessary repairs. She added that the restoration has boosted bulk power supply to the Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company, easing the power shortages that had affected the state. In celebration of the birthday of Pastor Enoch Adeboye, Reached for Christ organized Light Up Olusosun, an education and advocacy outreach held at the Olusosun landfill in Ojota, Lagos. The initiative themed Taking Education to Olusosun is aimed at providing structured learning support to children living in and around the landfill community, reinforcing the message that geography must not limit a child's destiny. VOP TV Oindamola Ulukuta now report.
The outreach brought together volunteers, faith leaders, and advocates who converged at the Olusosun dump site to engage children through learning support activities and encouragement. Organizers explained that the campaign addresses the harsh realities faced by children growing up in one of Africa's largest landfill environments, where poverty, environmental hazard, and social exclusion often restrict access to formal education.
We decided to focus on lighting up our environments, reaching out to the less privileged, and also winning souls, drawing men to the knowledge of Christ and to the knowledge of light.
Speaking during the outreach, Mr. Emmanuel Emefinim emphasized that education remains one of the most powerful tools for transformation. He noted that taking learning directly to undeserved communities demonstrates that every child deserves opportunity regardless of background. Chairman of Reach for Christ, Pastor Leke Adeboye, drew a biblical connection to the program, referring to the scripture that emphasized on when I was hungry, you gave me food. When I was naked, you clothed me. He stressed that service to humanity is service to God, and that caring for vulnerable children reflects true faith in action.
There are some questions that God Almighty will ask us when we get to heaven. He would ask us that when I didn't have clothes, did you give me clothes? When I didn't have food, did you give me food? When I didn't have shelter, did you provide shelter? As a matter of fact, when I had medical issues, how did you help me? So that's one of the things that we would answer when we get to heaven.
Also speaking, Mrs. Temiloluwa Adeboye, a board member of Dare Adeboye Foundation, highlighted the growing number of children without access to formal education and the urgent need for sustained intervention. She reaffirmed the commitment of the Dare Adeboye Foundation to initiative that expand educational access and restore hope.
We believe in education, and having more people who are educated will eradicate a lot of vices in the community. Statistically, there are about 1.5 children out of school in the southwestern part of Nigeria. In Ogun State in particular, there are about 20% of that number of children out of school. And our goal today is to launch our initiative, which is the REST initiative, is restructuring education, skills, and technology.
One of the beneficiaries, Adewale Stephen, shared the story of transformation. Once a child within the Olusosun community is now in senior secondary school 3, he attributed his academic progress to the initiative and the consistency support he received.
One woman called me that day that I should come, that she want to preach for me. So I was like, waiting, you want to preach for me? I lived there. So one might told me that I should go and meet that woman back, that I know what she want to told me. I just go back. Now I'm in SS3. I wanted to do YA this year.
Organizers say Light Up Olusosun is not just a celebration event, but a sustained call to action, proving that location should never determine limitation. From Olusosun, Ojota, Lagos, this is Oindamola Olukuto reporting for Voice of the People TV.
In politics, the All Progressives Grand Alliance has released the list of cleared aspirants for its chairmanship primaries ahead of the 2026 local government elections in Anambra State. The list issued at the party's state secretariat in Awka includes candidates cleared to contest across the 21 local government areas. In a statement signed by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Ejimofo Okpara, ABGA said the clearance followed the completion of screening in line with its guidelines. The party added that all aspirants met the requirements to participate in the primaries to select council chairmanship candidates. ABGA reaffirmed its commitment to transparent and credible primaries and urged members to remain united and abide by party rules. The Anambra local government elections are scheduled for August 29 as political parties set up preparations. And now to business news. The Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners has called on the federal government, Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority to urgently address what it describes as monopolistic practices in the oil and gas sector. Speaking at an event, NARTO President Yusuf Ottoman warned that monopoly threatens the survival of petroleum transporters. He called for a fair pricing system to ensure the transportation of petroleum products remains sustainable and profitable. Ottoman added that the association will continue to resist practices that undermines its members' operations. In his goodwill message, the Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Shehu Mohammed, urged operators to prioritize safety, stressing that road safety is a shared responsibility. And out to sports news, the Super Eagles of Nigeria will face Jordan in an international friendly in Amman this March. Jordan is using the match as a part of preparations for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. However, Nigeria's participation will depend on FIFA's pending decision on the country's eligibility protest against the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Super Eagles are also in talks with Iran for another friendly during the March window. Jordan will be making their first ever World Cup appearance this summer. And on to entertainment news, where the Lagos State Criminal Investigation Department in Yaba has launched a probe into the mysterious death of two Nollywood crew members found inside a parked vehicle in Lekki Phase 1, where a movie was being filmed. Police spokesperson Benjamin Undeyin says the case has been transferred to the state CID in Panti for further investigation. The victims have been identified as Lightning Director Ekemini GT Ime and Ayodiji Walter Odedion. They were found irresponsive on the premises of Evercare Hospital, reportedly being used as a filming location. Ime, CEO of a lighting company, was well known in the industry with credits including King of Boys and music videos for artists such as Davido. The incident comes days after gospel singer Shegun Praise and 3 crew members were found dead in a studio in the Aja area of Lagos. And that's the news. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage, request photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Solomon of FM. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains,
activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamilani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV.
And welcome to the Spotlight Show, my beautiful people. Yes, this is happening on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And guess what? And I know you have not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agamanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, it's a Monday. Yes, to stay inspired and grounded, because we are bringing you a lot of gist. But before we go into our gist, we have someone that is joining us today. And guess what? You know, the weeks has just been so busy. A lot of people doing the Valentine, people that want to pepper me and people that did not pepper me. But then we stand regardless. All right, you know, we have a guest today joining us. And yes, gracing our screen today is a Nigerian fashion entrepreneur, the creative director of 365 Fashion for Africa, and a proud graduate of Yaba College of Technology. He is passionately redefining African fashion as a bold, confident lifestyle. And he is no other person than Ademola. Ooh, welcome to the show. How are you feeling? Tell me.
I'm good.
On Saturday that there has been a lot of people carrying red things up and down. It has been the Valentine's season. So what is it for you like?
Oh, love is everywhere.
Ooh, I like the feeling. Love is everywhere. So did you have anybody to gift actually?
Actually, it's just my female friend.
Please, see, they started peppering me. Well, I actually got a gift, but I don't want to tell you because a lot of people now don't they open their ear when they know whether they don't give. Yes, I got a gift. Not be only me when I want pepper. But that's actually beautiful. Yeah, so I know that the Valentine's season has always been there and a lot of people gifting. And I hope you got your own gifts too.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely. And I know saying if you not share, but it's well. So Ademola, you've been into the fashion thing for a very long time. So tell me about for people that actually don't know who you are, could you let us know?
Yeah.
Yes, with you.
In short, I'm Adedayo by name. Okay. I graduated from Tech. I'm a fashion director of my brand, 365 Fashion for Africa. Growing up, I so much love fashion because my mom used to, maybe in the festive season, she used to come to Oshodi and then buy stuff for us. Wow. Before the year, maybe from January, I've been looking around, checking, newspaper, and then some others and magazine to see what I'm going to put on.
Okay.
That's the way I just get my inspiration when growing up. But at the long run, I just gather my momentum that this is what I want to do, regardless of what I study in school.
Wow. You know, those days when we used to grow up, I remember I'll tell my parents that, please, they should leave me. I want to be a doctor. And how many times I don't they shout and say, if they ask me, what do you want to be in school? You know, why growing up now? Well, we say, I want to be a doctor. I want to be a nurse. But who go tell me, say, that this is where I'm finding myself. So a lot of people have always had that vision to, do better things or become something else. And fortunately, they're something else. Do you get? Yeah. So it's just like that. And getting to know your story, it's something so inspiring. Yeah. So tell me, how did you come into, this fashion thing? Has it always been on your mind that, I'm going to be this, I'm going to do this? Have you always had this this feeling that you are going to be a fashion person?
Yeah, because almost every time I just like to dress well. I love to look good. And then what just bring me to the fashion space that launched me is when I was schooling then at Yaba Tech, you have a very long time break, like maybe a strike something. Yeah. And it lasts up to like definitely like 8 weeks or so. Wow. Well, at the first week, my body is doing me. I can't just be sitting at home and then.
Yes, you're not doing anything.
I just called one of my big bro in the area then because he's definitely doing well in the estate industry right now. I just said, bro, I don't know what's going on with me, but I'm not fine sitting at home and not doing anything. And this thing has been crossing my mind that I just needed to do it. I think this is the right time. I should just put my hand in something and then that's why I just spoke to the person and he told me how much it's going to take for me to learn this and do that. And to the glory of God, he financed that, and I'm very grateful that he's the person that helped me do that today.
Wow. So Adedayo, I would like to hear this because I heard you say a lot of things about you coming up doing fashion and the rest of them. And something struck my mind. The name of your brand, 365. Why did you choose 365 Fashion Africa? Like, why that name? A lot of people want to choose maybe Adedayo Stitches. A lot of people want to do this, do that. But why did you choose 365 Fashion as your brand name?
Okay. Very close to the moment where I started then.
Yeah.
I was just going to work that very day when I started. It's not even, I don't think it's up to a month. I got that inspiration. I was just going on the road. See, this is how I'm going to be going to work every day. And I said, yes, now. I'm questioning myself and answering myself.
At the same time.
Yes, now, that's the way you are going to be going to work every day because it is what is, you are chasing your passion.
Yes.
And then I just said, yes, now people wear clothes every day.
Abi?
365 every day in the year. I got that, and then I'm dealing with fashion. I just said, let me attach that. But it takes me a while to merge the name because the idea come scattered. Get. I just have to gather everything together. We wear clothes every day, and I'm dealing with fashion. And the brand is for Africa.
Wow, interesting. So before I go into this question, I want to ask, before we still go into the fashion thing, I'd love to ask this question. When last, it's out of the box, when last did you stop collecting? Your parents are alive, eh?
Yeah, I lost one.
Oh,
I lost my dad.
So the one that is your dad? Oh, wow, so sorry about that. But I'd love to ask the question, when last did you stop collecting? Will I put it pocket money? That's how the Nigerians call it. When last did you stop collecting pocket money? Because a lot of people till now, they still collect. They say, oh, daddy, they give me money. Oh, momsy, they give me money. Oh.
So, when I lost my father 2010, I grew quickly.
Ooh.
Because I'm the first child. And then, to some extent, before I left home for school, I told my mom that she should not bother about me anymore for food. Because we are 5 in number, and I'm the first son. And to some extent, if she's catering for me, for us, I think that's a lot on her. And I just tell her that she should not bother about me, that I will, by myself, I will know how to figure myself. Like that, I'll follow people to work.
Wow.
That's an hard labor work.
I'm telling you, like at that young age, Jesus.
But that's the situation I found myself. And thank God, I lost the father, and I'm seeing myself as a father.
As a father too, yes.
Because definitely it's not a serious thing to lost father at just 10 years.
Yes.
But to the glory of God, I'm here today, and I'm happy that the process is what we think.
Oh, wow, that is so interesting. And a lot of people, me, I see it's a collect from Popsi, or me, I'll not lie. We still have plenty of people that still collect. Yes. And they will still be like, oh, normally, they give, you get. When it's time, we always want to give to our parents to make sure that they're okay. But if they still give you, I'm not going to say no now. Yes, I'm always that small baby, and I always collect. You get. So tell me, about 365 fashion, how's the journey been for you?
Yeah. We, at first when we did entrepreneurial school, then I say when you try to create an idea and then first look for friends to support you.
Definitely.
That's how I started. You want to do this, please. I'll even add please then. Please bring it, I'll help you.
Yes.
I will not disappoint you because everyone around now know that, oh, Taylor disappoints. But me, I will put my word first before taking the job. I will not disappoint you. And I'll ask. Because when you are trying to build any brand, you not focus on money first.
Yes.
You focus on the dignity and how well you can do, and then to solve the person's problem.
Yes.
I'll just collect it. I can remember then my classmates, my people in the area.
Yeah.
And because I stay in Mushin there.
Yeah.
I just collect them. I go, I do it for them, then I return. Wow, this thing is nice, but
Yeah.
I know that you can improve over time.
Yeah.
That's what I just got. And to some extent, people like that see they are in my contact today and they're still patronizing me. And I'm very happy for that because they see they are I always tell them that, sir, you are part of my journey. Bro, you are part of my journey.
Yeah.
And they are even glad to hear that.
Wow. Wow. That's so interesting. So I heard you when you said you also made clothes for your classmates. And talking about classmates, you actually went to you're a graduate of Yaba College of Technology.
Yes.
I'd love to ask questions concerning that. You going to school and you also, being in your craft. How were you able to join, making clothes and also going to school together?
Okay. It is tough, but at first I said it's my passion. And I don't see it that stressful then.
Yeah.
When I finish class, I'll just go to the place I learn is at Mushin. Lafia Street at Mushin.
Yeah.
I'll just go there, then do 1 or 2, then go home at street. I do that every day.
Wow.
It's very, very stressful.
Wow.
It's very stressful. I don't see it as something stressful because it is what I want.
So a lot of people, fashion right now has been evolving over time. A lot of people bringing out their own styles, bringing out their own methods of doing things, and So for you, what will I say fashion is to you, in your own terms, in your own word?
Yeah. Fashion is confidence. Fashion is. It's not about sewing. It's not about putting clothes together. It's beyond that. Fashion is creativity. Like just sit down, like you can just place your fabrics on the table and then what do I want to use this? You ask yourself, what do I want to make with this fabric? And from there, because to some extent, some clients even they trust me with their fabrics.
Fabrics, yes.
And they say, Dayo, they call me Dayo. And it's just do anything for me.
Yes.
Do anything for me. Then, to some extent, the person that trusts you with the fabrics will definitely know that, the person definitely know that,
yes.
he will deliver. From there, I'll pick up the fabrics, then inspiration comes, then I deliver. The person says, wow, how do you come about it? I said, it's creativity.
Wow. So let me get you straight. You create your own styles. You create your own designs.
Yes.
What gives you inspiration in doing those things? Because then I actually love fashion too. I love clothes. I love seeing beautiful things. I love seeing beautiful wears. So then those days in school, I always see people, styles, maybe people wearing some styles. I'm like, in my head, how do these people create this kind of things? A lot of people now use, crafts, like all these raffia's materials to make clothes. How do you people create something like that? What really inspires you in creating those things?
Yeah, at first, moving out from your environment, maybe you are going out, you can spot anything. You can even spot a lady dress and see a lady dress.
Yes.
Then okay, if it's like this looks like a lady dress.
Yes.
Let me put it like this. You understand that kind of method, and then moving out every day, and thank God for social media. Even the Western fashion, you can incorporate it in the modern
way, yes.
Yes, an African culture.
Yes.
And that's make everything go okay for me.
Wow. So what makes your design very different from other people's brands? What is all about 365 fashion
Yes.
Africa?
Yeah, my 365 fashion is, I tell myself that I'm not chasing money at first. That is my own aim.
Yes.
And I'm not just creating fashion for people to wear. I create lifestyle.
Mm.
That, oh, if this person put on these clothes, that people should say, who actually did this for you?
Yes.
That is, I create boldness.
Mm.
I create confidence.
Wow. So talking about creativity and clothes that you've actually made, have you been in any position whereby you've made a cloth for a client? Because a lot of people make clothes, and I've seen what you ordered versus what you got online. A lot of people have been, and it's really terrible seeing those kind of things. So what will you talk about? What would you have to say about that? Have you been in such position where you have to make clothes for somebody and the person was devastated, maybe didn't like your own style or didn't like your design at that moment? So how did you come about it? How were you able to solve that particular issue, if you had any?
Okay. Then I to some extent, I don't think I have that kind of issue.
Yeah.
But for you to trust me with your values, I think you know what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Anybody I'm doing, because mostly I get my customer through referral.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's it. When you put on my piece and then just, who sold this to you?
For you, yes.
For you. Definitely you are going to, all my contacts, all my customers, I think I get them from referrals. And that does not make me that, then I've gotten to my best point. No, I still keep learning and improving in everything.
Yeah.
Because to some extent, let me just give you this small hint.
Yeah.
I always tell my customers that I don't know, even if you are not patronizing me again, any fashion designer that you are going to patronize, don't look at, when you take your piece, don't look at the front of the clothes.
Yeah.
I tell them the face of the clothes, don't look at it, turn it and see what the inside looks like. Some just do work anyhow inside, which you just put it on and
it looks tacky.
You understand? And to some extent, you not even, maybe you still be at your events and then you feeling that there's thread in your armpits or something.
Or some places.
You understand? That's I think I always call that's a rough finishing.
Finishing, yes.
I just tell them, and to some extent, I'll even train my customer that if they collect my own clothes, they'll even turn it
upside down.
Dayo, okay. I think we are still in the line. What you told me, you are still doing. I say, I told you. Do you not think I will stop doing that? I said, no. Then later, I just into you. And most of them today, if any piece they want, they just keep calling me, even if I'm too choked, because that's part of the challenges when you don't have enough manpower to work. And then I hope in the future everything will be fine.
Yeah, talking about challenges, you got that right there. Talking about challenges, you talked about trying to meet up with your. So, what are other challenges you faced in your fashion brand?
Okay. Other challenges is I'll talk about pricing because let me not lie to you. What's good is sometimes expensive. Yeah, because some customer will be pricing you with their previous fashion designer or their previous tailor. They will be pricing the same way.
Yeah.
But notwithstanding, I always tell them that even at first, I will do this for you. I'm not doing charity though, but I will tell them that even at all, if I'm going to do this at first for you, I'm just telling you to wear these clothes, wear it to church. I'll tell them, wear it to church, wear it to your events, wear it very well, put it on very well, and let people see it. And definitely, I'm very sure the question they'll ask you, who sewed this for you? Is this the same person that is sewing previous clothes. I'm not
clothes, yes.
saying I'm the best,
Yeah.
but definitely I know what I do.
Wow. Okay. So what is your vision for African fashion in, let's say, in the next 5 years, in all your in your creative process? What is African fashion for you in the next 5 years? How do you see African fashion?
I see the brand having a fashion house, a big fashion house that will employ people, run it as a full corporate fashion house where people work, do a lot like what make of a complete fabric, a complete piece will be inside the fashion house. Because to some extent when we started then, I don't know, this is how we do. We sew, we carry, after you finish sewing, you now carry the piece to someone that will help you do body, or someone that you understand that kind of stress and then this thing. But I know a fashion house will entail all that side. And then that's what I look up to, because that's when the real deal is.
So I would love to ask this question, because you're talking about the processes you had those days where you will have to take your clothes to some other persons to do the finishing and the rest of them. How has it been for you to actually come up with this kind of, like, how will I put it? How have you been able to come up with styles over time, new designs over time? Because a lot of people take designers are always staying put to new designs, new creative process. How do you come up with fresh and new designs?
Okay. We have social media today.
Yeah.
So when dealing with styles, it is not that you have your own idea, but to some extent you take from some people, you take from female designer, you take from male, you take, I said earlier that you, even in the Western world, take part of your design, and to some extent I do little of sketching. Then I can even be doing something that, oh, this is what I want. Before you know it, I will just pop in, and then maybe based on what I've seen before now, let me do it like this. Then I diverted from the way I did it before. So, and everything worked fine.
Wow. So I'd love to ask a question. Who is your ideal client? Because I heard you when you were saying that, that you try to make your designs more affordable, but who is your ideal client?
Yeah, 365 Fashion is a brand that is a luxury brand. Like, we are not just putting fabrics together. We are about doing great thing about fashion, and our main purpose is elegancy. Like, and it's not about doing sewing every day. To some extent, I will not lie to you, I'm not a day-to-day designer. Like, I keep sewing. No. That's not what I do. But when the people that need my service, when it comes, because to some extent you have to know your target audience. I know my target audience. I know where I'm coming from. I know what I want. It's not that I just want to have a space by the roadside and then keep sewing. I understand what it takes to be like that, and then to some extent, when you find your purpose, you definitely know what you want.
Yes. So a lot of people are watching right now, and they always say, I want to go into fashion. I want to be a fashion person. What would be your advice to young and upcoming fashion brands or fashion people that really want to be into that category of fashion and art, basically, what would be your advice to them?
Okay. I will tell the person to chase hard work and be consistent in everything the person is doing, because that puts me ahead of my competitors. Because dealing with fashion is not about it's all about consistency. Sorry,
Yeah.
it's all about consistency. From day-to-day activities,
Yeah.
you have to be, when learning, you have to be doing something every day. Try to imagine yourself doing this, doing that, you understand? And then I will tell them, don't chase money at first.
Yeah.
Some people chase money, then they lose their
They
purpose.
lose their purpose, yes.
Don't chase money, just keep calm and learn it well.
Okay, so do you think African fashion is getting the global recognition it deserves right now in our modern world?
Oh, basically, this we are not international.
Yeah.
But we do have some clients that tell us to do some things for us overseas, but
Yes.
where I want it to be is not there yet. But locally, we are trying our best.
So do you prefer going with, a lot of people have what their brand is, basically known for. So you, in your designs, would you say you prefer doing the African prints or will I put it, the international prints? Which one is more preferable to you? Because a lot of people right now in Nigeria, we always use this, African prints. They always, they've tried to invent more designs on the African prints. So which is more preferable for you?
Yeah, it's just, I'll tell you that African print is just part of what we are doing. That's not our main aim.
Yeah.
Because style is everything. You do this, you do this. I'm not saying you do everything, but style is everything. Like that African print is saying maybe Adire or something, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we have, that's the segment. There's Adire, there's Kashmir, that native attire, there's Ufaku, the Igbos ones, something like that. There's a lot of things we use that to do. Even sometimes I incorporate that Ufaku on a round neck, and it looked very good.
Wow. So is there any project you're working on basically for your fashion brands, or do you have people that you've tutored lately concerning fashion and stuff like that?
Oh, not really, but to some extent, I've been trying my best to assist some young creators.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So how has it been so far so good?
So that's I started that last year.
Yeah.
The beginning of last year. But it's a good journey, and then to some extent, they're catching up.
Okay. Wow, that's interesting. All right. Thank you so much for sharing your life with us on the Spotlight Show.
Precious.
And yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have juicy gist to talk about. Please, because we have not really dissected on the Valentine. Me, I'm still going to talk about it because I have a lot of things to say about it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us and don't move. Catch ya.
Yeah.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards. The Razzmatazz. Music.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. Has happening here on VOP TV. And yes, and I'm sure you haven't forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we had a guest who joined us, and he has been so amazing with fashion and, you know, African fashion basically. It has been such a beautiful time with him here on the Spotlight show, where we talked about fashion, where we talked about, you know, fashion has been evolving, you know, all the time. And a lot of people love good things, good wares, good clothes, beautiful things. And it's also good to look good, because it is good to look good. They always say that the way you dress is the way you are addressed. And yes, I stick to that. And yes, this is the time where we talk about how you guys spent your Valentine's season. And yes, a lot of people wanted to pepper me. But I know that my God did not shame me. Yes, people don't ask me, Precious, where your own gifts? This one, where your own gifts? No worry. It's actually a beautiful thing, and everybody enjoyed themselves during the Valentine. I just they see red, they fly up and down. If it not be flower on a bouquet, if not be bouquet, now all the plenty teddy bear. Later now they go say, Precious, you too dey vain. I beg go. When you see that kind of fine thing, why you no go even kill to am? All right, yes, this is the time where we talk about our celebrities that really made this Valentine, you know, memorable. A lot of people that came out and said, the couples that came out and said that they're going to pepper, even the single one self, no grill. But first off, we're going to talk about Nancy Isime. She actually came out, you know, she got herself something was by, and guess what was that? She got herself a new G-Wagon. You know what is that? It is actually, you know, red. In fact, they call it the peppering season. What is all this? Because what is not to love about this? You go buy the car, come put this big red. I tell you, say red things just they fly up and down. I know it's how they talk, but trust me, this is actually beautiful to see Nancy Isime getting herself. If nobody gift you, gift yourself. I'm telling you, see, this is nobody want dog. Yes, I will still advise you. I said, if anybody no gift you, go and buy. In fact, you deserve that gift. Go and get yourself something. Don't sit down there and say, oh, if one man or one woman no can dash me something or no can gift me, that means I'm not important. It's a lie. Go and gift yourself. You are important. Now me, they say, yes, president tell you, say you are important. You're supposed to get yourself a gift. You get what I'm trying to say? Go sit down one place, self. Even if you have to chop food, chop. Get relaxed. Don't be by force. Say that they not gift you. You're going to gift yourself. It's very important. And seeing Nancy Simmer doing this is actually beautiful. Who not go smile for this kind of G-Wagon? Do you know what it is? I'm telling you. Our fans don't actually come out. A lot of people have actually come out to say, now, wow, for people where they no gift, please. People have actually come out to say a lot of things about Nancy Simmer's new ride. And yes, it's actually beautiful to see. So yes, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And somebody said, congratulations, Mommy Nancy. God has done it for you and he will do more. Amen. Love you. Oh, that's so beautiful. And Asa Olu said, congratulations. And another person said, congratulations. See, and Ando Kari said, in all things we give thanks to Almighty God. And Steve said, what will happen to all the 5 exotic cars she has? I take concern you. She had, and believe these people on social space. Why una they paint? Even for this Valentine, where people suppose they smile, they do this one now don't come out now. Pepe body they do you. If not be saying that Pepe body, they will call this one. Go and buy yourself. If you can afford it, please go and get yourself one and stop being a hater. A lot of people are going through a lot. Don't come and stress people because they don't even give you gifts. You can't feel pained. Whose fault? But then don't be me they go Pepe because me I actually got my own gift, but let's just leave that to all our Valentine. And yes, we are still talking about the Valentine season that just passed, and a lot of beautiful things has been happening to all our celebrities. A lot of people will come they show their love and God. And the next gist we're talking about, Rita Dominic was not left out in the new ride. Do you know what I'm saying? See, cars just they pack everybody, just they get your new Lord of Jesus. Tell me, I say red things are flying up and that you think that is a joke. It's not. But tell me, if they buy you this kind of thing, now Precious, they say, Precious, you are vain. Now lie, yo. I'm not they vain anything. When you see good things, you appreciate good things. Intentional man, now they go, they shall say, Precious, why are you always saying intentional man? See, and yeah, when you love somebody, you want to do a lot of things for that person. And come to think of it, Rita Dominic and her husband is just an example of that. See, Vanza, you carry your woman, come out, get out beautiful things. Don't be to they shout up and down for house every day. Kilo J. See, there are some things that are meant to be, memorable, beautiful things to do. Don't be every day they go to shout divorce up and down. People do. See, I don't tire. I said this year, I beg, may we rest for all those kind plenty talk. For where marriage break, person break head, that one break, leg break. I beg. Let's not be hearing the good things. It's only good news and good things that I want. Me, Prezi wants to be hearing. I don't want to be hearing any other thing. Yes, apart from good news. And yes, talking about, getting gift cards, getting beautiful things. Rita Dominic, this is amazing. But before we go into the comment section, please, is anybody not saying how beautiful she? Oh, Jesus, she's looking fine. See how pretty she is. And it's actually beautiful. Let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning Rita Dominic. Yes, and Eliora 33 said, how I mix Rita Dominic and Stella Damascus. Oh, and still amazes me, great women do. And yes, talking about movies those years. We cannot talk about movies when we don't mention Rita Dominic, because those days I see those movies, and I always enjoy her movies, and it's actually beautiful. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and yes, somebody said, God bless me to give to my man too. Oh, no be to yes. Let me make I talk am now. Women, no, that they calm down. Not be say una want they receive gift. Una no go feed gift person. Even if person no gift you too go and gift. Don't be stingy. Yes, Later now, men go, they say, women, we are too stingy, please. Make we know the day stingy. Make we they try gift our man. It's very important. Eh? So now this thing where they talk about love, go balance way. Not be saying when men come out now, what do we bring to the table? Everywhere go don't scatter. Una go they shout. Because yes, when you not gift your man, who one can they do that one? You go, now when you go leave, you go follow another person. But it's how it is. So yes, let's take more comments. And somebody said, some women just came to this life to enjoy. Abio. And Merit951 said, no go for only love. Oh. Abio. Love is not enough. They even said it. Love is not enough. If money enter, love is sweeter. I just they talk. All right. And Kelechi Kasmir said, so real. And Samuel Son King said, please resist the urge to type. She's an actress. Blah, blah, blah. Why are you paying? You all have been bitter all your life, yet nothing good is happening in your life. Try being happy for others. Type congratulations and move on. Actually, just type congrats. You know, a lot of people will come on this comment section and be saying plenty things. This one happened, that one happened. But we cannot talk about all this without recognizing the fact that she was a good actress and she has always been that in that spotlight. Do you get what I'm trying to say? All right, let's take more comments and see what people are talking about Rita. And Halle Berry said, love with money, very important. Abio, I support that one. And Diamond Plus Property said, if you like, go for just love. You go cry, tire. And Bukinzo said, things we love to see. Me, I love to see them. Not be only you at Buki. Not be only you. I love to see beautiful things. And the Matas lady said, every woman loves to be babied. Abi? Babied. Yes, we love to be babied. Men too love to be babied. It's not only the women. Because, and yes, another person said, I remember when they caused this woman to go marry. Now, people, when marry before her, don't run, come out for the marriage. Moral lesson, just do you. Actually, there's a lie to that because, you know, Rita got married and it was just everybody talking about her marriage, talking about her love life. And it's how she has been so, you know, so calm. To talk more of what is happening on, you know, social media and a lot of people coming out to come and dictate what is happening in your life because that's what people do now. They don't, you know, mind their own business. They just want to talk about your own personal life. And come to think of it, social media will never forget. But it's actually beautiful to see that something you're praying to God for, you're always patient. You have been so patient to get that thing. And, you know, talking about her wedding, it was just something that really made everybody go wild. Like, oh my God, a lot of people were so happy for her, you know, getting to get married and especially talking about the wedding. Oh, see, it is a beautiful thing to see our celebrities doing beautifully well. I'm talking about Rita Dominic. It was just perfect. You know, when they say, you know, perfect, that is just the right word to talk about it. All right, let's take more comments about Rita and what her husband has actually surprised her with on the Valentine's season. And yes, Steve said, what will happen to all the 5 exotic cars she had? Believe these people on social. Why? I don't know why you're paying. Let's see more. We have a lot of comments. Please, is their money? Yes. Now, woman will do good, now they go gift. As she has been a good wife, the husband thought about, you know, gifting her something good. So why are you paid? Even if she get 10, is it your money? Is it your car? Is it your money? If not your money, you go no say, problem go there. Say, no, they stress the woman. Allow her to have peace of mind. And yes, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are actually talking and saying about Rita. And yes, somebody said, yeah, these are the odogus where no they argue for anything. Not be all those poor man where no they let person they hear word online. Otobo said, must the display is public. Who cares? Noisemakers. I beg. Please let the display be noisy. I'm telling you, when you have a testimony, you're going to spread the testimony. Will you want to keep it to yourself? Why are you paying? And yes, Justice said, in all of these, I never for once saw any male celebrity unpackage a present given to him by his wife or girlfriend. That's not true. And then someone would come say a man must kneel down to propose marriage. Funny Lord, at Justice. No need and propose to your woman now. Ooh, eh. If your woman accepts you, because every day now people they say no. They say yes, say yes. Say yes, no, they rain again. Oh, they play. Say yes, you know they rain again. All right, before we close the curtain, we have another gist to talk about, and that has to be Regina Daniels. See, this babe has been doing a lot of things. You know, all the times I've been talking about plenty of things, stories flying up and down about this young lady. And trust me, she actually, you know, when I'm talking about the Valentine's season, be like say it come her domot, because it shocked me. You know, when everybody done they get 1, 2. This one, she decided to gift her mom 2 exotic cars. And no be one, no be one. See, when I say, where the money day, God, this is it. When I said this is it, this is it. This is actually beautiful. Only one mama took, money na waiting. Make you answer by yourself. Money na what? Oh my God, it's actually beautiful seeing that you have a child that, you know, that is also, you're also proud of and happy to be a mother of. It's actually beautiful seeing that her mom is happy and getting 2 cars. You know, you reach to jump inside the car. You reach to jump on top, because who no go gift this kind thing, no go they happy is well. Let us take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say about Regina Daniels gifting to her mom. And she said, Regina Daniels said, my vow came early. Everyone come and rejoice with me. Ew, and my heart is full. So short story, it took me a while to tell my daughter I didn't have means of movement because of the situation she's in. The other car she bought for me was involved in an accident. The remaining one I was using was taken away, but guess what? My daughter brought me these 2. Hey, Mwamdalo, thank you, my forever pride. See, this is a reminder to all our young ones. Please, don't forget to always gift your parents. It's also good that as you do all those things, you try to remember them. Very, very important. Nobody to forget mama, nobody to forget papa. Always, always gift your parents. Even if it's that small, it is very, very important. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes. Until next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. Catch ya next time. Bye.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, From the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it ain't hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just watch.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
I am Samantha Jacobs, representing the states. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
VOP TV. Now, you have...
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsu. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to
Hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 0904 473 2605. Nairobi's Jomo Kenyatta International Airport one of Africa's major air transport hubs, is experiencing significant flight delays due to a strike by members of the Kenya Aviation Workers Union, KAWU. The strike, called in protest of unresolved grievances with the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, KCAA, has led to air traffic control, operational delays affecting departures and arrivals. The KCAA has, however, assured passengers and airline operators that contingency plans are in place to minimize disruptions, while Kenya Airways has advised customers to confirm their flight status before traveling to the airport. The dispute centers on issues including unpaid union dues, unequal treatment of contract workers, and failure to finalize collective bargaining agreements dating back to 2015. Now, this report says a key opposition coalition in South Sudan has rejected elements of a Kenyan-led peace initiative, saying it was developed without adequate consultation with local stakeholders. The South Sudan Opposition Movement Alliance, SOMA, also demanded the release of detained First Vice President Riek Machar. In a letter to Chief Mediator General Lazarus Subeiwo, SOMA Chairman Thomas Cirillo Swaka said the framework contradicts the core principles of the Tumaini Initiative, which aims to stabilize South Sudan and pave the way for elections. The alliance raised concerns that the framework appears to predetermine the agenda, process, and outcome, and warned against holding elections before resolving underlying issues. Elsewhere, Tunisian police detained El-Rufai Hamdi, leader of the Third Republic Party, at the country's main airport on Sunday, according to reports by local media. Hamdi, a vocal critic of President Kais Saied, was arrested shortly after arriving from abroad, where she resides. Hamdi, who is the former CEO of Tunis Air, has repeatedly criticized Saied's rule, calling for a transitional government and early presidential elections. Opposition figures describe her arrest as a part of a wider crackdown on dissent amid deepening polarization in Tunisia since Saied assumed sweeping powers in 2021, a move critics denounce as a coup. Saied's government has not commented on the arrest, but he has previously denied accusations of authoritarianism, insisting the law applies to everyone. Moving on, the Trump administration secretly deported 9 people to Cameroon on January 14, despite many having U.S. court protections against such actions. Reports say none of the deportees were from Cameroon, and some weren't informed of their destination until they were placed on a Department of Homeland Security flight in handcuffs and chains. The deportations have sparked concerns about the administration's handling of immigration policies, with critics questioning the lack of transparency and potential human rights violations. The Trump administration has not announced any deal with Cameroon to accept deportees from other nations. In another development, Ghana's government is seeking the extradition of a Russian man identified as a self-styled pick-up artist and online blogger, accused of secretly filming his sexual encounters with several Ghanaian women and sharing the footage online without their consent. The suspect, believed to be in his 30s, allegedly used a pair of sunglasses fitted with a camera to film some encounters. Technology Minister Sam George has invited the Russian ambassador to discuss the incident, stating that Ghana will request Russia's cooperation to extradite the suspect. An initial investigation suggests the suspect has likely left the country, but this will not affect the state's pursuit of accountability. Under Ghana's Cybersecurity Act 2020, publishing explicit images without consent can lead to up to 25 years in prison. Meanwhile, Ghana's President John Mahama has called on African Union member states to support a draft resolution recognizing the historical injustices caused by the transatlantic slave trade. Speaking at the 39th AU Summit in Addis Ababa, President Mahama said acknowledging the trade's impacts would formally recognize it as a grave crime that shaped the modern world. President Mahama emphasized that confronting historical truths takes moral courage and noted that slavery effects persist in structural inequality, racial discrimination, and economic imbalances. In the meantime, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has urged African leaders to push for long-delayed global reform, saying the continent's lack of permanent representation on the UN Security Council is indefensible. Speaking at the African Union Summit, Guterres emphasized that Africa must have a seat at the table when global decisions affecting the continent are made. He also called for urgent action to end conflict in Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and highlighted the importance of water security amid climate pressures and resource scarcity. Now, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has stated that the country has no expansionist intentions and does not seek to threaten its neighbors. In the message ahead of Ramadan, Abiy emphasized Ethiopia's need for access to a maritime outlet and development of Nile waters as essential national priorities. The Prime Minister described Ethiopia's efforts to secure sea access as a vital existential necessity driven by population growth and development needs. He also addressed regional tensions over Nile waters, saying Ethiopia's pursuit of development through water resources does not mean diminishing anyone's share. The comments come amid ongoing tensions with downstream nations Egypt and Sudan over Ethiopia's Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, GERD, on the Blue Nile, which is now operational and generating electricity. Ethiopia says the nearly $5 billion mega dam is central to its development and strategy and energy supply for its over 120 million people. With us in the studio to analyze the stories, we have public affairs analyst, Barrister Darlington Agommo. You're welcome, Barrister. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
It's good to have you here. Let's actually begin with this very, we cannot call it a funny story, but it's just one that is very, very one kind. And that is happening in Ghana, where a Russian man traveled to Ghana, maybe we'll call it for sexual tourism or whatever, and then he had intimate encounters with quite a number of women. He made videos of these encounters and published them online without their consent. This actually brings concerns. Some people are also saying that this particular man is infected with HIV. I want to know how you see this issue. Do you think Russia will cooperate with Ghana for this man to be punished?
In fact, this is a very serious issue, especially that of HIV. If it is true, then that man should be jailed for life. He's not wicked, he is evil. On what grounds should he publish such a thing? These are consensuous relationships, two adults, and you want to make a show of it, so that what will happen?
It was more than two adults. We can say it was about 501 one adult.
Yes.
Still not funny, especially with the way it will put the reputation of these women on the line, the allegations of the fact that he has a disease, the fact that even if he didn't have a disease before, he might have that disease now if he's having sexual encounters with over 100 women. How did he, he must have gotten into the country via a particular means. How did this come out? How did it turn out that it was after he posted these videos for the Ghanaian authorities realized what they were doing? What does this say about the people who were having sexual encounters with someone who just came into the country? Was it that he was deceiving these women with promises of love and saccharine, sweet promises of a wonderful future? Were these people trying to escape Africa and thought that they had met the man of their dreams who would make this possible? It actually brings to bear a lot of questions. But back to what I asked, Russia-Ghana cooperation to get this man.
Yes, the Russian government they don't have any choice than to cooperate. If their national have done this evil in a foreign country, they really had to extradite him to answer charges. Or Ghana should sever ties with Russia, because somebody may do something worse than this, and then Russia will protect that person. Ghana really had to take this serious, because I know what would have happened if it were the other way around. If it were the other way around, the Russian government will hunt the person down, even inside Ghana. This time around, Ghana should not take this in lightly, because those women, if at all they will have been infected, that means between the time this thing was discovered and when this man left, the women may have infected other Ghanaian men if they are sex workers. Even if they are not sex workers, maybe some of these women would have been married. And what happened to their husband and all that? So the man committed evil. It should be brought to book, especially by posting it online. That means you are disgraced these women for life. A very big disgrace. And I'm sure they did not consent to this. They did not. It should be brought here and be charged to law court. And will pay a heavy fine, damages to those women.
All right, then let's go to the United States and Cameroon, where the U.S. deported 9 people to Cameroon despite court protections on those people. The Trump administration secretly, let's bear in mind that particular word, secretly deported 9 people to Cameroon on January 14, despite many of them having U.S. court protections against such actions. None of the deportees were from Cameroon, which is something we also have to take into cognizance. The fact that some of them were not even informed of their destinations until they were placed on a Department of Homeland Security flight in handcuffs and in chains. This second administration of Trump, he has made it clear that there is a crackdown on immigration, especially illegal immigration. But if you want to get people out of your country, do you think the onus is not on the U.S. government to ensure that these people are going back to where they came from? Instead of just, because you want to get them out of the country, you just take them to any country. It's like they should be anywhere else but here. If you feel they are constituting nuisance in your country, now you want them to go and constitute that nuisance in another country that is not even the country where they come from, the country where they have no ties, where they have no roots, where they have no family, where they have no one. Do you think Cameroon should open a court case against the U.S. for this?
In fact, one of the things I don't like about Trump is that I think somebody is being overzealous here. You know, if you want to protect your people and your country against illegal immigrants, there should be law. You should be guided. You don't just do things irresponsibly in the name of safeguarding your country. That is not fair. Those people came from a country. They came into America from somewhere. Why not take them back to that place instead of just distributing people everywhere and anywhere? Is that, I want to believe that some people are acting overzealously. It couldn't be Trump giving such order. It couldn't be.
What makes you think it can be Trump giving such order? Given the enormity of the things that has been going on in the United States recently. Recall that when Trump lost election, there was a riot in the Capitol. And one thing Trump did in this, his second administration, is to pardon some of the people who were involved in that riot, people who were sentenced to prison for that riot. So what makes you think he did not give this order with everything that's been going on with Trump recently?
Because how do you displace people in such a manner? They can even sue you to court, seriously. I don't know why those people are not taking action. The government, where they should take action against Donald Trump. It's just that everybody is afraid of almighty Trump. That's just the truth. If not, this is actionable. You don't do that. That's not how to, deport illegal immigrants. This one is a new one on me. I don't understand. You just put somebody inside the plane and say, drop him in Cameroon, drop him in Botswana, drop him in Sudan. In
handcuffs and chains.
Can you just imagine? No, that's not. I'm not too sure that Donald Trump is aware of some of the actions of his officials.
Do these people who have been called illegal immigrants, do they have any basis, any grounds for instituting a court case against President Trump and his administration if Cameroon won't do it?
Yes. I mean, it's an actionable offense because you just displace them on your own without legal backing. Without legal backing, you just did it on your own in such a humiliating manner. These are things that they should take to court now. There's no basis for this. There are ways of deporting illegal immigrants. And it must be back to the country where they came from. That is the operating word here. Back to the country where they came into America from. Except they took a Cameroonian passport and all that. You know, maybe in their desperation to leave their country, they use another country's passport. But if, apart from this, there's no way you can deport somebody from Kenya to Cameroon or from Sudan to Nigeria. How do you do that? No law court will tolerate that. No, in fact, there's no reason for you to do that. No reason.
All right, then let's look at the flight delays that are occurring in Kenya's main airport due to the aviation union beginning a strike. This is a trend that we have seen across Africa, where it seems that the leaders wait until the people who have an axe to grind with them try to call the short and ground activities that affect the people before the leaders then move to act.
That they grounded an airplane in Kenya. I don't get it.
It's not an airplane. It's the whole airport. Like the people who have flights, they can't go to their destinations because the aviation union has issues with the government. They want that to be solved.
Look, if people are protesting, there should be no political undertone to it. What they are protesting, is it a genuine protest? Is it a genuine protest? Did you do what they are asking for and they still went on protest? If you are owing them or their welfare or something, then solve the problem and stop reading a political undertone to it. You mean all the people that are working in the airport, they are all opposition party members? No, is it possible? You know it's not possible now. And so that grievances that caused the whatever, they should solve it. That's what government is there to do. Not every union strike is politically motivated. If you continue to say that, that means there will be no protest in any country. Government can do whatever they like. I don't believe in that.
All right, then let's go to still on Kenya. They want to lead a peace plan, a peace initiative in order to end the war in South Sudan. But the South Sudanese opposition have rejected this Kenya-led peace plan. They say they are not in support of this. They say it was developed without adequate consultation with local stakeholders. That is the plan. The South Sudan Opposition Movement Alliance, that's SOMA, demanded the release of detained First Vice President Riek Machar. They actually wrote a letter and they are saying that they don't want this peace plan by Kenya. But the question is this: the war has dragged on for so long. One would think that any iota of peace, that anything that even remotely looks like it will stop the war would actually be embraced by the warring side. What do you think the opposition is denying Kenya that opportunity to lead a peace pact?
I think the government of Sudan have already won this war because life has returned to the capital, Juba. The last time I checked, you know, the government is winning the war. The ROSF, they are in their dying days. The fire is no longer there. So the government have already taken charge. I don't see any other peace whatever. There is no need for settle. You want to settle between a rebel group and government. I mean, how does it sound? The RSF are a rebel group. Rapid support to forces. What does that mean? Is that a government? They are not a government now. So which peace plan? The government should take charge and deal with these people. Finally, that's what I'm saying. There is no peace, no peace anywhere with this kind of people.
What we're talking about here is the fact that an opposition alliance is standing against the peace that wants to be brokered by Kenya. Why are they doing that? Are they in alliance with the rebel forces, or they feel that this peace pact, this peace alliance is actually kicking them to the curb? It's to their own detriment and not for their own good.
Oh, really? If the opposition that are fighting government don't want peace, then the government should go ahead. I mean, to whose detriment? This is an impetus for government to continue the onslaught. I mean, who are they to determine what will happen and what will not happen? The government of Sudan should not, they should not take prisoners here. Why should the rebel group be causing government a sleepless night? Their second vice, Riek Machar, is now in detention. That means the government have upper hand here. Let them go all out against these rebel forces. All out, all out. That's how to deal with this kind of people, because there's no need in making peace with them.
All right, then. While we're talking about the government and opposition, let's go to Tunisia, where the police has detained Ofer Hamdi, leader of the Third Republic Party, at the country's main airport. This happened on Sunday. She has been a vocal critic of President Sayed's administration. She was arrested shortly after she arrived from abroad, where she resides. This is a growing trend in African nations, whereby people who criticize the government in power find themselves at the receiving end of intimidation, arrests, and sometimes even murder.
When you are criticizing with a constructive idea, it is okay. It is welcomed by me or any reasonable government. But when you are calling for interim government before the election, which government will tolerate that? Hold on. Why should you even say such a thing? There should be interim government when there is a sitting government. No, it's not proper. Whatever happens, she called for it. She should explain why she made that statement, that there should be interim government when there is a sitting government. Then the interim government will not conduct the election. Come on. That is not, you are calling for anarchy. You are calling for coup. Yes, that's what they call it. The government call it a coup. You don't say such a thing now. Interim government is always when you are about to start something. Maybe the atmosphere does not warrant for election, or there is so much problem and all that. They say in view of the problem we are having, in view of whatever, then let there be an interim government so that the handover day will not be compromised. There must be constructive criticism on this thing. But there's a sitting government in Tunisia. Are you going to say because of political differences, therefore there should be interim government? They should remove the government that is already sitting. And do what? No. She should go and face it.
So is there no other way the government could have invited her for a discussion rather than subjecting her to an embarrassing arrest while she's just coming into the country?
What was it? She was coming to cause problem in her own country, Abi? No, she came from Switzerland or wherever to cause confusion in her own country in the name of criticism. If you are coming to take part in the politics of your country, then do it decently. Because you too now, when you get into that office, you start acting like this other woman in Tanzania. Did you ever believe that woman in Tanzania would do what she did? This is why I don't like all these later day human rights activists. They are not better than the people they are criticizing. You should have done it in a very decent manner. Yes, criticize the government that so is not good. They will listen to it as long as you are doing it constructively. Not to call for interim government. That means, in fact, you are calling for a coup. Which government will tolerate that? And how else will government have done it if not to detain her to answer for what she said? You want to cause anarchy in the country.
All right, then let's go to Ghana, where President John Mahama has called on African Union member states to support a resolution recognizing historical injustices that was caused by the transatlantic slave trade. He was actually speaking at the 39th African Union Summit in Addis Ababa. He says they should acknowledge the impact of the slave trade and also formally recognize it as a grave crime that shaped the modern world. It's been many centuries since that happened. Unfortunately, there are still a few places in the world that practice it, privately, not as widespread as it used to be. But would you say President John Mahama has a point, or he is just tearing at the scars of an old wound and trying to reopen it?
Africans have not made their demand, to the UN. They have not done it properly, because I remember Germany paid Israel about $12 billion, many years ago because of the Holocaust and what Adolf Hitler did to the Jews and all that. Germany paid. And then the Mau Mau uprising in Kenya, I think Britain equally paid money. I think 55 million or something. Yeah, $51 million or 55 million pounds. So why can't these other African nations take a cue and make their own demand? As long as, yes, there is evidence to that effect. Do you know how much Nigeria suffered as a whole because of slave trade? Our youths were taken away from here. Our first 11, they were taken away from us. Those who would have helped to build this country from the initial inception, they were taken away. The same thing. So Ghana suffered the same fate. They can come together and make it a class action against US and the UK. They were the main culprits in this slave trade.
You know, one thing we have to note is that our ancestors who were traded through the transatlantic slave routes, they are no longer with us. What we have are the stories that they passed down to us. And also, the descendants of the people who were involved in the slave trade, they're the ones who we have now. So that's why I had to ask the question, is he trying to reopen old wounds? Because the world is talking about advancement, technological advancement, advancement in energy, in artificial intelligence, and other ways that the world is trying to move forward. Should we still be talking about slave trade?
Please don't deceive yourself.
How is that slave trade impacting on the relationship between people and nations right now?
Please don't deceive yourself. The black Americans you are hearing, most of them are from either Ghana or Nigeria. But because their root has been cut off, they don't know where they came from. Maybe due to lack of education. It was only, if not that Alex Haley had to trace his roots. You know that famous book, Roots. And they now discover he came from, I think, Guinea or so. Look at the tortured history. If you go through that book, you feel like crying. Just one man out of millions of people that couldn't find their root. So the black Americans you are hearing today, most of them are from here. But because there is nobody to tell them their root, due to lack of education, no literature, no documents, no address, nothing, you know, they make sure that they don't send them to school so that they will not know their history. And that was what happened. They just settled there as black Americans with no roots. In 1840, something happened in Boston. The government of Boston, that's the US, now say, look, we want to send you back to where you came from and then give you your freedom. As long as you are going to go back there, we are going to give you your freedom and all that. Because the white men discovered that these blacks are growing in number. They are multiplying. They are even raping their women and all that, beating the oga, because they are becoming bold. So the white man was afraid that if they don't remove these guys here, they will overrun them one day. That was the main aim, 1840. Some of them agreed. Some said, no, we will die here. Our forefathers died there. We are going to die here. We have contributed a lot. We are not going anywhere. They stayed back. And those who agreed, we are now resettled in Sierra Leone and Liberia. That was why Liberia had to be the first African country to have independence in 1847. In 1847, 7 years after that, this thing. So they cannot come and tell us that, because if it were the other way around, they will demand our blood as compensation. Because those guys built America. Like, for example, 200 slaves were working day and night to build the Capitol Hill. 200 slaves, day and night, to build the Capitol Hill without any compensation, no salary, nothing. They were just put there to be carrying whatever. Carrying bricks, carrying iron, carrying, you know. So basically, you expect affected African countries to come together and institute a class action according to what Ghanaian President John Mahama has suggested. Exactly. It's our right now to demand. What do you think has been holding them from doing this recently? Would you say it's because they have diplomatic ties with most of these countries? No, it has nothing to do with diplomatic ties. So, the UN is there for you to make your demand or your grievances known. It's not that they have not agreed in principle. Like now, this US now in Nigeria trying to help us solve our insecurity problem. Will you not go behind them and say you are looking for reparation because of slave trade? No, tell me, does it make sense? They will just leave you and say, okay, you can continue to kill yourself. They will pack their bags and go. So these are the things. They have one thing or the other that they are holding on to us. Because we don't have leaders in Africa. We don't. If we have leaders in Africa, some of these things would have been taken care of. And like I told you, our first 11 in leadership, they are no longer around. I'm telling you, these latter-day thugs who call themselves leaders, they have either killed them or these leaders retired as a result of age and all that.
Let's try to be polite with our words. It's
not
nice to call our leaders thugs. Even if you're not happy with whatever actions they're taking or the policies that
how do you make of somebody who came into office and during the election you gather all the other opponents and put them in prison? Please, is that decent? Is that a leader? How do you make of a leader who wouldn't want opposition in a democratic setting? You want to make sure that no other opposition oppose you. You want to be the only one that will or the one that happening in Cameroon. The man is a judge there in Switzerland. He can't even do anything on that chair, that wheelchair. So is that what you call a leader, for God's sake? It's just that here we respect age. We respect age and old age and all that. And for that reason, they are taking advantage of us. In the Western world, they can't tolerate most of these things, so seriously, they can't. In fact, the institution will not allow you to do it. But here, we tolerate them. We say they are our leaders. They are our leaders. Meanwhile, they are the ones dealing with you. They are the ones that have made you not to move forward. And you are still thanking them. You are still respecting them. My dear, I don't think I'm in that group. I can't be in that group. If you sit down and calculate what African leaders have done to Africa, you will shed tears. African leaders, what they have done to Africa as a continent, you will shed tears. So as far as I'm concerned, they are not leaders.
All right, then. Thank you so much for joining us and for giving us your own perspective on the issues on African news today. I do appreciate you.
My pleasure once again.
You are still watching the African News on Voice of the People television. When we return, Turkey launches first overseas drilling mission to Somalia. This and more stories coming your way right after this break. Join us again.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you...
Welcome back. A drone strike by Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, RSF, killed 3 people and wounded 7 others at Al-Mazmoun Hospital in Sennar State late Sunday, according to the Sudan Doctors Network. The medical group says the RSF targeted the hospital, injuring a medical staffer and violating international laws that prohibit attacks on medical centers and health workers. The incident deepens civilian suffering and deprives the residents of medical care, according to the network, holding RSF leadership responsible for targeting the hospital. The RSF has not commented on the incident despite accusations of targeting civilian facilities. Cyclone Gazani has left at least 59 people dead, 15 missing and 804 injured in Madagascar, with over 423,986 people affected by the disaster. The cyclone, which had sustained winds of 185 kilometers per hour and gusts up to 270 kilometers per hour, displaced 16,428 people and is expected to make a second landfall in southwestern Madagascar on Monday. Gazani struck just 10 days after Tropical Cyclone Faitia killed 14 people and displaced over 31,000. Authorities have placed Ampani district on red alert, forecasting winds of 65 kilometers per hour. The cyclone previously caused heavy winds and waves of up to 10 meters in southern Mozambique. Turkey's deep-sea drilling vessel, Kagri Bey, has set sail for Somalia, marking the country's first offshore exploration mission outside its maritime zone. Energy Minister Alparslan Bayraktar described the move as a historic moment in Turkey's oil and gas exploration efforts. The vessel is expected to reach Somalia in about 45 days and begin drilling at the Kurad-1 well in April. Kagri Bey will be escorted by 3 Turkish naval warships. Turkey aims to produce 500,000 barrels per day of oil or equivalent hydrocarbons by 2028, with plans to double that amount through discoveries and production sharing agreements abroad. Mali's government has approved a draft decree renewing Barrick Mining's Lolo gold mining permit for an additional 10 years. The country's military leader announced this at the weekend. The move resolves a 2-year dispute between Barrick and Mali over profit sharing and control of the Lolo Gonkoto gold mining complex, sparked by a 2023 mining code that raised taxes and increased the state's stake in projects. As part of the agreement, Barrick will withdraw its arbitration case at the World Bank's Dispute Tribunal, while Mali will drop all charges against the Canadian miner and its affiliates, release company employees, and return operational control of the complex. A new feasibility study supports 6 years of open-pit mining and 16 years of underground mining, with estimated annual production of 420,920 ounces. The Lolo Gonkoto complex is Mali's largest gold producer and Barrick's most profitable mine, generating nearly $900 million in revenue in 2024. Barrick expects attributable production of 260,000 to 290,000 ounces in 2026. We'll go on another quick break and the African News returns with business and other stories. Stay with us.
Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures.
Welcome back and thanks for staying tuned. We now bring you business news. The South African rand was stronger in early trading on Monday, with investors awaiting the country's fourth quarter 2025 employment data expected to provide insight into the economy's health. At 7:15 GMT, the rand traded at 15.93 against the dollar, about 0.2% firmer than its previous close. Analysts are projecting that the unemployment rate will ease slightly from 31.9% recorded in the third quarter. Now to sports. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, says it has launched a full investigation into what it called unacceptable incidents that marred the CAF Champions League match between Egyptian giant Al Ahly and Moroccan side Asfar in Cairo on Sunday. You may recall that the Sunday match was marred by crowd disturbances, including the throwing of projectiles onto the pitch, which disrupted the match and endangered players and officials. In the statement, CAF expressed its strong condemnation of the incident, emphasizing that such behavior would not be tolerated. The football governing body said it has referred the matter to its disciplinary board, which will conduct a thorough investigation to identify those responsible, and in that appropriate action will be taken against individuals or groups proven to be involved in the incidents. And that's all on the African news. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email. It's news@vop.ng. I'm Chioma Innocent. Good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamilani, and here's to VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Africa's drive toward deeper integration in trade, talent, and culture took center stage in Lagos as stakeholders converged for a press conference ahead of AfterFest. Africa connected through trade, talent, and culture, and this is scheduled to hold in Abuja this March. The lawmaker, Desmond Elliott, welcomed guests and underscored the importance of the festival as a platform for promoting African culture and strengthening continental identity.
This is now a broader means by which you can connect with other African brothers and sisters, in sharing ideas, innovation, creativity, and all whatnot. So this is a platform that is being birthed to us to utilize and to help for the growth and the better economic improvement of Africa and us individually. Individual countries, individual selves. It's far-reaching. So to everyone coming from different perspectives and different reasons, you can get answers to. In a nutshell, that's what you call it. But it's creating that platform. So as you know, this is the press conference intimating people of what is to come in March. So basically connecting through 54 African countries, bringing them under one roof, having your own idea being shared and accepted from other parts of the continent, I think is mind-blowing and fantastic.
Project's lead, engineer Mandy, presented the vision of AfterFest as an Africa for Africa initiative, designed to solve ecosystem challenges by connecting business, innovation, talent, and culture.
We have decided to do Africa for Africans. It's about time that we come together.
Has a lot of talents that are not valued as they are supposed to be valued. There are young sports talents that are bought from South America. They are bought from other parts in Europe. But if you look at some of the big clubs in Europe, it's African players that are doing most of the work. So through these, we want to have platforms where we talk about how can we change the value of African sports people so that we can begin to compete in the market based on what the statistics shows. The statistics shows that a lot of Premier League clubs will not do well without African teams in Spanish league and in other leagues. And again, so you could see that with the AFCON that just concluded. You see the value that African players bring. So we want to discuss that and see how we change the value. When we change the value for African players, we want to make sure that when African players, they make a move, a lot of that resources comes back to the local area where they came from to develop it, create small football stadiums, give scholarship, build infrastructure. So we want to put that in some very organized plan. And that's one of the reasons I'm very passionate about the whole football sector part of it.
Organizers say Afterfest aims to mobilize young people, support entrepreneurs, spotlight African excellence, and position the continent as one integrated market.
Africa's future is being shaped by ideas, innovation, and collaboration. Afterfest is not just a festival, it is a meeting point for trade, talent, and culture across continents. As March 2026 comes closer, expectations are high to open new doors of opportunities for millions across Africa. From Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello, welcome to Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I am your host, Praise Peters, and today we are going to be talking about something really, really interesting. Well, this is a program where we educate you about everything you need to know about your health, your well-being, taking care of your health properly, and basically emphasizing on early detection. But today we are doing something quite different, and you'd find out. So today we're going to be asking seemingly uncomfortable questions, asking questions about your drugs, literally your medicines. I don't know if it's just me, but have you ever swallowed a tablet and just wondered, how would this tablet locate the particular aspect of my body that needs to be healed? Okay, I'm swallowing a drug and I'm having leg pain. How do I know that this drug will go to the leg and heal the pain? All of those questions, I can ask very, very wide questions like that. I think wide. So today we're going to be talking about that. How would you trust that that particular drug would work? How sure are you that it is safe? Someone made those drugs, right? How sure are you that the person did their homework very well? Who exactly decides that a drug is safe for you? Was it tested, or are we simply just adapting to medicine that was mysteriously designed? Okay, so that's what we're going to be answering today, and we're going to be pulling back the curtain on this. So joining me today to make sense of this conversation is Joseph Onyano. He's a clinical research professional with over 9 years' experience in clinical studies across sub-Saharan Africa. Mr. Joseph, thank you so much for joining this conversation.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's good to have you. How have you been? How have your week been?
I'm well, very well. It's been a very hectic week, of course, but very well, yeah.
I understand. I think it's the first time I'm going to be having a very, very close conversation with a clinical research professional. Can you tell me how the job is like for you?
Clinical research is exciting. It is medicine, right? And it's exciting. So it is that process that helps you understand the drug testing, the drug development process to the point where humans get to use the drugs, to the point where it gets into the market. So that's the clinical research or clinical trials journey for you.
So can we call you a pharmacist?
No, I am not.
Okay, so what's the difference?
So a pharmacist is trained, I guess, to understand how drugs work and then dispense drugs.
Okay.
I don't have the responsibility to dispense drugs, so I'm not a pharmacist.
Okay. So what you basically do is research on the drug to give and all of that, right?
To understand that the drugs are safe and then you have the right dosage, efficacy, and all of that. Yeah, that process is clinical trial.
Okay, amazing. All right, so you're going to be starting on a lighter note on this conversation. So here we go. So if I walk into a pharmacy today and decide to buy malaria medication, right, and I'm holding this drug, how many years of work am I holding in my hand?
Interesting. So every medication or every drug, as it were, goes through an average of 10, 15, if not 20 years of research, from the bench work to the trial phase to the marketing and the post-marketing phase. It takes about 15, 20 years. Clinical trials is very capital intensive. You know, it runs into millions, if not billions of dollars to get that one medication that you are holding in your hands.
Can you just summarize the process?
So it starts with the bench work. You identify a molecule of interest and then you bring it into clinical trials, the phase 1 trials, for instance, where we try to understand if that molecule is safe. So you test for safety in a very little population, say under 100, 50 to 100, and then phase 2, you try to understand efficacy, whether the medication is working in a population of about 300, 200, 300 or thereabout. And then when you get a good result at that phase, then you transit into the third phase where you have a larger population across different regions or different areas, because so you are not just testing in, say, Europe, you want to go into Africa, you want to go into Asia, different individuals, to ensure that the medication is safe, it produces the right effects that you want it to produce, you know. So that is the process for trials before you get an approval, and then you then get the approval to get into the market.
Amazing. This is really interesting. So in the process of, you know, testing these drugs and everything for it to go to the market, is it possible that a particular process fails, and what happens when that happens?
So a lot of drugs start from the bench, get into phase 1 and ends there, right? So it could get into phase 2 and end there. It could get into phase 3 and end there. It could get into the market, and for some reason something is identified, there's a safety concern, and it is recalled. So the fact that it started and it goes through the first 2 or first 3 phases doesn't mean that you're all clear, right? It could stop at some point.
What factors could make it stop?
Safety, of course. So for clinical trials, the goal is the rights, the welfare, the well-being of the patient is critical. Safety is critical. We do not want to test medication and end up risking a person's life, right? So safety is critical. So if at any point there's a reason to doubt or think that something is not working or that it's going to cause harm to the patient, definitely you pull the plug on it. The regulators pull the plug on it.
Okay. So I'm quite curious now. In the process of testing these drugs, do you start to test with actual humans? Like, are there people that are sacrificial lambs for the testing? And what if it fails in the process of using humans to test? Well, that's if you use humans to test anyway.
Okay, so remember I said that it goes in phases. So from the first phase, you're testing for safety. It's in a very little population, and in most cases they are healthy subjects or they are healthy patients, right? So I don't have an ailment, for instance. I could get involved in the phase 1 trials, and then you just see that it is that it is safe. You get a safe dose, and then you transit into the phase 2, where you bring in those who have the disease of interest. Do you understand?
Okay.
So from the phase 1 point, you already understand what the safe dose is. Every medication is a poison. I don't know if you know that. Your paracetamol is a poison, but there is a level to which you have to take it for it to be okay for you. And that's why your doctor will tell you, take 1 tablet or take 2 tablets. If you take 4 tablets, the doctor will let you know that you're doing something wrong. Do you understand?
Okay.
So there is a safe dose that is expected for each medication.
So you're saying if you're going to be testing this on some particular set of people, it's not entirely a risk?
It is not entirely risky. It would have been, you have to weigh the risks to benefit ratio. You have to ensure that the benefits outweighs the risks. Do you understand?
Interesting. All right, so has there ever been a time globally where a trial went wrong, and what changed because of that?
The trials have gone wrong because you have humans involved, right? Of course, because you have humans involved, you also find out that people want to cut corners. That's why you have regulators like in Nigeria, you have NAFDAC, you have NREC, who are the ethics guys. That's NREC.
Oh,
and then on the international stage, you have like the US FDA, you have the EMA for the European nations. So trials have gone wrong. Trials have gone wrong given in Nigeria, right? But there are measures put in place to check that, to ensure that we do not have a reoccurrence of such. But yes, globally and even here in Nigeria, trials have gone wrong.
So what agencies are really after this particular process? Like, who makes sure that this goes...
Who midwives the process?
Yes, safely.
So in Nigeria, you have NREC, National Health Research Ethics Committee, and then you also have NAFDAC, who are involved in the trial process. So for every trial...
What role do they play specifically?
They have to ensure... So for every trial, there's a protocol, and protocol is like a document that gives information as to what the medication is about and what the process for testing would be. So you have... It is the responsibility of both NREC and NAFDAC to review that document and to ensure that everything stipulated in that document aligns with the International Good Clinical Practice, ICH GCP standards. It's a global framework that all nations are meant to comply to. So both NAFDAC here in Nigeria and NREC has to ensure that they midwife that process.
All right. So brings me to the initial conversation. I have been curious. In the process of testing these drugs, how do I want to cure something that is happening to my leg, and I take it to my stomach and it works? It seems like magic to me. Like, how does this even happen? How possible?
So every medication has a mechanism of action. There is a process through which your PCM that you take when you have a headache, for instance, there's a trigger when you take the medication. There's a process that it goes through, and then it sort of triggers certain neurons in your body and all of that to ensure that it's either the muscle relaxes or stuff, right? So there's a mechanism of action for every medication. There's a target for every medication. So that's why when you take like a painkiller and then you have a pain somewhere on your leg, for instance, or on your shoulder, that mechanism of action of that medication is what ensures that you are able to feel the good effects or the relief that you want on your leg, on your arm, or if it's a headache, on the headache.
Okay, so in the middle of testing a drug, you'd agree with me that there can be genetic differences?
Obviously.
So how do you handle that? Knowing that, okay, this person that I'm testing with might have a different system or immune system compared to this other person, and then this might work for this person and this might not work for the other person. How do you handle that?
So that's one of the reasons why we have clinical trials, and for us in Nigeria, those of us in this part of the world, we have tried to advocate that trials should the global players, the pharma, because of course, like I said, that clinical trials is capital intensive. So it means that those who own the money or those who have the money will be the ones to push the narrative. So we have tried to say that for the funders or the sponsors of trials, they need to ensure to factor in Africa. You do not set up the framework for your trials outside of Africa and then you want to then bring it in to test on Africans. It would, the biodiversity of Africa is very huge.
Exactly.
We need to be able to consider that when we are talking about the drug development process. You need to factor in the diversity of Africa and other parts of the world. So we continue to say that when you want to test, when you want to develop a drug, I think that's the right word. When you want to develop a drug, you need to factor in all regions, especially if you want that medication to get to these other regions, Africa, for instance.
Okay, but what's so different about Africa and let's say Europe and Asia and all of that? Is it that the body chemistry is different? Is there something deeper? Is it the race? Is it the diet? Is it our environment, that affects the drug responses? Because we are all humans. So what's so? We
are all humans, but our makeup is diverse, right? God is a very great artist. He made everybody, right? But our makeup is very diverse. And so for us as Africans or for Caucasians or for Asians, for instance, the body metabolism differs as a result of our genetic composition. Take, for instance, you say sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease is predominantly a black race issue. You do not find Caucasians having this experience. But a lot of the times you discover that the medication comes from the West, right? But this is an African problem, or this is a black man's problem. So it is the uniqueness of our body, it's the uniqueness of our genes that means that we need to look at specifics. We do not need to generalize because we are all different. As much as we are humans, we are all different. Our genetic makeups are, as people in the world, they are different. Even for us in Africa, genetic makeups are diverse. So we need to look at those little details to be able to ensure that even in drug development that we cater to everybody.
Wow. So literally your job is basically about paying attention to details, or else something little can just make it all go wrong.
Well, my job in the clinical research, so I work with a clinical research organization, Exim Research, and then what we do is help the pharma guys or help the sponsors, the study sponsors, midwife the process for their trial. So managing the projects, managing the studies for them end to end, right? And so we have to ensure that we, even though it's laid out in the books, right, to for the medical professionals, the principal investigators in this case, to carry out the study, somebody needs to check what's been done. Somebody needs to midwife that process. So while NAFDAC or NREC in Nigeria would try to vet the protocol document and whatever that you have stated that you want to do, somebody needs to be on ground to monitor that process when the actual trial starts at the site. Now the site, I mean the research facility or the hospitals.
I think, thinking about it now, I think I've actually been a part of a clinical trial before.
Okay. How?
So I was at a hospital. It was a general hospital, a federal hospital, and I had finished taking my own, medication. I've seen the counselor and everything, and I was about going home, and they just came and were like, "Oh, we're sorry. We'd like to, take your blood sample. We are developing a drug," and honestly, I was scared. I was like, "You people want to use me? What if something goes wrong and all that?" So let's say some people might even want to participate in this, and while some others would feel like it's risky. What will happen to me? What if? Because to be very honest, when they were draining my blood, I agreed. I was scared. I was like, you want to finish my blood, So I was really, really, how do I put it? I was really skeptical about it. So how would you assure people that
might want to go through with clinical trials that it is safe for them?
Okay, so trials are safe. Trials are very safe. Now, this is it. For you to get involved in any trial, there is a consenting process. There's something we call the informed consent process, and that process requires that everything about the trials, both the risks, if there are, because of course medications might have side effects. So
exactly.
Both the risks and the benefit of participating needs to be clearly stated in the language that you understand. So if you don't understand English, that document cannot be in English language. The communication cannot be in English language. It has to be in a language that you understand. That's the first step. And then when you get to the point of understanding what it is, you have the prerogative to get your doctor to check whatever is being said, right? In fact, we encourage a lot of the times that
follow-ups.
Yeah, that the follow-ups your doctor need to be aware. And then usually when you are involved in any trial, there is consistent follow-up. There is one thing a trial gives to you, and one of the benefits really is that you have easy access to medical treatments, medical facilities.
Really, so in a way we can be compensated?
Yes, I guess that's compensation. It means that you have easy access because you're on the trial, so somebody needs to be responsible for you. There is a doctor and a medical team that is available at your beck and call. So it isn't, I mean, the trial team or the monitoring team would ensure that you are catered for, your medical needs are catered for. Somebody needs to listen to you at every point in time. And so even if you have a personal doctor, for instance, your doctor also needs to be aware that you're in this process.
Well, that's really interesting. You said something about, the black race, how unique we are and everything. I think I have heard of multiple instances where blood pressure medications seem less effective in black population. So what would you say about that?
So it is just a factor of our genetic makeup, right? That's why you would have certain medications work well in XYZ and not work well in Africa. And that's why we continue to say that when you are developing this drug, you need to ensure that you factor in Africa. You have to factor in Africa. If you know that at the end or at the long run you want the medication to get to Africa, you need to factor Africa in the design process for that trial.
All right. Would you say Africa is behind schedule in clinical research participation?
Yes. Africa is behind because generally speaking, statistics would show that I think less than 10% of global trials happen in Africa. Of course, the funding for trials will not come from Africa, so it probably just tells you why that would be the case. And then you find out that, a lot of African medics are doing things in silos. Everybody's doing their thing, you're doing your thing. That's why some persons would come up and say that, oh, I found a cure for AIDS, and then it seems to have just stayed there.
Exactly.
Maybe one patient benefited. We don't know if it's real, but even if it's real, very little amount of persons or group have benefited from that, right? We need to have an organized system in Africa, which is something AMA, African Medicine Agency, is trying to put together. We need to have a consolidated process for are involved in the trial process. We need to continue to speak more about what we have, what we can do. A lot of the times it's not as if you do not have scientists in Africa who can carry out trials. It is because in the global picture, you would find Africans in those global settings. So an African person is the lead scientist in, say, a trial outside of Africa.
Honestly,
so
and it baffles me.
Yeah, it's not as if you don't have Africans involved in the process, but we need to harmonize, consolidate the guys on this side to be able to get involved in the trials process.
Yeah, to a very large extent, I feel like we are kind of laid back. We kind of just focus on what is already made available. It's actually possible that we come up with results to ailments that have been underlying.
Very
it's very possible, but we just don't pay attention. We don't emphasize these aspects of medicine enough.
Yeah, very possible, and that's why I said that we need to set up structures. A lot of Nigerian or African scientists are doing things in silos. I'm in my own lab, I'm doing my thing, I have a molecule, I have a few patients who have tried it and it's worked for them. I know that very recently there was well, not very recently, you hear around people say Zobo, they take Zobo and it works for blood pressure and stuff. But it is just at that level. Somebody needs to take it, somebody needs to take that outside to a larger population, to a structured setting where we identify what the molecule of interest is, and then
not just because one person said it and then everybody picks it.
So that it can be repeated in other settings, and then we can get the results, and we would say, yeah, Zobo works, right? Yeah. So that's really what it is.
We should do better, really. Well, it's been a very interesting conversation. Right about now, we're going to go on a very short break, and when we return, we're talking about more interesting things still in this area of conversation. Please stay with us. Right, welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. Well, I'm still joined with Joseph Onyano, who is a clinical research professional, and he has been shining the lights towards the fact that, the development of drugs is very, very possible in Africa, and really we should do better in that. We should really focus on this aspect of medicine, because I feel like it's going to do us good even in Africa and in the country. So let's talk about drug development now, the expenses. We know that you talked about the high funding and everything. So do pharmaceutical companies ever abandon promising drugs because they're not profitable enough?
The pharmaceuticals, they are in business. So if they're in business, they want to make profits, right? Yes, I know they want to make the world better and then, get medications to people, right? But they want to make profit. So when a medication is not giving the results that is expected, it is very likely that it would be set aside. I don't want to say abandoned like you did. It will be set aside. It might be reevaluated. In some cases, you discover that the proprietary rights to such molecule might be taken over by some other pharma, and then that pharma begins to set things right and get that medication into market. So it's very possible. There is this, so Viagra, everybody knows Viagra, right? You know that Viagra was initially designed to cater to pain for people with hypertension and all of that. But at some point, it was discovered that it had a side effect for erection, and that was how Viagra became Viagra. So the initial design was not for what it is now. It was for pain. So you might say that is abandoning, but that's not what it is. That's maybe seeing something different, and then you go a different route compared to what the initial plan was.
All right, so you talked about a drug being, approved in Africa, in Europe, and then it gets... So in your experience, would you say Nigeria automatically trusts an approval that has come from, America and all that? Because you and I know that they said the cure for sickle cell anemia, bone marrow transplant, has been made available.
Very expensive.
Yes. So it's been made available and it was tested there. So do you think that while it is brought to Nigeria, we also independently review ours to make sure that it works for us as well?
So bone marrow transplant is a good therapy for SCD, and it is working in Nigeria. In fact, it's so there's I know they have a center in Lut.
Yeah, Sickle Cell Foundation.
Yeah, they have a center in Lut, and it is actively being deployed there. I know it is expensive, right? So of course it is expensive.
Yeah.
But the bone marrow transplant is working for sickle cell warriors in this part of the world, in Africa, in Nigeria.
So what about other kinds of results that they've brought to Nigeria? Do you think Nigeria conducts our own independent review before spreading it, knowing that our genetic makeup can be different?
That would be the prerogative of NAFDAC, right?
Yeah.
But I know that when a medication comes in from outside of Nigeria or outside of Africa, and then it needs to be brought into the Nigerian market, NAFDAC would require that there is some testing process before it gets approved for consumer use here. So yeah, there has to be.
All right, you talked about the number of years that goes into development of drugs and until it goes to the market and all of that. And you talked about how it takes about 10, 15 years, right? But if we can take it a little backward, we would notice that during COVID-19, right, vaccines were developed really fast. I'm curious, it was at record speed. People got skeptical. I got skeptical that something developed this fast. Is it really safe? And to be honest, I think at some points they made it compulsory. But some people were still skeptical about taking it because how did the vaccine come up just so fast, right? So how can a process that normally takes 10 to 15 years suddenly happen in under 2 years? I mean, what's changed? Is it can the urgency speed up things? Or is it just science?
I think that the COVID case was a very unique one.
Okay.
It was a threat to our existence.
Yeah.
So a lot of work was put into that. A lot of man hours went into that process. Yes, we've heard so many very funny things, but scientists did the best that they could to speed up the process. Yeah, they did the best that they could to speed up the process because we needed to ensure that we could halt the deaths at that time. And so there was a need to ensure that we could do something very fast. The scientists who were involved, or those who were involved in that process, yes, they did their best to speed up that process, to expedite
So it's actually even possible that lots of, ailments that we've been seeking solutions to can
be expedited.
Right.
Yes and no.
Okay, why yes and why no?
Because I can't exactly say no when we look at the COVID case, right? That's why I said yes and no. So when there is a need, very likely it's a risk. So I agree with people who felt, who had this apprehension to taking the vaccines, but it was necessary at the time. Some of us took the vaccines, we are alive, right? Some of us took the vaccines, but we just believe that things were expedited to get to that point, and those who were responsible for it did the necessary checks to ensure that it was safe for people, and then just to halt the deaths and the issues that we're having at the time.
I think kudos to you. I think you really do a good job in this line of profession.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm curious about herbal medicine. So does it go through the same level of testing and all of the process of pharmaceutical drugs?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
And that is why it is not generally accepted, herbal medicines. It does not mean that it does not work, right?
Because I think some herbal medicines are approved by NAFDAC.
Yes, some herbal medicines are approved by NAFDAC.
Yes.
So it is just a recent development where you discover that NAFDAC is putting an eye into that tradomedicine process. because a lot of our people consume this medication, consume these herbs, and then we want to ensure that it is safe for them. So why you would find out that the herbal medicines are not generally accepted is, of course, because we need to replicate whatever you think you've done. We need to identify the active compound. We need to replicate it in several other regions. And so you discover that people take the herbal concoction. There is no dosage.
Exactly.
You just take.
I think that's the dangerous
the feeling, how I feel, I take. You understand? So we need to NAFDAC, or those who are the regulators, need to find a way to harmonize that process. There has to be a check. There has to be like a funneling process. It goes through that process, and then you identify the compound, and then you can say that, oh, this herb worked this way. I can mass produce using that compound in several other regions, and then individuals can use it, and you would have the same results that you had in your village, for instance, or in my village. Yeah.
All right, I understand. So let's bring this home first, right? How has medical or clinical research changed HIV treatments in Nigeria? You know, maternal mortality rates, malaria survival, and I think cancer detection as well.
Malarial survival, you recently we had the malarial vaccine. I'm sure that went through some trial phase to see that we are able to identify and ensure that it is very safe for people. Cancer detection as well. There's a lot of technology that has gone into the detection and treatment of cancer. And so all of that process has gone through trials. It goes through trials.
Honestly, because I think this cancer, this particular one,
cancer
it's a menace.
Cancer is a problem that it's ravaging, and we really are not seeing it. You go into the hospital.
And once people get it, they feel like it's a death sentence.
People do
because
not
you
even
hardly, recover.
People do not even know when they get it. So early detection is also a problem.
Exactly.
Right? So people need to first be able to identify that they even have the issue. But with trials, we have been able to have system or have therapies that help us, or assessments that help us identify cancer or cancerous cells, and then have treatments. So the procedures as well have gone through trials. That's why it would become globally accepted. So it's the same for malaria, it's the same for cancer, for HIV, the antiretroviral drugs. While we have not exactly had a cure for HIV.
I feel like this particular ailment has been quite, it's been for so long. I feel like there should be a treatment, steady one at that.
So maybe it has not been of interest to the farmers, right? Maybe that's a supposition, maybe.
Okay.
But remember, if you, I don't know if you know that. So a Nigerian professor of medicine one time had said that he had a cure for HIV. I want to believe it's a herbal concussion. I want to believe. I don't know, but he had that, or it was said that he had that, but it ended just there, right? That's why I said that we need to identify what exactly you have. There has to be a process for you to get it out to a larger population, or else it stays just in your facility, and then you say that you have treatment, but nobody benefits from it really.
Yeah, and sometimes these treatments might be available, but they're either too expensive or they are not really recognized in rural areas as well.
Well, yeah. So accessibility also is key.
Yeah.
Key. Yeah. The government also needs to help to ensure that the medications are easily accessible for our people.
And affordable.
Well, and affordable. Healthcare has to be affordable.
Right.
Because healthcare can be expensive.
Very expensive. Well, let's just imagine that research suddenly stopped. What would the healthcare system look like in 10 years?
Zero growth.
I love that. I love that. Really. So we have to emphasize that research is really important.
Yeah, research is important.
All right. So on a final note, for young Nigerians watching who are interested in science and in this field as well, what career opportunities exist in clinical research beyond being a doctor? Because we think that medicine is about being a doctor, being a surgeon, and I must confess that this line of profession is not rated, so rated. So what would you say about that?
Well, I don't know what you mean by not rated. It's not as known as
not as
being
known,
a doctor and all of that. I remember that when I was trying to get into uni, I know I wanted to be a medical doctor, right? But somehow I ended up studying biotechnology. Clinical research was never something I knew about. So a lot of people do not even know about clinical research. In fact, I have been privileged to speak to young doctors in schools, and you discover that they do not know about clinical research. So I say to even professors of medicine, and I'm very humble about it, that the fact that you understand medical science is not a reason to think that you understand clinical research. They are two very different things, right? So for people who have a desire to contribute to healthcare, clinical research is an area that you might need to begin to think about because it's a very large space. On my team, the Exin team, we have medical doctors, we have pharmacists, we have physiologists, we have all sorts of people across the sciences or biomedical sciences. So it is very open. You just need to understand what happens in that ecosystem, identify a niche and plug in. You never know. You might be the next best thing to happen to clinical research in Africa. Yeah, so you never know.
Right, that's actually very amazing. Okay, so before we close, on a personal level, what is one thing you wish every Nigerian understood about medical research, knowing that it's not something they hear every day?
That's for anyone that is involved in clinical research or being a participant doesn't make you a guinea pig.
There is this saying that Nigerians are usually guinea pigs.
No, we are not. We are not guinea pigs. As long as the process is well regulated, you are not a guinea pig. You are contributing to science. You're adding to the knowledge that we already have, and you're helping for future therapies that even your family unborn might be a beneficiary of.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Today we've learned something powerful. Personally, I've learned something new, that behind every tablet is testing, behind every vaccine is data, and behind every approval is debate. So medicine doesn't just appear, it is examined, they are questioned, challenged, and perhaps the bigger question is not can we trust medicine, but rather do we understand how it earns our trust? Well, a very big thank you to Joseph Onyano. Thank you so much for helping us see the light in this particular area. You've helped us see what happens before medicine reaches our hands and all of that. Well, it has been a very interesting conversation, and I'm sure we've all learned something new today. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, please stay curious, stay informed, and stay healthy. See you.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen.
Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Appelhorn. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
At a press briefing in Alausa Ikeja, Lagos State officials defended the recent demolitions in Makoko, stressing that the exercise was strictly for public safety. Many of the affected wooden structures were built directly under high-tension power lines, posing serious risk to residents.
Was even drawing attention to Venice. As you look at a city like Venice, now Venice is built on water. And I thank him for drawing my attention to that. I told him that a few months ago I was in Venice, that I've been to Venice a couple of times, one of the cities that I love visiting. And that's what you have in Venice, can you compare to what you have in Makoko? In Venice, the local authorities say they don't want something, the people will not go and do it. I said, Makoko has been there. I can understand it's like an oil block for some people. A thriving one, a flourishing oil block. They go to Makoko and portray the people as being very poor, and portray the people as people who are pushed to be living in the conditions in which they are living by the government, and portray them as people who are hopeless. But they do not know that that is one side of Makoko that they have seen. But then, we all know what is behind all of this. They send such pictures overseas and tell the world that there have been a lot of things in Nigeria. Some really go to Makoko on their birthdays and begin to share drinks and all of that. I see the people are beggars. I think this idea of denigrating people in order to promote yourself and your interests is very bad.
The special advisor to the governor on EGIS, urban renewal, Dr. Babatunde Olajide, says the urban regeneration is a top priority for the Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration. He explained that the plans aim to create a safe and conducive environment for residents while improving infrastructure and sanitation.
If we do not do them, then we are endangering the lives of the people that we signed and swore and vote to protect. As a result of that, you have something, areas are being classified action areas. This governor has actually not classified any area as an action area. This has been done during the time of Asiwaju, during the time of BRF, during the time of Governor Ambode. But you see, we cannot continue to just designate areas, you have something as slum areas or blighted areas when we have not even tackled the ones that we have on ground. There is no need to be trying to go to other areas. So we are only still dealing with the things that we found in the books. However, we need to do it, and I've explained all of these things to you. These are things that we have to do in a systematic way. We have to do it according to international conventions. What we all signed to at the Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992 in Brazil is that everybody is entitled to adequate shelter. Adequate. Not shelters that are dangerous.
Dr. Olajide revealed that the state has committed $2 million as counterpart funding for Makoko regeneration, with an additional $8 million expected from the United Nations agencies. Residents affected by safety-related demolitions in Palirura, Oniru, Bombata Market, and other areas have been compensated. The government confirms the core Makoko fishing settlement was untouched. Officials emphasized that the Water City project and broader regeneration of the waterfront communities will continue to design to protect lives while improving living conditions for the residents. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eko Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? Everybody that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
King Jaja of Okpobo, whose full name was Jubo Jubora,
was a prominent Nigerian ruler in the late 19th century. He was born in the early 1820s in the Okpobo region, which is located in present-day Rivers State, Nigeria. King Jaja started as a trader and quickly rose to prominence due to his entrepreneurial skills. He established a successful trade network that extended across the Niger Delta region, dealing in palm oil, palm kernels, and other valuable goods. His business acumen and leadership qualities earned him the respect and admiration of his people. In 1870, King Jaja founded the Okpobo city-state as a trading hub and became its ruler. He established Okpobo as a powerful economic and political entity, attracting traders from various parts of Africa and Europe. However, his growing influence and control over trade routes soon became a concern for the British colonial authorities. Tensions escalated between King Jaja and the British, leading to his arrest and subsequent exile to the West Indies in 1888. Despite being removed from his homeland, King Jaja's legacy as a visionary leader and influential figure in Nigerian history remains. His resistance against colonial domination and his contributions to trade and commerce continue to be celebrated.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a brother that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Hello there, welcome on board. Yes, it's a wonderful new week for us to actually hope again, a new week for us to believe that our lives will fall in pleasant places for us, a new week for us to actually believe that the nation will be better, and of course, a new week for us to hope that things will get better in the country, you know, aside from the politics that is actually disturbing everyone in the nation as we speak. And please, I want you to keep pushing ahead and keep forging ahead, because there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. Welcome on board. It is People's Voice on VOB TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Nasir El-Rufai charged with phone tapping. It's quite a very controversial one here in the nation, in Nigeria to be precise. And of course, if you've been following the dailies, you would agree with me that this has been, you know, a very eventful weekend up until today. Presently is with the EFCC as we speak. Join the conversation with experts, insiders, and perspectives. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Police boost security in Mile 12 after robbery reports. The Nigerian State Police Command is increasing security measures along the Mile 12 Accusses following the reports of robbery attack on mortuaries. An ex-user alerted authorities about armed youths attacking vehicles in the area, despite the presence of two police stations. Police Commissioner Olondare Jimo has directed the arena commander, a DPO and tactical team to enhance security and prevent a further incident from actually occurring, which I would also need to add this here, that the same situation is happening somewhere around Egbeda, because there were robbery attacks in Egbeda, to be precise, over the weekend as well. So I would also want the Nigerian police force to look into this particular one. We don't want to see more of all of this situation, in the coming days, and we don't also know what is really fueling all of this particular one now. It's been long we had, robbery attacks, but for this to be coming out now in Lagos, it's a thing that the Nigerian police force should look into as soon as possible. And away from that particular one, lawmaker condemns a bandit attack on Kwara communities, pledges support. As Senator Sadiq Suleiman Umar has condemned the recent bandit attack on Rifun, Kafu, and Bugu local government communities in Kwara State, to be precise, are describing the incident as barbaric and unfortunate. The attacks, which occurred on Sunday, left 4 residents adopted and many more traumatized. Umar has urged security agencies to intensify operations in the affected areas and bring the perpetrators to justice. He also commended local vigilantes and community members for their bravery and cooperation with security operating. The senator reassured residents of his commitment to their welfare and restoration of peace, urging them to remain calm and vigilant. And looking at this Kwara State conversation, Kwara have been going through so much, of late, but I'm just surprised that we're yet to see another high-level delegate from the presidency, go to Kwara. But of course, we're told that the vice president will be moving to Kano today to see the areas where the fire incident actually happened. We're not saying anything. All we're just saying is that if different areas are affected by either insecurity, situation, or fire, or whatsoever natural disaster that might have occurred, we're just saying that the government, should also be everywhere, and not some set of place and some part of place, and not, going everywhere. So many people actually, commented and of course gave reaction as regards to the vice president going to Kano, and they're yet to even see, them in Kwara State. But of course, if they've actually sent, other people to go there, I think it shouldn't be a thing of debate anymore. So let's just rest it here. Adamawa closes roads for Tinubu's visit. The Adamawa State government has announced temporary road closures as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu visits the state on Monday. Residents are urged to turn out, in masses to welcome the president, while motorists are advised to use alternative routes. Tinubu's visit will feature the inauguration of several projects, including a new underpass, expanded bank road, and a model school. Security has been heightened across the states to ensure a peaceful visit. Okay, some people are actually speculating that for the president to visit Adamawa this time, that the governor is set to, decamp. But we can actually jump into conclusion. Let's see what will happen in the coming days as regards to the president's visitation, to Anambra State. All right, away from that particular one, our vote must count, says Peter Obi, former Labour Party presidential candidate. Peter Obi has called on Nigerians to remain vigilant during the 2027 general election, insisting that every vote must count. He urged citizens to stay at polling units after voting to witness the counting and transmission of results, warning that those who obstruct the process will face legal consequences. Obi emphasized the importance of public participation in safeguarding democracy and ensuring transparency in the electoral process. The presidential and of course, our National Assembly election are scheduled for February 20, 2027, while governorship and state assembly polls will be held on March 6, 2027. And away from that particular, NLC warns power firms a threatened showdown over institutionalized extortion. Nigerian Labour Congress has threatened a nationwide industrial action over persistent collapse of the electricity grid, describing the power sector privatization as a grand deception that has plunged Nigerians into energy poverty. NLC President Joe Ajero condemned the electricity supply into band A, B, and C. He said it has been institutionalized extortion and warned authorities against this further tariff increase or policies that deepens hardship without improving the supply. The NLC demands a national stakeholders meeting to draft a power sector roadmap prioritizing affordable and stable electricity, reversing the privatization model, and investing in generation and transmission infrastructure. And of course, let's move back to the Labour Party man, formerly, who's now in the ADC. Peter Obi vows to contest 2027 presidential election despite federal government opposition. Peter Obi actually made this claim. Peter Obi said, and I quote, that I am going to contest as president, regardless of whatsoever the federal government is doing to prevent me from emerging as a candidate. Speaking at an Obedient Movement event in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, Obi stated that the federal government has actually done so much and do not want him to actually be part of, to be part of the race in 2027. And he said, but no matter what, it would be a candidate. And he made another statement by saying that they don't even want him to have any political party. And question, is still the same. Do you think that you would get the ticket? Do you think you would get a ticket, from the ADC? That's a question that we should, we should look into, because if he doesn't get a ticket from the ADC, which party presently, PDP is facing its own, Labour Party is still going through so much, which party would actually hand him the ticket? And not about just handing him the ticket, as, automatic, a presidential candidate, but it is about the grassroots, it's about the structure of that party. Otherwise, it will still go back to what the Labour Party actually said, in the last election, that they didn't have party agents everywhere in the nation, in some areas, and that actually affected them. So basically, the case is still actually, a thing of concern as regards to the Obedient Movement. Away from that particular one, APC membership required for jobs, schools admission, says Benue lawmaker. A lawmaker from Benue State, Ojotu Ojema, has sparked widespread criticism after stating that only Nigerians with an All Progressive Congress membership card will be considered for government jobs and school admissions. Ojema, who represents the Akwa Agatu Federal Constituency, made the remarks at an event organized by the National Association of Accusses students, advising constituents to join the ruling party to assess opportunity. The statement has been met with anger and disappointment from Nigerians, who argue that it contradicts the country's multi-party system and discriminates against non-APC members. Many have taken to, of course, social media to express outrage, citing Section 42 of the Constitution, which prohibits discrimination. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV, and of course on YouTube, we have Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the conversation from the man of the moment. That's what I would actually say. Nasir El-Rufai charged with phone tapping. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. The federal government has filed a 3-count charge against former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, alleging he unlawfully intercepted the phone communication of National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu. El-Rufai, who also served as Minister of Federal Capital Territory under former President Olusegun Obasanjo, on the run. The charges alleged before the Federal High Court in Abuja claim El-Rufai admitted to the crime during a media appearance. If convicted, he is to face a penalty under the Cybercrime Prohibition Prevention and, of course, Amendment Act 2024 and the Nigerian Communication Act 2003. Meanwhile, Nasir El-Rufai has arrived at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission headquarters in Abuja for questioning over alleged corruption during his tenure. His arrival sparked tension with the supporters and critics protesting outside the EFCC office, chanting slogans and holding placards. The EFCC and the Independent Corrupt Practice and other related offenses, ICPC, are investigating El-Rufai's tenure with allegations, of course, of financial improprieties and abuse of office. It's actually going to be a long run for Nasir El-Rufai, but let's see what would happen in the coming days. Presently, it is with the EFCC. We're now being joined by Dr. Kayode, a social political technocrat, and of course, our aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon. How are you today? Peace be unto you, and peace be unto viewers.
Doctor, this one you came in a very celestial way. You know, coming from the point of the theological way. I hope we are safe, Doctor. It's like you don't want to do politics again. You want to go into theology now.
I just allowed my Valentine Day on Erima Mountain.
Okay. You're welcome on board. And of course, we also have in the studio, surprisingly, he asked me, said, who is coming on your show today? And I told him, Doctor. He said, okay, he wants to come tomorrow. And he said, okay, put me on. I'll be here. And guess what? Alas, we have him in the studio. Thank you so much for joining. We have Mr. Dele Fanimo, a senior reporter, and of course, a seasoned political analyst. You're welcome, sir.
I came to see my brother's face. If I cannot see him physically, I should see him virtually. Now he has gone spiritual. We need to raise money for our new church, okay, so that the ministry can go to permanent site.
Doctor, did you hear what Mr. Fanimo said? He said we need to raise money for your new church because you have entered church already. By telling us, peace be unto you.
No, I don't need anybody's money. The Lord has sent me message, we surely provide.
Okay, no problem. All right, so, Doctor, you said you want to react to one of these stories. Please go ahead.
Yes. Number one, I have found out that these days, government don't even position themselves until when there is trouble somewhere. It is only when you see kidnappers doing all sort of in one area that they will not move their seats. Should that be so? Anyway, let's leave that by the way. Look at the president. A president of a whole Nigeria going to Adamawa to go and commission a school where other nations are commissioning projects whereby are going to affect people's life economically, like industries, factories, even whereby looking at what they are going to become in another 20, 30 years, and then looking for how to make money to make sure that they ensure that you are going to a whole Adamawa from Abuja to go and commission school, and you are proud to say that. Anyway, I have already tagged that as presidential joblessness. Presidential joblessness. If there are good jobs to do, you wouldn't be looking at going to commission ordinary school that is supposed to be commissioned by a local government official. Anyway, let's leave that by the way again. Let it slide. Coming back to Peter Obi. Honestly speaking, Peter Obi is free to contest. If my party, ADC, dips its feet to say, okay, you have gone through primaries, it is you that we are pushing forward. Why not? But I can also assure you, if it's the other way around, people are just speculating. Obi goes nowhere. It's not going to leave ADC if it's also the other way around. However, I also appreciate what he said. That listen, people should sit at the polling unit and ensure that their vote counts. It's beyond that. I will also add my own. Yes, we will ensure that our vote counts. But the issue is, if anybody, and let it be written down, let it be noted, if anybody should decide to send marauders to come and disrupt voting activities, let them know this, they will meet force by force. We are always ever ready as Nigerians to ensure peaceful electioneering process. But if anybody is coming that he thinks that he has that monopoly of force, let that person know that he's joking.
Okay, sir.
If you are going to come with your Oro, we also face you with Oro. Because nobody can now charge us of cyber Oro. They can charge you of cyber crime. You can't charge us of cyber Oro. You already know how you make your Oro.
All right, doctor.
So you can't charge anybody of cyber Oro.
All right, doctor.
This 2027 is going to be wheat for wheat, energy for energy, vote for vote, power for power. Let that be noted.
All right. Doctor, since that's not the main conversation, I would like you to save your energy for the main conversation because I know you still vent a lot.
My energy is always there.
Okay, but
I want to
bring
that. Come back from the mantle.
I'd like to bring your attention to something which I would start off from the studio before coming back to you. We saw something from Benue State, a Benue lawmaker for that matter, saying that APC membership required for jobs, schools, admission. And he actually said it that your NIN needs to be registered with that of APC, otherwise you will not get jobs, you will not get a school admission from the government in Benue State. Until now, I am surprised that the lawmaker is still there and they've not called him back. So, Mr. Dele, I would like you to react to this before I go to Doctor, and afterwards we can then go to the main conversation.
I think it's marks of official recklessness on the part of that lawmaker. I only read, I have not heard from him. I have not seen the video. But if actually this is true, to the extent that it was reported, then it shows the quality of the mind of some of these politically exposed persons. Since when has BVN or NIN attached to a political party a passport to either get admission or get anything, jobs anywhere? There was a time PDP was ruling that state. So anybody that was not part of PDP at that time wouldn't have access to government privileges and even rights. Now the table has turned. It is APC. What makes him think that APC will rule forever? APC is not going to rule forever. And the fact is, the moment you win an election, you are not the governor of that
party.
political party. You are the governor of that state. And so the welfare and protection of lives is, you are saddled with that responsibility of ensuring that people are well taken care of and security is adequate. So are you going to say, because somebody did not vote for you, and then you see bandits or terrorists harassing that particular village, you just close your eyes? Or what? What is this trying to say? I think it was official recklessness that should be condemned by any right-thinking person.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Fanimo. Doctor, I'd like you to react to this in just 1 minute so that we can go straight to our
I will react to it just in two seconds.
All right, please.
You see, mainly I had that. You know how I tagged it? Because that person is a legislator. I tagged it as legislative idiocy. Because your onion as a legislator, you will know that there is, when you're talking about that, you are even infringing, impugning upon the constitution you are supposed to uphold. How can you say that if you don't have your NIN, you don't have your this, whatever, then you won't be allowed to have access to government privileges? It is nothing other than lack of capacity, lack of knowledge, lack of deep understanding of what legislation is. We need to query that person. How did he even get there? Are you sure his certificate was not forged? No, because even ordinary welder who was from a receipt and is in that legislative house, we never say that. We never say that. So such a person need to be queried by INEC. Maybe we have to first of all query INEC. Now, how should you allow this kind of a person to get to this position? Did you go through all the his resume that is submitted?
But doctor,
these are issues.
Doctor, you know most of them these days, they are selected, not elected, so you should understand better.
And that is what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. Even when you are, it's just like as you are now. If anybody should say you are being selected without going through interview, and then you are in the position you are, you have been showing some kind of capacity and the professional dexterity, isn't it? But it is when it is otherwise that can now query you, Savior, we need to first of all go to NUJ to find out whether truly you have been there or not. Go to your school, whether truly you have that, maybe you went there, but then you did finish. Like a minister of that minister that said,
Doctor, I was waiting because I knew you were going to call someone's name. Doctor, let peace reign today.
It's not my fault.
Doctor, let peace reign today.
It's not my fault. They tell it to eat.
All right, Doctor. Let's actually leave the Benin State lawmaker to keep enjoying his euphoria. That's what I would say. Mr. Fadimo, I'd like to bring it back to the studio. Let's talk about Malam Nasir El-Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, and of course, at the time he was even the governor, I was still very, very much in Kaduna. And just like the statement you mentioned when you talked about, that when you are elected, immediately you are elected, you are meant to now take care of the people. But of course, the same Nasir El-Rufai, he did it to the southern Kaduna, where he actually neglected the people because that side was, dominated by Christians. And Of course, we are the Southern Kaduna has the worst roads in Kaduna till date as we speak. But that's not the case now. Let's talk about the implication of Mr. Phone tapping. that's what has really happened. When we all saw the media chat and it was asked, and he admitted that yes, that phone was actually tapped. What are the implications of Nasir El-Rufai's action as regards to national security now? Because it was meant to be the other way around, which we still call illegal, that the government tapping into citizens' phone. But of course, I understand that when it comes to some security situation and the government has to just do what they have to do about that particular individual, that is only when they say, oh, they've done this, it was based on intelligence and all of that. But for an individual to tap into an NSA advisor's phone to the government, what do you think?
This thing is very clear and very simple. And that's why some of the time I quarrel with these, and because I'm in opposition, that's why they are haunting me. They are haunting me. El-Rufai was in a state of grandeur of illusion when he made that statement. Perhaps he was still having that hangover of immunity clause as governor.
As governor.
Not knowing that he lost that immunity 2.5 years ago when he stepped down from Kaduna Government House. So, over 2 years, you are still talking recklessly like somebody who is covered by immunity that can still find his way around such problem. How can you, in your right senses, knowing fully well, you've been in government for 23 or 24 years as BPDG, as a FCT minister, from FCT minister to governor, and you don't understand that there are some things that are better kept within the confines of your room. How could you openly admit to compromising the telephone number, the telephone line of National Security Advisor? The interpretation they will give it is just too wide, too many. What if they come up now and say most of these bandits and terrorists?
I was waiting for that particular conversation.
We are getting information on sensitive, classified information.
That's the thing.
From you. Don't forget that he had been fingered. He had been alleged of being sympathetic to terrorists and Boko Haram. And yet, there's a Yoruba proverb that says, if somebody is stalking you, you don't go near the fireplace with your body doused in gasoline. El-Rufai just did that. He knew that somebody was holding a box of match and he was the target. The next thing was for him to douse himself with petrol and move close to that person holding the match. And I just started a long journey.
A very long one.
I just started a long journey. And I don't know where it will end.
Because before now, we're told that his cohorts are actually with the ICPC as we speak. They've been there for some weeks.
No, those who work under him as governor.
Yes.
Yeah.
They've been held there for some weeks now with ICPC.
And of course, this is the same Rufai that when he was away outside this country, he was telling everybody that they were planning to arrest him.
Yes.
That was on a different level that could have attracted some level of sympathy for him. But this one, if anybody is taking side with El-Rufai, from what he has said, then I don't know how to describe such a person.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let me go to Dr. Kayode. I'm so excited that Dr. Kayode is part of this show today because this happens to be one of his elder statesmen. That's from his party now, the ADC. So let us hear from the political view what Doctor would say. And sincerely, I would leave the both of you to do it to it today if Doctor is actually saying otherwise. Hello, Doctor, are you there?
No, I'll differ to
you. Yes, I hear my brother saying if somebody is going to say otherwise,
Doctor,
are you preempting me?
No, Doctor, I'm not. But Doctor.
No, it was Mr. Panimo that said if anybody should say otherwise.
Okay, yes, he said so as well.
What I will say.
Okay, Doctor.
I'm going to come from a different perspective.
Doctor, I want you to.
I just hope you will be softer on me now that you have just come from the mountain.
Doctor, you know you just came back from the mountain. So, Doctor, what are the possible... Doctor, please. Doctor, please, what are the possible defenses that you people can use with El-Rufai as regards to this case? No, El-Rufai is your ADC person. And anything Doctor, anything that is going on presently in this government, all of you know how to lace its true political situation by telling us that, oh, it is politically motivated. So is this particular one also a witch hunt?
Let me say this. My brother there said initially that El-Rufai is still basking in the grandiose of what did he even call it again? Grandiose of something.
Of immunity.
Yes. It was later I used immunity.
Okay.
Let me say this. You see, like I told one of my bosses when I first started work as a young boy, not even young man now. I wrote a kind of do I put it memo or wherever, and he now summoned some of us to his office, about 5 of us. He said, who wrote this? Even though about 5 of us signed it, people were now being afraid to own up. And I said, sir, I wrote it. I wrote it for my comrades, and we all signed. He said, you wrote it? I said, yes. He said, when did you enter this company? I said, about 6 months, sir. He said, do I know the meaning of this particular paragraph? That it is indicting, it is this, it is that? I allowed him to finish. And I said, sir, do you also believe that a statement can best be interpreted by the author? The man said, really? I said, yes. He said, okay, I should give you the interpretation. I now interpreted the way it was on my mind. He said, wow, how I wish I knew when you entered this company, I would have asked the management to allow you to be working in my office. I think you can see that. Now, where am I going? When you're talking about El-Rufai, talking about what happened, what is happening now between the governments and El-Rufai, I will not want to talk about whether he has stolen money here or not there or wherever. Let's leave that one aside. Let us look at this cyber thing we're talking about. He that made that statement, it's not a buffoon. El-Rufai is not a buffoon. It's not somebody that talks anyhow. You cannot compare the composure, statements, the political aura that it carries. You cannot compare with that of Fayose or that of Wike. No. It's not somebody that can be given to inanities.
But doctor,
for him to have said that,
doctor,
he knew where it was coming from.
Doctor, you are talking about political aura or composure, but you actually tapped into national advisor. You should know what this means to NSA.
Listen, I know what. Allow me to learn now. I know what I'm. Just wait. Just wait. If you go further to some of his statements, he did mention that himself and Ribadu They have been friends for long. And at the end of that particular statement, he said he caused the day he met Ribadu and made his friend. So that means, along the line, there had been some things in between them that had even made El-Rufai to have been able to preempt him. Mark you, even that information that he's talking about, it might not be directly through him. It might be coming from even Ribadu's office himself. Look at the so-called coup plotters. The so-called coup plotters that they are still talking about now, that we have not finished their case. I think you follow the case from the beginning. You heard that some of them even was directly in the office of Ribadu. So, you see, I don't want us to be a little bit judgmental based on that is a politically exposed person. Rather, let us look at it from the angle is coming from. From the angle is coming from. Because as it is, it is only in the coming days, that we as spectators, commentators, will be able to unravel some of the statements and claims that El-Rufai have been making.
Okay. So, Doctor, you talked about, El-Rufai owning up that he and Ribadu were longtime friends. Of course, we're also privy to that particular information before now, because even to Ribadu named one of his, his son, after El-Rufai. That's to let you know, how close, they were as at the time. But if you're talking about true friendship, now going so and, they are not as close anymore. And of course, one is actually saying that curses the day, they met themselves and all of that. That shouldn't be our own problem. That is not even affecting us, in this nation. But what is our concern is, no matter who a person is, be it your friend or not, be it your enemy or not, as far as the person is now the national security advisor in that nation, you should understand what we call boundaries. You lose the right the day that person was appointed, because it's about the security of the nation. We're talking about our own national security now, because if you can breach into the phone of a national security advisor, then you can as well know every necessary intelligence in that particular nation. So, Doctor, don't let us lace this particular situation with good words, with wonderful
Listen
English.
to this.
Let us actually look into this particular thing.
Maybe there are some things we are not getting here. Let me tell you. Wait, Savior, maybe there are some things we are not getting here.
I want you to give us clarity, please.
Yes, listen. I said for somebody to have made such a statement, somebody who is not given to inanities, somebody who is not a neophyte when it comes to public leadership and public relationship, you will know that he knows what he's saying. Peradventure, there had been some issues that he is privy to. As far as Ribadu is concerned, and he's saying, okay, this is where I'm going to start from with this guy. This is where I'm going to start from. Because he knows definitely when he makes that statement, it's going to heat up the polity as it is eating it up now. And that's why I said, let us all be watching, because it is only in the coming days, maybe I'm going to call, in the coming days, that we now be able to know which way this statement is coming from and then swinging to.
Okay.
Not until when we listen to the two of them. Who is even telling you that it is not, I'm just saying asking, I'm not saying it is. It is not somebody from Ribadu's office that even leaked it to him. Just as some of the coup plotters, as we were told, came from also his office.
Regardless,
So
doctor, even if it is the brother, let me use that word, of Ribadu that actually linked it to him, as far as the person is in the dark, the person is shadow, it is El-Rufai that actually, made their claim. And it was him that actually said this was what was done. So it is not about whatsoever now. When El-Rufai is actually, picked and of course maybe prosecuted, then
it's about me trying to be a whistleblower.
You said?
To something. At the end of the day.
El-Rufai trying to be, hold on. El-Rufai trying to be a whistleblower, not for the nation as regards to security intelligence, but for himself. For himself. Doctor, and you said something before you started or while you were in your conversation. You said, let's even leave the corruption situation, and let's just face this cyber crime situation. Doctor, I don't know why we want to separate all of this. Don't forget that in that particular media, the other media chat, of course, I understand. I understand. No.
Our discussion is based on cyber.
Yes.
It was you that introduced the corruption case.
But doctor, if you actually heard the full news story, everything about El-Rufai's case as we speak is on the cybercrime, which is the phone tapping, and also El-Rufai being with the EFCC as we speak. So my question, your wonderful elder statement, doctor,
overshadowed
doctor,
corruption one.
Doctor, notwithstanding, your most celebrated, oral political, a gladiator, as you may paint him to be, is laced with corruption all through his tenure. And these are the same people that are saying that, I'm coming. These are the same people that are coming to say they want to save Nigeria, all from where APC has brought Nigerians to. But this same person is about to face multiple counts, as regards to corruption with the EFCC, with ICPC. Some of his cohorts are already going through one already. And these are the same people you are gathering in ADC to tell us that they are willing to take Nigeria off.
But the question is, how many of them are not also facing corruption cases? Right from the presidency down to the least chancellor. Tell me, which of them? Even up to the so-called Senate presidents. Tell me, who among them?
Okay.
So we cannot just be putting it on somebody because he's not a member of ADC.
So that's the thing. So that means that either here, either there, they are all the same. Is that what you are saying? Doctor, is that what you are saying? I want you to Doctor, I want you to be clear. Doctor, I want you to be clear. Are you saying either here and there, they are all the same, including the APC, the ADC, your party? So that means there's no difference, right?
When you are saying that,
is that what you are saying?
What you are saying now is this.
Okay.
You are saying,
Doctor, let me come back to the studio. Doctor, let me come back to the studio.
About ADC.
Doctor, let me come back to the studio.
Placing that one on the lap of APC.
But El-Rufai is now with the El-Rufai is now in the ADC, and don't forget that he's going through a corrupt case. Yes, so he's not in your party, and your party has been saying that they are all saints. Okay, Doctor, let me bring you back to the studio.
Are we going to send him away?
That was why I also told you that if you get an appointment from Tinubu, you also work and you will not castigate him again, and you will not have any issues.
I am not Bwala. Neither am I.
I just want you to know that this particular show is also on record. The day you get the appointment like Reno Mokri will remind you, maybe before 2031. All right, thank you so much, Doctor. Doctor, we are pressed for time. I need to come back to the studio. Doctor, I need to come back to the studio.
Let me die that very day.
Doctor, no problem. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Mr. Fanimo, I'd like you to give me your final and, of course, concluding thoughts as regards to what Doctor has said so far.
My dearest brother from the same constituency was laboring all along with academic sophistry to cover
what is going on. The uncoverable.
El-Rufai good, let us admit.
Let's just admit this.
Let us admit. If it were to be the other way around, I know what you will say. And I know what your position will be. How can somebody at that level spew that kind of statement and he still stood by it? Does he not know the legal implication of what he has said? Let us admit that he was wrong. And that's the beginning of restitution for him. All this academic sophistry, trying to pander, roll around. Oh, God, you are too brilliant for this that you have just done now. You are my brother. Let's call a spade a spade. This man erred.
Don't worry, we go to the mountain together next Friday.
Let's repeat this class so that you can be purged. You went to the mountain and you are not fully purged. You are returning to the mountain, and I will follow you to that mountain.
You are following me.
But doctor, I would want you to understand that we are not here to point fingers at political parties. No, that's not what we're doing. But this is it. It's so painful now in Nigeria that there is no politician presently that you can actually talk about. As soon as they're done with that, their 4-year tenure or 8 years tenure, or some that even goes as far as doing 12 and 16, that's from the legislative arm now. It's always difficult for you not to have them, come to EFCC or ICPC or even found in corrupt cases. And this is becoming too much. At some point, we have to curb all of this. That's all we're saying. If this...
Are you ready?
Doctor.
You are saying yes. Are you ready? How many people are ready to do that? Sincerely. How many people are ready to do that sincerely?
Okay.
When you see people, even journalists, commentators, defending people like Yaya Bello.
I understand your position, doctor.
A whole load of them. No, tell me, where do we go from here?
That's a very good question. How do we actually go from here?
It's a big issue.
Sincerely. But of course, thank you so much, Dr. Dayo Kaide, for being part of the show today. We're pressed for time and we can't actually go farther than this today. But of course, the program continues tomorrow. Thank you so much, Mr. Dele Falim,
always
for
my pleasure.
being a part of the show. It's so painful that
I see you next Friday on the mountain.
It's no problem. It's so painful that 1 hour is not always enough, but we'll see what we can do about this particular one because the time is quite short and we have so much to say. Coming up next, of course, if you love the world of sport, I'd like to stay put. Coming up next is Locker Room. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please to sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we dive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Obudu Mountain Resort, formerly known as the Obudu Cattle Ranch, is a ranch and resort on the Obudu Plateau in Cross River State, Nigeria. It was developed in 1951 by M. Macaulay. Macaulay, a Scottish who first explored the mountain ranges. In 1949, he camped on the mountaintop of the Oshia Ridge on Sankwala Mountains for a month before returning with Mr. Hugh Jones, a fellow rancher, in 1951. And Dr. Crefeld. Together, they developed the Obudu Cattle Ranch. Since 2005, a cable car climbing 870 meters from the base to the top of the plateau gave visitors a scenic view while bypassing the extremely winding road to the top. The resort is found on the Obudu Plateau, close to the Cameroon border in the northeastern part of Cross River State, approximately 110 kilometers east of the town of Ogoja, and 65 kilometers from the town of Obudu in Obanluku local government area of Cross River State. It's about 30 minutes drive from Obudu town and also about 332 kilometers drive from Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Charter air service is available to the Bebi Airport, which lies between the village of Obudu and the resort. However, the airstrip is no longer functioning and the cable car has been grounded for a while now due to lack of maintenance. In 2020, it was reported that the governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, pledged to revive the cable car after successfully test running it for the Christmas period. Since then, life has returned to the ranch. The climate of the Obudu Cattle Ranch is semi-temperate mountain climate, which is the general weather condition experienced on the Obudu Plateau. Due to its 1,600 meters elevation, the ranch has in recent times seen an influx of both Nigerian and international tourists because of the development of tourist facilities by Cross River State government, which has turned the ranch into a well-known holiday and tourist resort center in Nigeria. It has a serene climate compared to other regions in Nigeria.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest. It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to the issues.
All right, welcome to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room. And it's Monday, so much to talk about in the exciting world of football. I am Jerry El-Rufai, and we've got a thrilling show for you today as it promises to be exciting. It's countdown to some few hours before FIFA will make the big decision on what next is going to look like. Is it going to be Nigeria playing at the Intercontinental Playoff? Would it be DR Congo all the way? Definitely they say time will tell. But definitely Locker Room and Voice of the People Television will be there to give you all the updates. And that is why we are monitoring what is going on in the minds of FIFA. And joining me today to take a look at this and more, we have Mayowa, who gets to join us and is ready to break down all the action and share his hot takes on what's going down in the exciting world of football.
And don't forget to stay tuned, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell. Also, don't forget you can also be a part of the conversation by dropping your comments on the comment section. We're at VOP TV Live on YouTube and at VOP TV Plus as well, which is our backup YouTube page, where you can be a part of the action. We're also on Elsa TV channel 264. You can also find us on Facebook. We're also on TikTok and Instagram, VOP TV Live. You will never miss any of the action. All right, Mayowa, so much going down. All eyes on FIFA. It's Judgment Day.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I think this news brings I think if we are being honest, the way our football federation has handled our qualification so far, we do not deserve to be at the World Cup. However, I'm a proponent of following the rules to the letter. If you commit the crime, you must do the jail time. And the crime here is DR Congo not doing their homework, fielding ineligible player, and the crime is, after they have toiled and, struggled a whole lot, being kicked out of, of the playoff and handing it over to Nigeria. However, the decision has not been made yet. The case is still in front of FIFA. There's a lot of news going around and saying, FIFA already made a decision and just for that. However, that has not happened yet. We are waiting for FIFA. And I think from feelers, probably this might go in the favor of Nigeria, and it's going to be a great shame that DR Congo put in all that work and they didn't go through because of their own corniness, because of how corny they were in terms of trying to qualify. Nothing beats honesty. If you want to succeed, shortcut will not deliver the result. Shortcut might pay off in the short term, but in the long run, it always has its effects. And this is what we are seeing at the moment. I'm hoping it favors Nigeria. At least we get to go to the World Cup playoff and see if we make it to the World Cup. But, it will be a sad day for the Congolese side.
Yeah, if you take a look at a lot of players were all involved in badly done paperwork. And because they all really wanted to have these players play for them and give them advantage. Yes, if these players are showing interest, why not go through the process of doing the paperwork? Because there were a lot of players who wanted to play for Nigeria as well. I remember Felix Agu wanted to play for the Super Eagles. The NFF had to wait until the paperwork was sorted 100% before he could even kick a ball for the Super Eagles. There was even a player at a point in time, he came for training, but when the game started, the paperwork was not ready. The NFF did not make the mistake of feeding him. That was even a friendly game, not even in a consequential game. That's how to do administration. Yes, we might not be a fan of the NFF, but when it comes to those kind of eligibility issues, I think they've learned their lessons in time past, and they make sure that they don't fall victim of such situations again. And that is why DR Congo is in the hammer right now. And there is even information that they even tried as much as possible to influence this decision through one of their person who has a relationship with top hierarchy in FIFA. But it looks like this is not going to be swept under the carpet because they are fighting the one-time giant of Africa, talking about Nigeria. Yes, we used to be the giant of Africa. We used to be a country where others look up to in terms of following what we are doing. But now it looks like we are just following what is available, what is trending. And we are no longer setting the pace like it used to be back then. Anyway, today it looks like all eyes are on FIFA, with the Nigerian Football Federation and Democratic Republic of Congo having already submitted their argument over allegations of ineligible players. The matter moved fully to FIFA's hands with a decision expected today. Okay, for Nigeria, the stakes are obvious. Any ruling that alters results or points could shift the shape of the group and revive the Super Eagles qualification hopes. For DR Congo, the case is about defending the integrity of their campaign and ensuring their results remain intact. At the center of the dispute is the claim that DR Congo fielded one or more ineligible players in the World Cup qualifying fixture. According to the report, they fielded as much as not 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 players' eligibility have been questioned. That's a lot. That's a lot. Had it been it was one, maybe we'll say, okay, it was a mistake. But as much as 7 players, I think that's a whole lot. I don't know. Myra, what do you think about that? That's a whole lot of players to be involved in ineligibility issues.
I mean, I'm not, disclaimer here, I'm not supporting cheating. I'm not a fan of cheating. But if you want to cheat, you cheat with sense. How do you play 7 players that have eligibility issues? That does not even make any sense. That is another level of desperation. And to be honest with you, see, the thing is if they are found out that this actually happened, I think FIFA should the hammer of FIFA should fall hard on them. And it's also it also reflects badly on CAF. Because I mean, it is under the domain of CAF. Yes, we've argued this sometimes before that eligibility issue resides under FIFA and the rest of that. However, CAF as a federation, they also have the responsibility of ensuring that something like this do not happen. Because as far as I'm concerned, this reflects badly on CAF, because they didn't do their homework very well. And to the DR Congo side, I mean, why would you want to go to a work of via shortcut? Why? All the work we have put in, all the effort of those guys coming to play for you, has all gone to waste. If at the end of the day, FIFA decides to, uphold, the punishment that follows fielding an ineligible player, that means Nigeria gets to qualify. It means that all the effort of those players has gone to waste, and it's on the basis of the desperation of somebody in the FA. I will bet it with you, it is because of the largesse that will come from qualifying from the World Cup. That is the reason why somebody in the Congolese FA decided to play hanky-panky, because the rules are very clear. The country rules are very clear. If you have not renounced the citizenship of another country, you cannot represent DR Congo. That is their own law. They make the law themselves. I mean, even if you want to cheat, they have a democracy that is being controlled by the president. They have a house that's being controlled by the president. It's something that they can, just adjust their constitution to ensure that it's aligned with what they want to do. They didn't do that. They decided to play on FIFA's intelligence. Now it's catching up to them.
Man, it didn't even stop there. We are talking about some players that they lied to FIFA to switch their allegiance. Some were not, if their papers were not even tendered to switch. They just told them, go and play, we'll sort it out later.
I mean, it shows how
they didn't even do the paperwork. They just say, you are DR Congo, just play, don't worry, take DR Congo passport. They didn't even go to submit any paper that these players want to switch.
Yeah, it shows how unserious they are. It shows how unserious they are. I mean, if you want to do something like that, you need to do your own work. They want to, I mean, you are talking about, and the reason is this, because, a lot of African teams are very careless, they won't see anything. If not until when this started coming up at the tail end of the qualifiers, nobody said anything. And this is why it reflects poorly on CAF, because this happened under the banner of CAF, and they didn't detect it until people start talking, and FIFA decided to step in. So I mean, it's a disgrace if this finally happens, if they finally, if FIFA finally, punish them for this. It's a disgrace. It probably reflects on CAF. Also, I think for what the DR Congo have done, if the scandal is as much as what we are expecting it to be, I think they deserve to be banished. I think they deserve to be banned. I think they deserve to get the full hammer of FIFA, because I mean, this is taking cheating to another level.
Yeah, taking cheating to another level. Okay. While official documents have not been publicly released in full, eligibility disputes typically fall into one of these categories. A player featured while suspended, a player was improperly registered, and a player was not cleared under FIFA nationality rules or association switch regulations. That is the major focus as far as this matter is concerned. Anyway, the chairman of the National Sport Commission, NSC, Alhaji Shehu Diko, has revealed how they will handle any decision taken by FIFA on the protest lodged by Nigeria on the eligibility of some players in the team of DR Congo that defeated Nigeria in the final of the World Cup qualifiers playoff. Nigeria protested against 7 players in the team, okay? that will represent Africa in next month's Intercontinental Playoff for a ticket to the World Cup, and a decision is expected later today, according to reports. And while responding to the mood of the football governing body family of Nigeria ahead of the decision on the protest, which is hinged on the constitution of DR Congo on not recognizing citizens with dual nationality. And the Commission and the NFF are working hand in hand on that. Everything the NFF is doing is in collaboration with the NSC, as reported by the NSC boss, who said this in an interview. And all fingers crossed. It's good that the NSC and the NFF are working on it, because there's also there's going to be a platform where they can appeal if they are not comfortable with the decision of FIFA, which is some days, and not for them to appeal ahead of the date of the next playoff in March.
Well, I mean, it's good that we are seeing, the NSC and the NFF work together on this particular matter. In as much as I'm not a big fan of the NFF, I mean, sure. I will score them a 0 for what they have done. They put us in this position. We should not be, trying to go through we should not try going to the World Cup via the back door. We should have, done our job and qualified comfortably in our group. However, I mean, kudos to them that they are following this up. I mean, let's see where this ends. However, there's a downside to this. If I were other teams that play DR Congo, because these players that we are talking as much as about 7 players. They played in the qualifier. They played over 6-7 games in the qualifier. No, over 10 games. 10 games in the qualifier. Rather, they played over 10 games in the qualifiers. If I were the other teams, I will lock FIFA in cash and ensure that damages are paid. Even if you are not going to the World Cup, I will ensure that damages are paid, because some people did not do their due diligence. That is the reason why a team like DR Congo could field ineligible players, and nobody will detect that until people start making a whole lot of noise, until people start making research. It doesn't make any sense, and I do not understand how this passed cast. But in any case, kudos to our NFF. They are doing the right thing, and in as much as I don't like them, we have to give them kudos for doing the right thing, following up this case.
Yeah, definitely they have to follow up this case, because it's a very, very important one. And though some have said, the likes of the Algerians, saying that Nigeria qualifying through the back door, it is what it is. Nobody told DR Congo to feed in ineligible players, because whichever you look at it, the ineligible players created advantage for them. Yeah.
That's the truth. I mean, the quality, the quality of those players. I mean, one of them that we know very well, allegedly, one of them is Aaron Wan-Bissaka, and we know how important Aaron Wan-Bissaka has been for that particular team. So, I mean, the contribution of those players got them to where they were. So it means they cheated all the way. So I will not be surprised if, a lot of people are saying we are going through the back door and the rest of that. They cheated, and there is consequence for cheating. They cheated. There is, there is punishment for being caught while cheating. And as it is now, it seems they've caught them. We are just waiting for, what FIFA will decide. We don't know yet. Nobody can say what FIFA will decide. FIFA might come out and say, they found the case not credible enough and allowed DR Congo to go. But as it is now, from the reports we are having, I think probably this might swing in Nigeria's way. And it's also a lesson for other African countries. There is no reason to go through the shortcut. Seems like Senegal, seems like Cabo Verde, they did the hard work and they are going to the World Cup because of the hard work they put in. They didn't try to go through the shortcut. It's a lesson for other countries. Don't go through the shortcut. Do it the proper way, so that things like this will not plague your qualification.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, I even saw an alleged verdict. I know, a lot of people are releasing a lot of reports that the verdict has been published and it has been leaked that in favor of the Super Eagles, and they've taken 3 points, 3-0 in favor of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Please don't listen to all of that. Make sure that you stick with Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. When the verdict eventually comes in, we'll surely give you that. And of course, we hear that the meeting, the time zone between us and those at the FIFA headquarters is quite different. So, but definitely, as we speak, the meeting should be on, and decisions are being taken, and the verdict will be out at least before the end of the day. Within 24 hours, we'll be able to give you the verdict of FIFA on that matter. But I must tell you that for Nigerians all over the world, it's a time for anticipation. It's a time, I don't want to say prayers, because I don't want to sound like, anyway, as a Christian, it's good to pray, but this is a time of reflection. But I don't want to see the Super Eagles be in this position ever again. If we have our administrative work put out together, look at that team at the AFCON. They blew everybody apart. Everybody enjoyed the Super Eagles play good football. I think they were the best team for me at this AFCON. In all departments, we have talents everywhere. Talents are crying as far as the Super Eagles is concerned, from the goalkeeper down to the attack. We have the best striker in Africa, among the top 5 best strikers in the world. Talking about Victor Osimhen. We have Ademola Lookman. Look at what he's doing at Atletico Madrid, which he just joined. He was one of the man guilty of dispatching Barcelona as if it's no man's business. So that team sparks of quality, and they should not be struggling to qualify for the World Cup. And the World Cup is in June. It looks like there's no fanfare. There's no, I don't know, maybe because Nigeria is not there, there's no, I don't know. The PR is so poor as far as this World Cup is concerned. Do you observe that too?
Well, I don't think so, because we didn't qualify, because we didn't qualify.
I'm just saying.
I know, because we didn't qualify. The
Nigerians are not buzzing about it as far as Nigeria.
Obviously, what's our business with with those that qualify when we are not going? And the other team that is bantering us, you can go to Ghanaian X Space, and you see how they are throwing jabs at Nigeria. So I mean, what do we have to say? There's nothing to boast about. We are not going to, as at now, we are not going to the World Cup. However, the team has greatly improved under NHL. We saw what the guy did. We saw the improvement in performance before that particular Nations Cup. We were Osimhen FC. During the Nations Cup, anybody can score. Every department in that particular team scored in the Nations Cup, and we scored in every game except the game against Morocco. That's the only game we did score. In every other game, we scored, and that's how good the team has become under NHL. And it will be sad that we have 2 former African Footballer of the Years that might not be going to the World Cup. However, it's just a playoff round. Even if we get to win this particular case, it's a playoff round. We still need to win the 2 playoff games for us to eventually make it to the World Cup. The big question is this: do we have the quality to win the games?
Yes.
Well, let's wait for FIFA's verdict. If they give us, then we can start talking about that.
Mario, I can tell you 100% for free that we have the quality. But there's going to be a question mark, because there's a situation right now upon the Super Eagles and the NFF. Why they are talking about the situation of FIFA? If the verdict favors the Super Eagles, they will have to worry about a very, very big factor, because this time around, the head coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, Chel, has taken the initiative towards becoming the new coach of French Ligue 1 side Marseille. Chel, who is presently the coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, is among the names touted to be the coach of the Ligue 1 side following the exit of Roberto De Zerbi as coach. Yesterday, the Malian, who lives in Marseille, reached out to the president of the French side, Pablo Longoria, to formally signify his intention for the job. Decision is not expected to be taken immediately following the departure of Mehdi Benatia as sporting director. However, if Chel is offered the role, he will quit his position as the coach of Nigeria and is willing to pay the termination clause in his deal, which still has a year to run. He did the same when he took over the Super Eagles job by paying a compensation to MC Oran of Algeria. It is also worthy to note that he isn't the only coach in the running for the job, with Pere Aristoy, the former coach of Nantes, also pushing for the job. Meanwhile, it's good that the coach of Super Eagles is being linked to a very top job, as much as Olympique Marseille. But what does that mean for the Super Eagles? We are talking about making it through to the playoffs of the World Cup, and then Chel is looking for another job.
Well, let me tell you something. I know this would happen. Remember when his name first came out, you could barely search for him on Wikipedia. And that's how, That is how light his profile was at that particular time. The job of the Super Eagles was a job he needed by all means. Let me take you back to the process of how we appointed Eric Chell. Remember, they mentioned Eric Chell, they bounced him, they hired 4 audio coaches before they now circled back to Eric Chell. If you are a coach with a whole lot of class and a whole lot of swagger, and you have a whole lot of on your CV, no top coach will take the NFF job, will take the Super Eagles job. But because Eric Chell needed a step up, a level up to his CV, that is the reason why he agreed to take the job. That's number one. He has taken the job now. He has been able to build his profile, especially with the just concluded, AFCON, and a whole lot of teams that are qualified for the World Cup are running after him. The likes of Tunisia before they decide to hire somebody else, and other teams were running after him before they decide to hire somebody else. That is how good he has made himself look. That is how he has been able to build his CV. Now, let's come to our own NFF. The same NFF that we are talking about is fond of owing people. They only talked about owing the players during the AFCON. Nobody talked about the coach. They were also owing the coaching crew. So, I mean, if I know that this is the kind of situation I'm working in, my salary is not even guaranteed. They can pay me now in the next 3 months, they are not paying me. And I saw how they treated our heroes, because as far as I'm concerned, the players that play in the last AFCON, they are heroes. I saw how they treated them. They had to, protest that they are not going to play before monies were released to them, before what was due to them was released to them. If I have the opportunity to dump Nigeria for Monaco and pay the penalty, the penalty fee in the contract, I will do that and go to Monaco. And go to Marseille rather. Marseille will not be owing me, and I will have a much more conducive environment to work with, because an environment where salary is being owed is not conducive, no matter how you look at it. So I won't blame him, and I will not be surprised if he actually dumps Nigeria for a man.
Yeah, even coaching an Olympic Marcel, who has a chance of playing the Champions League or the Europa League or the Conference League, is a big opportunity for him to showcase his talent in Europe. You don't want to blame him taking a coaching job as big as Olympic Marcel. I think they've won the Champions League before. That was 93, if I could remember. So they're top side. They also have a quality of players. Take a look at lines of Mason Greenwood, the Aubameyangs of this world, and so on and so forth. So Olympic Marseille is a top side. It will be very difficult for someone to pass off an opportunity to coach a side like Olympic Marseille. But definitely, because if the Super Eagles is going to the World Cup, then okay. Now the question is, the NFL, what are they doing about this? Talking about the Nigerian Football Federation has dismissed reports linking the Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell with a move to Olympic Marseille, stating that it is unaware of any contract agreement between the parties. Speculation intensified today following widespread online claims that the Franco-Malian tactician had signed a 1.5-year deal with the Ligue 1 side. However, the NFF General Secretary, Dr. Mohamed Sanusi, refuted the report, insisting the Federation has no knowledge of such an arrangement. The clarification comes amid persistent rumors regarding Chelsea's future, with the coach reportedly attracting interest from the clubs abroad. Despite the speculation, the NFF president, Ibrahim Gassol, recently reaffirmed his confidence that Chelsea will honor his existing contract, which runs for another year. He's still with Nigeria and has 1 more year on his contract with the Super Eagles, Gassol said last week, reiterating that the coach remains committed, to his role. The thing is that you can never be too sure. As far as is a job where somebody is hired, contracts are signed, a contract can be terminated anytime. You can sack him, he can decide he's no longer interested in the job, he can pay out the remainder of his contract, he can do that. It's his own prerogative. I think the NFL should not be sounding overconfident that he is committed to the job. Please, what are you offering him? Are you offering him MON or GCON that he has to stay? Are you offering him $500 million per week? Are you offering him Ronaldo kind of money? So why should you be so confident that he's going to stay? That means the NFF are still living in limbo. What they've been doing before, they are still applying that approach. What they should be doing now is, okay, if Eritrea leaves us today, dumps the Eagles today, who is going to take over? They should start looking by now. When that news came out, they should have told their scouts, please start looking for a replacement. Eritrea might leave. I don't blame him. That's what they should be doing. I hope they are doing that. I hope it will not be the case when we go into the playoff, we'll go and brief the judge and say, sorry, please, we're in a difficult situation. Or they'll beg a Guavon again to make another experiment. They should start making plans because March is around the corner. This man, I will not blame him if he decides to pick Marcel, because Marcel will be playing games back to back. It's a lifetime opportunity. Even though he plays just the rest of the season, just 6 months as coach of Marcel, he can change his fortunes as a coach. Mayon.
Well, I think I will not be surprised if the day the NFF understands that Hector has already left is the day they are unveiling him by Marseille. Anybody can, anybody can say we are with you. And let me share a couple of experience from the corporate world. I've had people resign when they are already in the US or in the UK. They just send you the resignation letter via email and it's immediate, and you can't do anything to them. So probably maybe the day they are unveiling, maybe the day Marcel is unveiling the HL, the NFF will understand. The thing is this, there is no smoke without fire. You cannot have a record of owing people for over 30 years. The NFF has over 30 years experience in owing coaches. And it's not, it's not the Super Eagles coach alone. All the coaches across all our footballing team, they have the same experience. None of them has left with any good experience. None of them. The only people that enjoy probably maybe steady payment will probably be maybe your Joe, Bonfe Joe, and Western Off. And we understand the regime that we had at that particular point in time that allowed that to happen. At the moment, for over 25, 26 years, it has been the same thing. Bora Milutinovic complained. Betty Vogt was old. Stephen Keshi was old. Amadou Chouaibou of blessed memory was old. Eguavon, old. Finidi George, old. Pacero, old. I mean, Genetro, old. We can mention names. We can continue to mention names. This is about only say $30,000. I wonder why he was smiling with Amadou Pinnick. Old till now.
Maybe
not paid.
Maybe settling it through the back door.
Yeah, not paid. So I mean, these are people that are being owed. It has been consistent like that. Even the people that won Tunisia 94, they owe them over 30 years before they pay them. The same NFF owed people allowances, match bonuses for over 5 years. And they didn't pay until they start threatening that they will not play some matches, and they're still being owed at the moment. So there is no smoke without fire. For a church to even consider, for that news to come out, that church considering Marseille, definitely he has spoken to the hierarchy in Marseille. The big question is this: will you proceed forward to dump Nigeria? I will not blame you, and I will not be surprised if NFF is finding out on social media that the HR has dumped them, because you cannot see the kind of accident the NFF has, and you want to stay with them. Also, there's also the issue of godfatherism. The last concluded scope, we mentioned some couple of players that were there because they wanted to fulfill quota system, because somebody in the glass house wanted somebody from that region to be there, because those players had no business in the national team, and we could see. So, I mean, you have to work with all of this, and somebody else that will give you a room to work. Yes, football club has a whole lot of pressure attached to it. The pressure is weekly, or even 3-4 games in a week. We understand that. However, they will give you the enabling environment to thrive, and they will not owe you money. There is no loyalty when you are being owed. So as far as I'm concerned, maybe NFF would find out when when Marcel unveils HL. Another thing that you said that's very, very important. Our NFF, they are poor at planning. Let me take you back to when Pacero left. They knew Pacero's contract was expiring, and they waited after 11 months before they could hire somebody else. This rumor has been flying around. Before HL finally dumps us at the unveiling at Marcel, I would believe the NFF will be scouting for a new manager. But I don't think they are doing that at the moment. That is the reason why somebody is coming out to say he's very sure that HL is staying, and nothing go. I will not be surprised if after Erichel leaves, we'll go another 11, 10 months before we hire another coach.
I hope that's not the case, because this time around, this team is already looking like things want to turn around for the better for the team. They did very well at the AFCON. Erichel looks like he's the man for the job. And this verdict, if it comes to favor the Super Eagles, it will be very difficult to swallow that Erichel will not be taking this team to the Intercontinental Playoff. And if eventually they qualify for the World Cup, I think the man I'll be comfortable with taking this team to the World Cup, if eventually they make it through, should be Erichel. Yeah, because he has proven beyond reasonable doubt that he has the quality. All he just needs to do, maybe just beef up his coaching crew and make him better in making substitutions, last-minute decisions, and studying the opponent. If all of that is done, Erichel can take this team very far. But anyway, even when Sir Alex Ferguson left, he had to look for somebody else. When Arsene Wenger left, but we all know what Arsenal has gone through since Wenger left. We all know Man United, what they've gone through since Sir Alex Ferguson left. A lot of coaches have come and gone. And Liverpool is going through their own. Yeah, though one season wonder and a slot, won the League Cup immediately. But we are seeing the result now. Yeah, coaches are better than some coaches. So when some coaches are getting it right, it means that they found a way to manage the situation and bring the best out of the team. If that thing that is working, if you tweak it, there will surely be a problem. Yeah, because you don't fix what's not broken. Yeah, the team looks like they're okay now. Yeah, Maiwa.
Well, for me, I think the NFF will be wise enough to strike a deal with Erichel. Remember Ralf Rangnick, the coach of Austria, held the job of Manchester United and was also the coach of Austria. I think the NFF can also strike a deal with, Erichel, because to be honest with you, changing a coach right now might disrupt the rhythm he has created with the team. I think they can strike a deal with him, even though if he's going to Marcel, if he's going to eventually be with Marcel, they can strike a deal with him such that, he still remains the coach of the Super Eagles. I mean, all these games will be played during international window. That particular period, clubs are always, they would have down their tools because some of their players also will be featuring for their team during the international window. And I think if, because we know how poor the NFF is when it comes to, getting relegated, they're proving that to us. It took them 11 months to get the Erichel after they appointed 4 audio coaches. I think it will be best that they can deal with Erichel. In case it has to, pitch with Marseille, probably it does that with the national team. I mean, it's just the playoff and probably the World Cup. And during the World Cup, leagues are on break. Erichel will not have anything to do. Probably will be able to focus with the national team. I think if I were the NFF, I would try to explore that to see that Erichel completes what he started with the team.
All right, let's see how that pans out as far as the situation is concerned. Anyway, the senior national team of Nigeria will be back in action in the March international window with a friendly game set to be played against Asian side Jordan in their capital city, Amman. It will be the first time the team will be in action since finishing third at the recently concluded AFCON in Morocco. But the game is dependent on today's decision by World Football Governing Body FIFA on their protest against the RO Congo. Of course, if that verdict goes through, the Super Eagles will have to switch their attention to preparing for the Intercontinental Playoffs. Let's hope that is the case, because I don't think Jordan is the friendly we are looking for right now. I think going to the World Cup is more important than playing a Jordan side.
I mean, even they said it's a pre-World Cup game, pre-playoff game. I don't understand. Are there no better countries than Jordan? No disrespect to Jordan, they're actually going to the World Cup. No disrespect to them. I think Jordan is a step down for us, to be honest with you. I would probably prefer we play, a team in Europe, or probably even play one of the big teams in Africa. Probably even play maybe in Morocco, if they will agree to play us, or even an Egypt, or even a Senegal. Those are teams that will, give us more competition and allow our players to bring out their competitive edge. If we are playing against a Jordanian side, I think we have what it takes to be able to dispatch the Jordanian side, and that is not a game that we can. That's not an adequate game for us to prepare for the playoff with. I think playing a top opponent will probably put us in good shape in case we probably put us in a good shape for us to be able to prepare for the playoff. The Jordanian friendly, to be honest, is just one of those games. It's not a game I'm really looking forward to because of the quality of the side we are playing. And for heaven's sakes, we are supposed to be giant of Africa. We should not be playing teams that is way below us. We should be playing teams that is higher than us in the ranking, not a Jordanian that's below us in the world ranking.
Yes, my one, yes, I like your wish, but it cannot be fulfilled. You know why? If you are asking for top friendlies against teams that are higher than you, it's either they are the ones offering the platform or you are the one hosting. Most of the time, the friendlies the Super Eagles play, they are being hosted. They are not the one footing the bill of the friendlies. They go there to make money. It's a business deal on behalf of Nigerian football. So the NFL pockets money as far as those friendlies is concerned. Tomorrow morning, they will tell you they don't have money again. They are broke. So is it the same people who are always broke, who don't have money, who always collect money from people who host them? Is it those same people that you want them to host friendly, for instance, against England? Who's going to foot the bill? Imagine you want to play friendly against England. They will have to do Bambiala and beg a lot of people. And please, we want to play England. And the people will look at them. Who are the people that want to host? So you want to use us to cash out? They will not listen. So that's how bad it is. I think the last time we even had great, top grade friendlies, I think it was hosted by corporate bodies. That was it? I think we played the Atletico Madrid, I remember, and not the top teams anyway. And there was even the one at the Abuja Stadium where we played Brazil. Those are the last times we hosted high grade friendlies. And I don't think with this present NFF, I don't know, even to host the Benin Republic friendly, it's going to be a lot of work, not to talk of top grade friendlies. Maiwa, I wish you all the best in praying for those days to come. Anyway, let's go back to a climb where things are done properly. Talking about the English Premier League, but this time around the FA Cup, because Arsenal looks like their quadruple chase is on track. Arsenal powered into the FA Cup fifth round for the first time in 6 years as the quadruple chasers crossed Wigan Athletic 4-0 on Sunday. Mikel Arteta's side routed the third-tier strugglers with 4 goals in the first 27 minutes of the fourth-round tie at the Emirates Stadium. Noni Madueke, Gabriel Martinelli netted before Jack Hunt's own goal was fouled, followed, by Gabriel Jesus' strike. And of course, the Gunners are back in the last 16 for the first time since they won the FA Cup in 2020, a success that remains the only major trophy of Arteta's reign. Who says that the quadruple is not in sight for Arsenal?
Well, I don't think they will win the quadruple. I'm reiterating it again. Arsenal is not winning the league. Probably, maybe they might win the FA Cup. Champions League, probably they struggle and get to the semi-finals before they get knocked out. However, something that I saw in that game against Wigan is that Arteta decided not to rest the key guys. And the reason why that is good is this, is putting them, in goal-scoring shape. Because what they need going forward is the ability to be able to score goals. What they played against Brentford was around possession. How do you have one shot on target, which was the goal of Noni Madueke, and the rest of the possession you have is passing the ball in your own half? That is around possession. That's not how possession should work. And immediately they score goals, they go back to defend. Yesterday they didn't do that. That is the kind of Arsenal I want to see going forward. And majority of their top guys score, especially Martinelli and Gabriel Jesus. These are the guys that probably pull them out of the fire. I'm still hoping that Arsenal will prove me wrong and go ahead to win the league. As much as it pains me that Man City will probably win the league again, I really hope Arsenal will prove me wrong and probably win the league. So for me, I don't think they have the quality to do the quadruple. Probably maybe they end up winning one of these cups, maybe the Carling Cup or maybe the FA Cup. But the quadruple, I don't think they have the quality or the mental capability to be able to do it as a team.
Yeah, Maiwa has lost faith in the Gunners. Anyway, The Gunners are back in the last 16 for the first time since they won back in 2020. These are good signs. They're holding the 4-point lead at the top of the Premier League through to the League Cup final against Manchester City and then into the Champions League last 16. Arsenal could end their silverware drought with a remarkable quadruple this season. Anyway, they can ask Liverpool. They were on quadruple at a point till PSG struck, and they say the rest is history. May PSG not happen to them in the last 16. Maiwa.
Your own case is because somebody injured you, you want other people to injure. That's why you are saying you are bringing Liverpool.
I'm praying for them. That
you cannot. Yes. You can no. Your prayer is sarcastic. You are not praying.
Oh.
You are stylishly reminding them that what befell Liverpool that season can still happen to them, and that is you making underhand comments. You know, that is you throwing spanner from the back. I hope Ikechukwu could hear this and probably go after you after the show. But in any case, I think you are very correct. To be honest with you, there's a particular point. Liverpool were chasing the quadruple. The next quadruple, they were in the Europa League and in the chase for the Premier League, FA Cup, and Carling Cup. They ended up winning Carling Cup alone and lost all three. I think if Arteta is not careful, the same thing will happen. There's a whole lot of nervousness surrounding that particular team. Apart from the fact that some of the top guys, some of the top scorers are back and they are scoring. They scored over the weekend. I think Arteta needs to, he needs to talk to the team. There's a nervousness around them. They don't need to be nervous. They just need to take the key game as they come and they ensure that they score goals, concede less, and probably you might do it. I think if they can muster all their strength together and probably build mental strength, I think they have enough quality to be able to do it. But because of how they've been able to bottle things up in the last 3 seasons, that's the reason why a whole lot of people do not believe in them, including myself. So until they prove me wrong, I still do not believe in them. Probably maybe when if they win the Carling Cup, that will probably boost their confidence. But at the moment, I don't think they have the mental strength to do it.
All right. Okay. We see the comments pouring in on our VOP TV YouTube channel. We see you. Lots of comments. And of course, Climate Wonders, one of them says that DR Congo should be punished. It says, I heard FIFA have given verdict already, dismissing Nigerian protest today. That's a rumor. It's not confirmed whether it has been dismissed or not. So keep your fingers crossed. But don't worry, on Locker Room, maybe tomorrow's edition, and of course on VOP TV, we'll give you updates if the rule comes into play. Or maybe by the 9 p.m. news today, we'll be able to give you that information. And of course, on Sports Republic, we always hear as well on Sports Republic with Kizike. We'll be able to give you updates as far as that one is concerned. If it's not available at that time, we'll be here again with Locker Room to look at that. Okay, lots of comments. Luke Benga, Smart City, Papa Roso. These names are very, very cunning. Okay, this one says, Smart City says it's very simple. They cheated. And Climate Wonder says that Chelsea should please stay. Okay, the NFF. Okay, he's trying to say the NFF should start looking for a backup plan and borrow. He said we didn't do what we ought to do. We should have extended. He should have extended his contract. He's talking about Richard immediately after the AFCON. NFF is clueless. Gasol should please step down. Okay, Gasol, he's talking to you. Please step down. I hope you will listen. Anyway, but he won't. All right, this says FIFA's rules cannot overrule the Constitution of Congo. Once the Constitution of the country specifies who becomes a citizen, FIFA cannot overrule it. Congo Constitution does not recognize dual citizenship. Okay, this man maybe is from DR Congo. We see you. This one from Ghana says, watching you from Ghana. Okay, thank you very much. Marcos, though he has not said anything sarcastic yet. No, the Ghanaians, they don't have to be sarcastic when it comes to issues about Nigeria. This is, I pray the God of football smile on Nigeria because I want to be at the World Cup. I get the football filter, okay? Maybe he has plans of going to the US, Canada, or Mexico to watch the Super Eagles if, okay, they qualify. This one says, I seek to, Nigeria don't qualify already, quotes me, get people on the inside. Okay, he has people on the inside. He says Nigeria has qualified. That is coming from, anyway, I can't really, is this whether he's FIFA president? If he says the Gianni Infantino shows us his passport, then I will agree that he has someone on the inside. Okay, time not really our friend. We'll have to wrap this up. Okay, with La Liga, I don't know what's happened to Atletico Madrid. They destroyed a lot of people's hopes of cashing out this weekend. They lost 3-0 to Rayo Vallecano. I don't know. Simeone benched virtually most of his key players. I was really upset. A lot of people were really upset. Mayo.
Well, I don't know what Simeone is doing. Probably he's preparing for the second leg of, against Barcelona. But I mean, you take a 4-0 lead into that particular game. Why are you benching your key players? I do not understand it. They keep losing momentum. And this is not the first time. This is the second game they are losing in La Liga. And like you said, a whole lot of investors lost their investment on Saturday and on Sunday rather, and it was a bit sad because of the decision of Diego Simeone. I don't know the reason why he's doing that. I think maybe he's not interested in winning the La Liga. Remember, this also might be his last season. I don't think he's interested in winning La Liga. He thinks La Liga is beyond him. Maybe he wants to focus and probably win, the Spanish Cup and Copa del Rey rather, and probably call it a wrap. I think that's the reason why he did that. It's so disappointing, but let's see how they bounce back from that defeat.
All right. Well, that's our 10. The first time, I think they were already 3-0 down. I don't know. It was really a disaster out there in the La Liga. All right. Time really fast spent. Thanks very much, Maiwa, for being a part of the locker room. It's always a pleasure having your insight.
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and I hope by the time we come back for locker room tomorrow, Nigeria is already praying for the playoff. I'm really crossing my fingers for that. Thank you for having me, Jerry.
Fingers crossed. Always a pleasure. And of course, big thanks to the guys for making the show great. Talking about the likes of Shegun, Sam, as well as Jeremiah, and not leaving out Ikechukwu. My name is Jerry El-Rufai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. We hit you once again, same time on this platform. Make sure you keep following us. Subscribe to our YouTube channels, VOP TV Plus, VOP TV Live. And of course, make sure you follow us on Facebook. We're also on Instagram and on TikTok. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah. See that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Na quick cash dem dey find.
Just like that, boys don turn Pablo, and girls,
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest. Divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Some want japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija.
That the why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises. security concern now all of us.
No they complain about Naija, complaining no they change our mode. If you be true Nigerian, if you be Ogbonge Naija.
If we want better tomorrow, now we go make them work today. Hey, 7 promises them don't talk 'em. 7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face. Join body, make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me. Go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk 'em. 7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face. Join body, make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me. Go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Obudu Mountain Resort, formerly known as the Obudu Cattle Ranch, is a ranch and resort on the Obudu Plateau in Cross River State, Nigeria. It was developed in 1951 by M. Macaulay. Macaulay, a Scottish who first explored the mountain ranges. In 1949, he camped on the mountaintop of the Oshia Ridge on Sankwala Mountains for a month before returning with Mr. Hugh Jones, a fellow rancher, in 1951, and Dr. Crefeld. Together, they developed the Obudu Cattle Ranch. Since 2005, a cable car climbing 870 meters from the base to the top of the plateau gave visitors a scenic view while bypassing the extremely winding road to the top. The resort is found on the Obudu Plateau, close to the Cameroon border in the northeastern part of Cross River State, approximately 110 kilometers east of the town of Ogoja and 65 kilometers from the town of Obudu in Obanluku local government area of Cross River State. It's about 30 minutes drive from Obudu town and also about 332 kilometers drive from Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Charter air service is available to the Bebi Airport, which lies between the village of Obudu and the resort. However, the airstrip is no longer functioning and the cable car has been grounded for a while now due to lack of maintenance. In 2020, it was reported that the governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, pledged to revive the cable car after successfully test running it for the Christmas period. Since then, life has returned to the ranch. The climate of the Obudu Cattle Ranch is semi-temperate mountain climate, which is the general weather condition experienced on the Obudu Plateau. Due to its 1,600 meters elevation, the ranch has in recent times seen an influx of both Nigerian and international tourists because of the development of tourist facilities by Cross River State government, which has turned the ranch into a well-known holiday and tourist resort center in Nigeria. It has a serene climate compared to other regions in Nigeria.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. On the show today, U.S. Trump piled up pressure on Tinubu. Away from that, federal government slashed charges on El-Rufai. Well, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Mr. Darlington Agomo. Mr. Agomo is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Mr. Agomo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Yes, Okoro, how are you?
Very well, sir. Doing very well.
My
Good
pleasure
to have
being
you.
here,
Good
yes.
time. My pleasure, too. I appreciate your presence. Now, let's get into it. Washington turned up the heat on Abuja. Well, United States is increasing diplomatic and legislative pressure on Nigerian President Bola Tinubu over allegations of systemic religious persecution. A new bill in Congress proposes visa bans, asset freezes, and possible terrorist designations for groups accused of violence against Christians. At the same time, Washington is expanding security cooperation with Nigeria, signaling lately, right from late last year when Donald Trump redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, we've seen America, focus more on Nigeria. What is their interest in Nigeria? Apart from the resignation of CPC, on the 25th of December, there was a bomb somewhere in Sokoto to take out terrorists and all of that. And they've been insistent. Riley Moore was here, U.S. congressman. He visited IDP camps in Benue State, held meetings with NSA and other interest groups in Nigeria. And we see some kind of American interest in Nigeria. What is it all about? What is it for?
Good. You see, I like what Donald Trump is doing. The man is playing his role and the role of America. America have always told you that they are the policeman of the world. And they are not mincing words about it. Who brought down Al-Qaeda? Was it not America? Al-Qaeda, who degraded them? Who brought down Osama bin Laden? Was it not America? So anywhere America have an inkling, a hint of terrorism, they don't take it, they don't take it with a pinch of salt. They don't. They go all out to fight terrorism all over the world. All over the world. Then America told you that they're a Christian nation. How can they sit down and watch their Christian brothers being persecuted in Nigeria? These are issues. This is responsibility. So America always like their president to do what Donald Trump is doing. They like to be up there. They like to be in charge. That is how America wants their president. He can do anything at home, but when it comes to putting America on the world stage, Americans are always proud with their president. That's the one thing you must not take away from. In fact, that was why Hillary Clinton failed the election with Donald Trump the first time. America said they don't want a woman president who will not be out there to project America. That was one of their reasons. And so when they saw this hawkish behavior on Donald Trump, they elected him. Simple and short. They elected him because of that. And so the interest of America is that if they should allow terrorism to take root in Nigeria, of course, they will now grow into an Okada style and create another problem for America. So the best form of attack, their defense, is to attack. That is the principle of Donald Trump. Don't wait until the thing comes to your home. Go out there and pick them. That is, take the war to their doorstep. That is what I think is going on here. Apart from that, no other interest. America don't need any of it. Don't need nothing.
Okay, but Barrister, some people believe that there is a deeper interest in Nigeria by America because when you see what he's doing in Nigeria, it seems to contrast, conflict with his policy of MAGA, Make America Great Again, because the MAGA principle is basically, fashioned along retrenchment, to pull back America from involvement in international affairs and all of that. Look at what he's doing. He cut back on U.S. aid. America has pulled out of Afghanistan. America is trying to cut back what they call a policy of retrenchment. And just to do what? So that America could be great again, more like some kind of splendid isolationism, to look within and make America great again. And if they are trying to make America great again, it doesn't all go well with them if they are devoting so much energy outside. So, but we see that kind of conflict is in Nigeria, he's gone to Venezuela and all of that. So that is why some people think that it might just be, deeper than trying to rout out terrorists. Has it gone back to Afghanistan? Terrorists are still there. Has it gone back to Iraq? Has it gone back to Iran? And all of that. So a lot of people are confused why Trump is focusing on Nigeria.
Remember that Christians in Nigeria, they took this matter to American Congress from where Donald Trump heard of it. And he sent somebody to verify this claim. It was when the result came back to him that the man raised alarm and said, "What? You mean this atrocity is going on?" He couldn't have been happy. So I don't think there's any contradiction here. As for all these organizations that America are funding or helping to fund, America has discovered that it has become a conduit pipe. That there is abuse there, the thing has been abused and money is being wasted. He said, no, I will bring those money back to America.
Okay. And he's deploying troops to Nigeria. Barrister, if you talk about the issue of religious persecution and if you tie it to the country of particular concern, there are about 14 countries, that are designated as countries of particular concern. We have Sudan, we have Yemen, we have Afghanistan and all of them. But in all of this 14, Trump singled out Nigeria to send troops. So why the interest? Nigerians are asking.
Yes.
I'm going back to that particular question. Why the interest in Nigeria?
The interest is that Christians are being killed.
I'm telling you that it's not only in Nigeria that Christians are being killed.
No, the places we mention are Muslim states. The places we mention are Muslim states.
Barrister, South Sudan is not a Muslim state. It's a CPC. South Sudan, I mean.
It's not. There are Muslim states.
Barrister, I just told you that South Sudan is CPC, but it's not a Muslim state.
But they are fighting. They are at war.
Okay.
Is Nigeria at war?
South Sudan is not at war.
It's at war.
No, Barrister, it's just ethnic violence.
Oh my God.
It's sectarian violence between the Nuer and the Dinka.
It is a serious war going on. The humanitarian crisis there is the worst.
Okay, so apparently what they are saying is that Trump is singling out Christian countries, where persecution is going on.
Yes, and then because the Nigerians took this matter to U.S. Congress, remember?
Okay.
It was only a matter that was of all these countries we mentioned. It's only our matter that has been discussed in the U.S. Congress that escalated the whole thing. And people were sent here and they saw things firsthand. Which other country have done that? Which other country? We brought our own matter to his attention. That is it.
Okay.
That's the difference here. These other countries, how many are they compared to the size of Nigeria? They are small countries.
Okay, so Nigeria is of particular concern to the United States of America because of the Christian community, not because Nigerians are being killed.
Of particular interest, because if something happened here, the humanitarian crisis and the refugee crisis.
No, so Barrister, Nigeria is of particular concern to America, not because Nigerians are being killed, but because of the Christian community being persecuted.
Is that not the main reason?
Okay.
That's the main reason.
Do you like the fact that it is framed around persecution of Christians, around the fact that Nigerians are being killed? Where should it be framed around? What should it be framed around?
Look, that of Christian is the main issue.
Okay.
How many of your other Nigerians are being killed in number like the Christians? Just be sincere to yourself. How many? Just put figure to all these things. Christians have been the one bearing the brunt. You know it, I know it. So why are we pretending about it?
But every human's life, everybody's life matters.
How many of them are being killed?
They also claim that they are being killed in their numbers. As we speak, Nigerian government has not admitted that there is Christian persecution or Christian genocide in Nigeria.
They don't need to admit now because they know who are the people at the helm of affairs. I don't know Muslims. So how can they agree that their brothers are killing people? Rodo, how can they? How can the Tinubu and the Shetima agree that Muslims are killing people? Is it possible for them to agree?
Okay, now, Barrister, let's go into the similar conversation, which is all part of the whole America piling pressure on Nigeria. Now, there is a Nigerian Religious Freedom and Accountability Act before the U.S. Congress, like what you said. Now, the proposed legislation, backed by several Republican lawmakers, will mandate annual State Department reports on religious persecution and consider sanction under the global Magnitsky Act, you know the Magnitsky Act. It also calls for reviewing whether certain armed groups should be designated as foreign terrorist organizations. The bill follows President Donald Trump's decision to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern for religious freedom violations, heightening diplomatic tensions. Now, Congress, again, on their own part, seems to be piling up sanctions against the present government. Has sanctions ever worked to prevent, the killing of people and all of that? Has it ever worked to leash any administration from wrongdoing? I mean, if they go to U.S. or if they don't go to U.S., they'll go to other parts of the world. As a matter of fact, they're even facing Middle East now and going to Asia. They're going to Bahrain. They're going to UAE. I mean, the policy makers in this administration, the people that are politically exposed in terms of having been accused to kill Christians or having been accused to sponsor terrorism and all of that. They don't even go to U.S. again. They don't even go to Europe. They go to Turkey. They go to UAE. They go to Bahrain. At once, they go to Asia. So have sanctions ever worked in this track?
Yes. Sanctions have worked effectively. You remember that most of their loot are always domiciled in the U.S.
And I'm telling you, they don't even go to U.S. again.
But they still have property, like the property Wike have in U.S. Has he removed it?
Wike has not been fingered here. Wike is not under any sanction.
Hold on. They won't tell you until the lists are out.
Okay.
But does he have a property there or not? You mention any politician who's anybody that doesn't have one property.
Barrister, you seem to be missing my argument. Now, because of this, they don't even go to US again.
What are they even going
to do?
They
are going to UAE.
To do what?
No, to do what they used to do in America.
In America.
They're even going to Asia. They are going to Singapore. They are going to Malaysia. These places have become new heavens. So I want us to establish the fact that, according to you, sanctions have worked effectively. So what have we got out of those sanctions?
It depends on there are limited sanctions and there are targeted sanctions.
Yes, there are sunset clauses, sunset sanctions, there are snapback sanctions and all of that. But so, my question is, has any of them ever worked against the government?
It has worked. It has worked. By the time they sanction them and their family and their children, it will have effect on them. Because
Barrister, what effect? Because Abacha stayed here for 5 years. He didn't leave the precincts of Aso Rock.
But his money was going into US. Yes.
I know his money. Okay, his money went to Europe and they are bringing all of that back. But the man is gone.
This other one, they are civilian administration.
Okay.
They can't afford not to go for holidays in these places, because of how they have built their cities and their society, because of how nice their country is. They want to go and enjoy the goodies. Mr. That is the main reason. So you want to tell me that
Mr. Gomo, can you tell me one very clear instance, where sanction has worked against a Nigerian government official? Just one.
One?
Yes, one.
When they banned these people from coming into their country.
The Supreme Court justices. Okay, what happened?
What happened is what happened.
They didn't go.
They regretted it.
They regretted it, but they are still giving out judgments here that are questionable.
But at least America refused to allow them come in.
So what did they miss? What did they lose?
They miss going there to enjoy.
Barrister, beyond sanctions, what can US do? I understand that they are here now. But beyond sanctions, what else can they do, to ensure that they bring our leaders to account, if we cannot hold our leaders accountable on our own?
The embarrassment alone is more than enough.
Does it look like these people care? You think that they care?
Inside them, they are regretting everything, but they can't help it.
And so what has changed in all of that? What has changed? For the Nigerian people, the average person in Nigeria.
The matter is ongoing now. It's not yet done. By the time America finishes, because they are still coming, remember, they are still coming. It's not as if at the end of the day, no. The matter is they are just building up.
Barrister, for how long has the Ukraine-Russian war been fought? For how long?
What does that?
Because America has piled up sanctions against Russia and it doesn't seem to be working.
Look, you are not Russia. Russia is a powerful nation.
Okay.
You are not Russia economically, militarily. You can't compare.
Okay.
Compare comparables.
So what do you think that sanctions will do for us here?
The sanctions will help to put our leaders on the right path. If you check, there are things APC would have wanted to do, but they can't do it because they know America is watching.
Like what? What have they not done?
All those rascality, all those political rascality, all those political...
Has any of them been addressed?
But, they are scaling down.
Scaling down?
Yeah, they are scaling it down, yes. All those things that they used to do with impunity and arrogance, without caring. They are scaling it down, especially with this campaign period. The things they would have wanted to do, they can't do them.
Like what do you know? Like what do you know?
Suppressing the opposition and all that.
Are they still not suppressing opposition? Obi said, over the weekend, Peter Obi said, well, the federal government doesn't want me on the ballot. Is that not suppression?
He said it now, but can they do that?
Okay.
No,
but they are still trying.
Hold on, please. Let us separate the wheat from the chaff.
Okay.
If you have worked against yourself, how is that the problem of APC?
Barrister, Nigerians asked for electronic transmission of results, real-time, compulsory. Was it made compulsory? Does it look like the sanction is working against the National Assembly?
They are still protesting.
Okay.
That is politics. That is politics, ongoing politics. Everything you want to get in life, even in the US, you have to protest and fight for it. You saw how Rosa Parks was treated and how she reacted. And from there, what happened? The blacks became what they are today. So everywhere in the world, the government don't want to give you freedom a la carte. You must fight for it. You must demand for it. You must work for it. That's what we are saying. This
okay, so apparently America is putting pressure on them so that the Nigerians, the masses, will now ask their government, or they will protest and all of that.
These protests that happened that made the National Assembly to rescind their action.
Did they?
Hold on. These protests, Mr. Okoro, are you telling me that if not that some people are watching over our affairs now, they wouldn't have been tear gassed? Tell me.
Okay.
Eh?
But at the end of the day, what did the protesters achieve?
At least the hybrid.
Hybrid has always been there from 2022.
We are going further now. We are going for look. We are going further now to demand this mandatory inclusion.
Okay. I think something will come out of it.
Eventually, if the pipe, it's left for the opposition now to pile up. Then the opposition mobilize.
Okay, it's left for the opposition.
The people that
for
went to Ojota in 2012, it was someone that mobilized all of them to come out. Is that not true?
Okay.
APC mobilized them to come out, and this president was the arrowhead.
So you now discover that even with the sanctions, people in government, they are not backing down. They are not backing off.
It's a matter of pressure.
Pressure from who?
Everybody and anybody.
And we are piling up pressure. America is even piling up pressure with sanctions, and nothing seems to be working.
Oh God!
So why are you so optimistic?
Are you telling me? I said it has not ended now.
Okay.
This thing is not something you do that day. You bring government wouldn't want to be stampeded. They will pretend as if they are resisting.
Okay, but so you are optimistic that it will work.
Something will come out of this. All I'm telling the opposition, go and mobilize more people. Let more people come. By the time they see 1 million people there, look, shame will be on them not to do it. By the time they see 1 million Nigerians all over the country, but who will mobilize? Mr. Okoro, that's the problem with opposition. They don't have the funds to do all these things. If not, somebody would have gone hire buses all over Nigeria. People would want to come, take care of them. By the time they stay there for 1 week, the National Assembly will succumb. But who will do the mobilizing? Nobody among the opposition. You can see what I'm saying here. When they went to Ojota, somebody mobilized them. They were eating and drinking there. Somebody was buying them drink. Is that not true? That's what the opposition did.
Mr. Agomo, I like your optimism. I hope that Nigerians can share in
with
this
more
optimism.
pressure. With
now
more
let's move on. U.S. court orders release of Tinubu investigation files. Well, in a separate development, United States Federal Judge Beryl A. Howell ordered the FBI and the DEA to release records linked to a decades-old narcotics investigation involving Tinubu. The ruling came after a Freedom of Information request and criticized federal agencies for delays, setting firm disclosure deadlines through middle of 2026. Now, Barrister, again, where is this coming from? I thought we have gone beyond this stage.
You know, this FBI and CIA, I think they are blackmailing Tinubu. Whenever there's a national event, you see them coming up with all these things. Since the election 2023, that they said they are going to do this or that, all of it, So why can't they release this document? By the way, if they release this document, now what will happen? Are we going to take Tinubu to court or what? It's something everybody is aware. If you release the documents now, of what use to us? Because when we needed those documents most, you did not release them. You gave us 1,001 reasons. But whenever you need to rattle Tinubu, you go for his narcotic investigation, whatever. And then he will come and wet the ground. And then you cool down for a while. Then maybe when the election is about to, you now go again. You want to release documents. The man will not beg you. This thing will harm my political interest. My enemies will use it against me. They say, okay, you know what to do. They will, these are things that they are doing. CIA and the FBI, I know. If they want to do so, they don't need to delay this long. They promised they will release this thing. Over 2 years ago.
Over 2 years ago. At that point, it was a different president, a different administration. It was Joe Biden then. And the back and forth, they didn't yield anything. Now, Trump has come smoking fire, and brimstone and all of that. So, does it look like America might be interested?
They will not. After all,
you think they will release it?
They will not, because after all, Tinubu is cooperating with Donald Trump.
Okay.
Have you heard Tinubu open his mouth one day and talk about this America coming into Nigeria?
Okay.
Have you seen him make any statement? You see how he kept quiet as if he's not in town. That means he's cooperating with Donald Trump. In fact, he has outsourced his responsibility to Donald Trump. So on what ground would they go ahead to do this? Rather, they will tell him to do something, and that will end.
Okay, exactly the point. What kind of thing would they ask him to do?
What they have been doing before.
Like you said, blackmail. You use the word blackmail.
Yes. How do you blackmail somebody?
Are they using it for some kind of quid pro quo or tradable? No, you do this for us and we'll do this for you.
If not, tell me, why is it that they have not done this in over the years?
You know, when you talk about over the years, I'm telling you, now, the other administration in 2023, it was Joe Biden. Now we have a Donald Trump. And we are nearing an election period. We are going into an election year.
American security agents are independent of their president. I hope you know that.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Oh my God, they are. Joe Biden was investigated by the FBI when he was in office.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that they don't take. It doesn't mean that they don't take instruction from the president.
Which instruction?
It is the president that appoints the CIA and the FBI directors and all of that, and they're answerable to him.
Mr. Okoro, when the FBI say I want to do their job, it is the line manager that decides. It is only when the matter has been finalized that they inform the president.
Okay, and the president can say hold on. And the president can say hold on to that.
Like when they were shadowing Osama bin Laden.
Okay.
Nobody knew until the final day. That was when they told Obama.
But the NSA gave approval to all of that.
So that
and the NSA reports to the president.
So they don't escalate.
So the president was in the know of what FBI and CIA were doing.
Yeah.
They were at that point, when they started cooperating, initially they were not cooperating. There was no form of interagency cooperation between CIA and FBI. That was why, the 9/11 happened at that point.
Yes, 9/11 happened. No, because the president, it was the fault of George Bush. Go and watch Fahrenheit 9/11. George Bush was aware, but he wanted to show.
Well, Barrister, that's a conspiracy. Let's not go into that. Let us not get into that controversy of conspiracy.
He knew
I'd like to
9/11.
ask you now, Barrister, does it look like, because some people are also thinking that America, with what they are doing in Nigeria, might be angling for some kind of regime change or what? Do you see that perspective, playing into what we are seeing?
They have already told you that there are a number of options on the table. Ralimon said that separating Nigeria is one of them.
Okay, could regime change also be one of them?
I don't think it's not a matter of regime change.
Okay.
Because the only solution to this matter is that since you cannot live together, is it not obvious? We go and separate. After all, there are countries that have done that. Iran and Iraq were together. It is this type of skirmishes that caused the separation. Iran now came out of Iraq. So it is done all over the world. It is obvious that we cannot live together. And as a matter of fact, the amalgamation has expired. It's written there. The 100 years of amalgamation have expired since 2014. So we are just an extra time. That's the truth. They knew that we can never be together. The people that joined us together, they knew. But they were doing it for their own convenience, administrative convenience. With what is going, there's no way, even in the next 1 million years, Mr. Okoro, Nigeria can never be together. It's like telling somebody to change his religion or his surname and all that. There are things that are very dear to you, that nothing will make you change it. So it's not possible for us to live together. We are just trying to
if Nigeria is restructured, wouldn't it be possible for us to live together?
But restructure is not possible.
What makes it impossible?
Because the leadership is not will. They don't have the willpower to do that. You saw the few things they wanted to do, that how they not resisted it.
Okay.
They resisted it. You saw what their reaction. So this restructure is not even on their...
No, as infamous as Buhari might have been, Nigerians agree, when he was leaving, he gave us a parting gift. He was able to start the process of restructuring. He said, well, states can now build power generation plants. States can do very well. States can do correctional facility and all of that. That was a starting point. That was a takeoff point. If we are able to bring the true federalism into Nigeria, would there be any need, to balkanize Nigeria? I mean, America is also talking about having to ensure that there is state police. That's one of the options on the table. If we do all of these things, would there be any need to split Nigeria into factions?
But you know that they cannot do it.
No, I'm just telling you that the process started under Buhari.
From Buhari, this state police had been mounted on several locations, but what came out at the end of the day?
Barrister, if America is able to pressure us like they are pressuring us now, I mean, Sunday Jackson was released under American pressure. Now, if they're able to pressure us and we get state police and do actual restructuring, would there be any need to split Nigeria? Well, I mean, our unity and diversity is an asset. Our diversity is an asset that we can use to build a strong, big country in Africa.
Restructuring would have been very, very possible before the terrorism started. But right now, these terrorists have become so big. The amount is now wide for money. They are now paying for blood. So restructuring now, they will make it impossible.
They will make it impossible?
They will make it
Even
impossible.
with the presence of American troops? I said
they will make it impossible. The only option, like America said, let Nigerians go there, go a bit separate from each other, so that maybe it will bring sense into some people.
Well, Barrister, if you say restructuring is impossible, I wonder what American troops are doing here, because there is troop deployment amid security concerns. Now, roughly 200 United States soldiers have been deployed to Nigeria in a non-combatant advisory roles, with about 100 personnel arriving in Maiduguri in recent days. Well, U.S. Africa Command says the mission focuses on intelligence sharing and counter-terrorism support, while Nigerian officials stress sovereignty and capacity building. Well, the deployment comes as extremist violence, including attacks by Boko Haram and ISWAP, continue to displace parts of northern Nigeria. Barrister, I mean, finally, American soldiers are here. Same day they landed in Maiduguri. Terrorists struck in parts of Borno State. What are we likely to see in the coming days? You are talking about trying to divide this country, and Nigerians are saying, wouldn't it be better if we restructure this country so that our diversity could be our strength, an asset that we need or that we already have? So what do you think that we are going to see in the coming days?
You were here when a northern leader told you that an attack on Boko Haram is an attack on the north. You were here when Jonathan brought General Ihejirika, who gave the terrorists Boko Haram hell. He chased them into Sambisa Forest. It was Ihejirika that made Nigerians to know that there is a place called Sambisa Forest. True or false? All these things happened, yet the North resisted it. They started writing memo against Ihejirika, against Jonathan. Did it not happen in this country? No, did it not happen here? So what makes you think that they have changed their stand?
No, we have a different situation now. The Americans are here to help us.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling
you.
Do
you think that Americans will not succeed?
Hold on. Americans are not going to fight in the battlefield.
Okay.
We have not heard of such.
So what are they coming here to do?
They said they are advising. They made it clear now.
Advice based on
what? They
what?
made it clear that they are not combatant soldiers.
So why are they coming?
They said advisory role.
Barrister, I hate to butt in bed. I'd like for us to know what kind of advice are they coming to
They
do?
will tell you what to do and what not to do, how to counter these people. Is that not advisory? They made it clear that they are coming for advisory role, not combatant.
Okay.
So on what ground would they
advice that they cannot give from United States or what?
Because when their ground now is a different ball game.
Okay.
You want to tell me that if Americans start killing the terrorists, their brothers who are sponsoring them will keep quiet? Wouldn't they start raising alarm? No, tell me. So the people behind this terrorism, will they keep quiet? No, let us face facts here. Northern leaders have not been since.
So when Nigerian soldiers start killing them, what happens?
Is that
because America is going to advise Nigerian soldiers on how to start killing them, and Nigerian soldiers start killing them.
Let it even happen. Let Nigerians.
Wouldn't they fight back according to you?
You mean
the Northerners? Wouldn't they fight back?
It would have been better. It would have been better. By that time, they will not accuse the president of bringing Americans to come and kill him.
No, what I'm saying is that America is here. America will advise Nigerian soldiers. Now, Nigerian soldiers will start taking them out. Wouldn't they not push back?
On what ground would they do that?
So why would they push back if American soldiers
Because Americans are foreigners.
So, Barrister, why would they? Now, Americans are here in advisory capacity, non-combatant, and they are helping Nigerian soldiers to take them out. You think that the North should not push back? Because according to you, when Ihejirika was doing it, they not pushed back. So why wouldn't they push back now?
No, because America is a foreign power. They will say that you employ them to kill their people. That's what they are going to say.
Barrister, you are missing the point.
The point is
your position is that when Ihejirika was killing them, the North said, oh, your people are killing my people. Now, Americans are here for over 15 years or 12 years, for over 10 years or 12 years that Ihejirika left. We've not been able to take them out. Now, Americans are here to help Nigerian soldiers in a non-combatant mode to take them out. And you are saying that if America starts killing them, the brothers will say, why are you killing us? And I'm telling you, according to you, Americans are not going to battlefield. They will only advise Nigerian soldiers to start killing them. Now, when Nigerian soldiers start killing them, on the advice of America, wouldn't there be pushback from the North? That's the question.
Who told you that Nigerian soldiers want to kill anybody?
Okay, so why are Americans coming here then?
Never they're advising them from behind.
To do what?
To go and combat them.
And combat them and do what?
To take them out.
Taking them out, is it not killing them?
But when it starts, let it start before you go.
No, but you said that there will be pushback if Americans are involved.
Yes, because America is a foreign power. They will see that somebody brought mercenaries or whatever to come and be killing them, killing the North. By that time, the narrative.
So, Barrister, what you are telling me is that even with the presence of Americans here, we are not going anywhere.
Look, we will go somewhere if there will be new orientation on the part of Nigerian soldiers who couldn't do anything before now.
So you think that, you think that Nigerian soldiers were unable to do anything because they didn't know what to do and will only do something because American soldiers are advising them now? Is that your position? Look, this particular insurgency or this particular insecurity is tainted with religion and ethnicity. So what Americans are coming to take out the religious aspect of it or ethnicity part of it?
The presence of America will help one word.
Okay, so they will not stop. They will now shout that Tinubu brought a foreign power to kill them.
I am coming. Now, with the presence of America, the aspect of a tribal or ethnic or religious sentiment will be taken out. Okay. Because America is a neutral person.
But mind you, if it will be taken out, they are not going to the field. So when Nigerian soldiers, I'm sorry, sir, when Nigerian soldiers are trying to overpower the terrorists, like we have said in the past, and someone asks them to retreat. So with Americans, they are not going to retreat. So there won't be political interference because Americans are here.
Americans are here in advisory capacity.
But they don't have command positions.
Wait, I'm coming.
They don't have command positions.
When push come to shove, the Nigerian government may ask them to join the fray. And that means more of American troops are coming in.
So at that point, will they not push back because America will be involved?
They will have no choice than to surrender.
Oh, but initially you said they were going to push back. Now, Barrister, let's get into our second story.
When we get to the bridge, we'll
Barrister, Nigeria's presidency has called for a full investigation into comments made by former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai after he alleged during an interview on a national TV channel that he, an unnamed associate, had access to the private phone conversations of National Security Advisor Ribadu. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga described the remarks as a serious confession and warned that any private possession of wiretapping capability poses grave national security risk. While El-Rufai also alleged that the ICPC acted on Ribadu's orders to target him. The presidency stressed that unauthorized interception of communications violates Nigerians' law and could compromise classified security operations. Ononuga questioned how a private individual could assess such surveillance capacity and insisted that El-Rufai must face investigation and possible legal consequences if found culpable. Meanwhile, El-Rufai appeared at the Abuja headquarters of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission amid tense protests by opposing groups. While some demonstrators demanded his prosecution over alleged financial misconduct, supporters insisted he was being unfairly targeted, while security operatives maintained heavy presence at the scene as public debate intensified over accountability and equal application of the law. He was accused of committing an offense under Section 12, Subsection 1 of the Cyber Crimes Prevention Act, as amended in 2024. In 2 count 2 of the charge, the former governor, who is a frontline member of a coalition of opposition politicians that are dissatisfied with President Tinubu's administration, was said to be aware that someone unlawfully intercepted the NSA's communications but failed to report the crime to the relevant security agency. It was further alleged that by using technical equipment to intercept NSA's calls, the defendants engendered public safety and national security and instilled reasonable apprehension among Nigerians, an offense in breach of Section 13, Section 131, Subsection 12 of the Nigerian Communications Act 2022. Barrister, several Nigerians have been calling for investigation of El-Rufai, but no one seems to be talking about the compromising of that very important office of the NSA. What should be more concerning to Nigerians at this point? That El-Rufai listened to his phone conversations, or the fact that somebody, a group of people, have the capacity, the capability, to tap his phone lines? Which one should be more concerning to Nigerians?
Both of them. Okay. In the first place, when Nuhu Ribadu was appointed to such office, some of us, including me, I kicked against it that Nuhu Ribadu does not have the experience required for that office, because he was just a police officer from from special assistant on security. He was converted into national security advisor. Even some military men, they are not happy, because that office is for military men who have been in the saddle, who have gone through the ranks, who have experience both within and outside Nigeria, who knows how these things are done. I don't think he knew who had such a background. He didn't. He doesn't. He was just a police officer. And so when he was appointed, there was ruckus all over the place, but Tinubu insisted.
No. Okay.
Because if he had experience with Okoro, all the things we have been hearing about that office couldn't have happened. One, his car was stolen. Was it not true?
Okay.
Good. A whole national security advisor. Again, he was involved in equipping some terrorists in Kwara, according to them. When they were captured, he said it was the national security advisor that gave them the car, the guns, and everything they are using. Is that not true? How could you be hobnobbing with terrorists? National security advisor, for God's sake. No, look at that. Does it make sense? Then on many occasions, Nuhu Ribadu will leave security master. He will be involved in almost everything. Whenever there is political quarrel, you will see him there. Whenever there are issues in the politics that does not, you will see him there. They will send him to go to this place. They will send him to go. And this is not security related. With all these things, my dear, why would that office be compromised? When he was hobnobbing with all these people, you don't know that a lot of things will give. That office, you are not supposed to be seen. You are supposed to be heard. Not to be seen. You'll be living like a recluse, away from the public glare. But this Nuhu Ribadu, he's all over the place. Mr. Okoro, he's all over the place. I said, come, this cannot be. You're supposed to be away from the public glare. You are not supposed, even these politics, you are not supposed to be involved with them. I mean, look at what happened in Kano. Was it not the one that led the police officer to go and reinstate one emir who was deposed or something like that? Why are you always in the front of some of these things? As a national security advisor. Now, if this thing happened, are you sure that Tinubu's conversation is safe? Because he is supposed to...
exactly the point. Nobody is talking about that compromise. I mean, if the phone discussion of our NSA was able to be bugged and tapped, I mean, who else knows what is out there?
Exactly.
So, but Nigerians are not talking about that. What Nigerians are talking about is investigate and prosecute El-Rufai.
That is gullible public. They always play to their sentiments. Gullible. If you are in a Senate climb, by now, Nuhu Ribadu would have resigned.
Exactly. That's the position of some Nigerians, because nobody is talking about that.
This thing has not happened in the US, and you are still in office.
Okay, Barrister, I'm happy that you took us to the US. Now, let's do a bit of profiling of Nuhu Ribadu. He started as cadet ASP. From there, he grew in the police, got to a point where he was chosen as the the chairman of the EFCC. At some point, you know, he became the assistant commissioner of police. He was made AIG. He was demoted. He attended international courses, you know, on intelligence. He's been cooperating with American agencies, European agencies, and all of that. Barrister, at some point, he went to Nigerian Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, Kuru, in Jos.
He was withdrawn.
He passed out. He did. He wasn't withdrawn.
I thought they stopped him.
No, they didn't stop him. They didn't stop him.
Okay.
It's only that they didn't give him recognition due to him at that point. But after that, I'm happy that you brought us to United States. You know George Bush, the two, you know, the man that prosecuted the ill-fated Iraqi war, the second Iraq war.
Desert Storm.
Operation Desert Storm was the first one. Was the first one that by his father, Senior Bush. Now, Bush too, his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, a professor of political science at Stanford. She didn't know anything about intelligence. She's not been to military. She's not been to police. She's not even worked with the Homeland Security and all of that. But she was chosen as the National Security Advisor of the United States of America. And she was able to coordinate the interagency operations required of the responsibility of the NSA. And when he left, who replaced him? Steve Hadley, the same man who had no military or police training experience. So why should we have problems with Nuhu Ribadu here?
Oh, God. Mr. Okoro?
Yes, sir.
You have forgotten one thing. And that is a very sad development on Nigerians who want to analyze issues.
Okay.
Americans have created institutions, strong institutions.
Why can't we create one here?
Hold on, we don't have it now. We don't have it.
Barrister,
hold on. Please.
Why can't we create it?
I don't want you to mislead anybody here. Please listen.
No, and you are the one misleading people here.
Please listen. Those people you mentioned, even if a dollar they come into that institution, there are already strong institutions on ground. All you need to do.
Barrister, Nuhu Ribadu is not the first NSA in Nigeria. So the previous ones, why didn't they create those systems?
Did you see this type of nonsense from the
So who should create it for us? Who should create it for us?
These things you are seeing.
No, Barrister, who should create it for us?
You have started again. Listen now. This thing you are seeing or hearing from Ribadu, did you see it on those ones?
Barrister, under Buhari, we had a national security advisor. And terrorism and insecurity first started. What happened? What did we do to him? Why didn't he build the structure?
That's it. This is that we are hearing today about Nuhu. Did it happen with the previous one? This insurgents or terrorism, yes.
And I'm just telling you that even under the Buhari administration, where Nuhu Ribadu was not NSA, we had an NSA. So what did he do?
Did that tap his phone?
But was he able to cut out? Was he able to rat out the terrorists?
Did they see his vehicle?
Barrister, you were the one that brought us to this point. You said no. You are the one that brought us to this point. You said no. You said that America is a developed country with institutions.
They have a strong institution.
Barrister, why can't we build institutions there? He's not the first NSA.
Oh, really?
So the previous one, why didn't there be structures for others to inherit?
Good.
That's my question.
Yes. Listen, Mr. Okoro, the institutions that we have built under PDP, APC scattered all of them.
But it was under APC. It was under even Obasanjo that this Boko Haram started. Didn't he have an NSA? What did he do?
You saw how Jonathan wanted to exterminate the Boko Haram.
And so what happened? Why didn't he?
Because of this lack of strong will.
Okay.
On the part of Jonathan, he had to withdraw Yejika.
Why didn't he? Didn't he have an NSA? The National Security Advisor should have advised him not to remove Yejika.
There are positions that you don't need any compromises.
Okay.
Like this National Security Advisor. It's very important that you don't just put a green horn there. That's what I'm telling you. You don't put a green horn in such office. These other ones you are talking about, yes, insurgents can break out anywhere. It is left for you to nip it in the bud.
Okay.
Are we seeing such a thing?
That is the question I'm asking you. That's the question I'm asking you. So, if we have been having NSA all this while and insecurity broke out and they didn't structure it by building institutions so that there are people that inherited those of his school.
On whose watch did it escalate? That's the point here.
No, but it didn't. I mean, insecurity didn't just escalate now. What happened under Buhari?
Under Jonathan, we are not battling with Boko Haram, which is on record.
So Buhari, how about Buhari? Didn't Buhari have NSA?
He has.
So what did he do?
That's what I'm telling you.
No, that's not what you're telling me.
There are things. Listen. There are the political angle to these things.
Barrister, I'm happy that you have brought us to the political angle because we're out of time. A lot of people say this is all about 2031 politics.
No, listen.
Barrister, hold on. Barrister, we're out of time.
Cannot challenge the president. on whatever he wants to do.
You can only advise him. You can only advise him.
You are talking of your office.
You can only advise him.
How are you man? That's why they call it National Security Advisor.
Okay.
You have not advised yourself, so how can you advise the president? Okay. That's the question here.
Sir, some Nigerians believe that all that is happening between Nuhu Ribadu and El-Rufai is because of 2031.
It's a lie. It's a lie. I disagree. What were you doing when your phone was tapped as the National Security Advisor? What were you doing?
Okay.
What were you doing? If you were what you're supposed to be, if you are truly in charge of your office, nobody will have access to your phone. Nobody will have access to your car. Not to talk of stealing it. What are you telling me here? The man is not doing what he's supposed to do. That is just the simple truth. All these things that I've told you here that he has been doing, is he supposed to do them? Were you not scandalized when terrorists in Kwara told you that he was the one that armed them, gave them vehicle? Can you just imagine? National Security Advisor. No, how do you explain that? Did you hear such a thing in the previous NSA?
Barrister, were you scandalized when you were told that Dasuki Sambo took away $12 million?
That was part of the propaganda. But at the end of the day,
it was propaganda.
What happened at the end of the day?
It was propaganda.
Hold on.
So there's no $12 million missing in the defense ministry meant for arms and ammunition. Is that what they are saying?
The one he was supposed to use to buy and
did he buy them? Were you scandalized or were you not scandalized?
Was his office compromised, Mr. Koro?
Barrister, that is compromise. We gave him money. We gave him money to buy equipment. He didn't buy them.
I'm talking about a high office that has been compromised. We are talking
Barrister, what more compromise is beyond the fact that we gave you $12 million to buy arms and you didn't buy those arms?
Did you not see those who collected that money? Even APC member.
What has come out of it? Were you not scandalized?
300 million.
Barrister, were you not scandalized?
No, I am not.
You are not.
I am not. Yes,
they are scandalized with what has happened now.
He named those who took that money. All
Barrister,
of them signed for it.
Okay, we are out of time. I would like your concluding thoughts. So you think, Barrister, you think that this thing has nothing to do with 2031, as speculated by some people, between Nuhu Ribadu and El-Rufai?
El-Rufai told us that he listened to terrorists when they are talking, that they have their phone number, they listen to them. They even know where they are. He said it, El-Rufai said it. So this is not the first time the man is monitoring people. Okay. By the way, that section of the constitution you talk about, why should it be the government monitoring my phone conversation, but I will not monitor their own? Why is that fair? Is it not the invasion of my property?
You're a lawyer. You can go to court and challenge that.
That's what I'm telling you. So it should be two-way. If they can do that, that's why they should be protected. They should protect themselves against such things.
Okay. So Nigerians should protect themselves against wiretapping. Is that what they're saying?
I said the government should protect themselves from, because we surrendered our right to them.
Okay.
They're supposed to protect us. Is that not what they're there for? So why should they be so lax in their profession that people now have
Barrister, we are out of time. Can we have your concluding thoughts?
That section of the law is debatable when you go to court. Why should the government be listening to my own phone, but I will not listen to their own? How is that fair? And that is my privacy that they are invaded. Which is section 34, I think. Yes, freedom. Freedom of
Barrister, we are out of time. Will you go to court to challenge that? Barrister, will you go to court to challenge that?
Why not? When it comes to my matter now,
I'll take that as a concluding thought.
If they invade my privacy, I will go to court against it.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agomo, and I'll take that as a concluding thought. We've been speaking with Mr. Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst. Many thanks to you, Doctor, for your time on my show. I appreciate your presence.
My pleasure.
Okay, now on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and Nijas manager, I am Chukwu Makoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Andem. I'll see you again tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. From me, enjoy the rest of your evening and bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Ziyech, who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Air travel is one of the most exciting ways to journey across the world, but it also requires a little courtesy to make the skies friendlier for everyone. Now these are some essential flight etiquette. Boarding. Boarding is smoother when we all follow instructions. Stick to your boarding group, keep your pass handy, and step aside quickly once you find your seat. A little order goes a long way in getting everyone on board faster. Overhead bins. Now these are for everyone. Place your larger bags above and keep smaller items under the seat in front of you. That way, there's enough space for all passengers and fewer delays. Phone use. Now this, once the aircraft door closes, all devices must be in flight mode. A simple switch helps keep communication safe and smooth for both crew and passengers. Talking about the middle seat rule, the unwritten rule says this: if you are in the middle seat, both armrests are yours. It's a small courtesy that can make flying more comfortable for all. Noise levels. Keep conversations and devices at a reasonable volume. Headphones are a traveler's best friend, and courtesy in the cabin ensures a peaceful flight for everyone. Talking about disembarking. When the plane lands, don't rush the aisle. Wait for your roll's turn. Collect your belongings quickly and move forward calmly. A little patience makes disembarking hassle-free. And lastly, hygiene and health. Of course, hygiene matters. Always cover your mouth when sneezing or coughing. Use sanitizers and keep your space tidy. Clean habits make for healthier skies. Flying is not just about reaching your destination, it's also about the experience we share along the way. With this simple etiquette, we can all make air travel smoother, calmer, and more enjoyable. Praise Peters for Voice of the People TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. It's awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour. Acide hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From federal government suing El-Rufai and filing charges over phone tapping claims, to Mieti Allah rejecting U.S. bill labeling members as terrorists. Also, ADC reacts to Wike's threat over FCT council polls. Finally, Ajero cries failure of privatization of electricity. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break. We'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into what we have for you today. The federal government has filed a 3-count charge against former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai over allegations that he intercepted communications belonging to Nigeria's National Security Advisor, Ribadu. This followed El-Rufai's claim during an interview that he and other named individuals listened to conversations from Ribadu's phone after it was tapped by a third party. He was accused of committing an offense under Section 12, Subsection 1 of the Cybercrimes Prohibition Prevention Amendment Act 2024. In count 2 of the charge, the former governor was said to be aware that someone unlawfully intercepted the NSA's communications but failed to report the crime to the relevant security agencies. It was further alleged that by using technical equipment to intercept the NSA's calls, the defendant endangered public safety and national security and instilled reasonable apprehension among Nigerians, an offense in breach of Section 131, Subsection 2 of the Nigerian Communications Act 2003. Meanwhile, a large crowd gathered at the EFCC office as El-Rufai today honored an invitation by the anti-graft agency. The protesters were divided in their demand, with some demonstrating in support of El-Rufai, while others called on the anti-graft agency to subject him to a thorough investigation. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 esteemed guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Joining us virtually, we have Dr. Dennis Ekemeze. He is a former vice president of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, and he is former vice chairman of NIPR Governance Council, and is a commentator on national issues. Okay, we'll get to have him join us later on in the show. Dr. Anosike, let me start with you. What do you make of this? An individual, let's even start with that before we even get to El-Rufai. But an individual being able to tap the phone of our national security advisor, what do you make of that? Isn't that, does it not seem like, I don't know, let me just hear from you. Sorry, sir.
Well, Nigerians like playing to the gallery.
Okay.
Understand? Personally, I don't see anything in this.
Oh, okay.
Understand? One, did Nuhu Ribadu say that anybody that his phone was tapped? Understand? Did he say that his phone was tapped? What El-Rufai did is called a puffery. or psychological warfare, and it's not a crime. What he did, what he said during or the course of that interview is called puffery or psychological warfare. Understand? You cannot convict him based on that without other corroborating evidences. But the DSS, that is just acting that on the spur of the moment. When they get to the court, all those things will fail, that's on their faces. Understand me? So this is politics. He just wants to mount pressure on the government. He is in the opposition and just wants to mount pressure on the government. Understand me? It's just psychological warfare.
So are you saying that he actually did not tap? Is that what you're saying?
Did Nuhu Ribadu report that his phone was tapped? I'm asking you. Did you read anywhere that
No, Ribadu might not want to come out to say anything. No, what don't you think?
So, if you didn't say that your thing is missing, why should somebody arrest me for stealing your thing? Understand? So what El-Rufai did I told you it's called puffery. Understand? It's called a puffery. This is psychological warfare. He wants to mount pressure on the government.
What if evidence comes out that he actually tapped?
That he actually tapped.
He and some
he cannot be convicted. He cannot be convicted based on that thing he said during the interview. For him to be convicted, there must be other corroborating
That's what
evidence.
I'm saying. Now, what if an evidence, or what if the federal government eventually gets evidence that El-Rufai or corroborate or some persons?
They are not going to get it. I understand the game that El-Rufai played there.
So what is the end point of that game? That
putting pressure on government.
Why does he want to put pressure on the
government? Because he is in the opposition.
So putting pressure on the government as an opposition.
And that's what he's supposed to do.
What gains would he have for him?
To distract them. To put confusion in them. Now they'll begin to suspect that among themselves who is leaking this information, who must have done this or that. As I say, it's psychological warfare. You cannot convict him based on that. So most Nigerians don't read, they don't research. Understand me? So I was listening that to people jumping up, El-Rufai is gone. That case will fail flat in the court. Understand me? That case is going to fail flat in the court. El-Rufai, Ribadu will have to come to the court and testify that his phone was tapped. And take that thing. There's no date, there's no specification. On what day was his phone tapped? Is it in the statement? Read an act of cross-examination. You see that there's no case there. Read that book, The Art of Cross-Examination. You see that there's no case there. So El-Rufai is just putting a confusion that's in the ruling party and in Tinubu's government. And that's what he's supposed to be doing as a member of the opposition. So for me, I understood perfectly what he did. El-Rufai is a very well-learned man. Understand me? So he knew what he did.
Okay, let's even look at this entire incident, or the situation with him and the EFCC. Do you think it's been politically motivated? The EFCC inviting him. Nothing has actually been said about the reason for the invitation. And we saw him when he went there today. The EFCC, there were protesters rather. Some persons were in support of him. Some were not in support of him. And, what do you make of that incident?
Those who were not in support of him were those that were mobilized by the APC. Understand me? Those who... He is a very popular man in Kaduna, having been governor for 8 years and being a member that's a minister of FCT. Even in 2007, El-Rufai has wanted that to run for president under PDP. That's when Obasanjo finished his tenure in 2007. El-Rufai was among those that has wanted that to run for the presidency because he was very popular. After being the BPE, the chairman of Bureau of Public Enterprise, and then Minister of FCT. So he is a very popular man, and as a very popular man, he has a lot of supporters. So when he is going to EFCC, a lot of his sympathizers are likely going to follow him to EFCC. So if there are those who are against him that were also in the court, it means that they were sponsored by either Obasani or, understand me, or any other person. So the issue is this. Mind you, when El-Rufai was disqualified from being a minister, a report was read that he's a security risk. If he's a security risk, now for more than 2 years, they have not taken him to court based on that. Why? Which means that report wasn't real. Which means that report was not real, because when you reject somebody that this guy is not fit to be this, it's not fit to be a minister of the Federal Republic because of so and so reasons, the next thing you take him to court. Understand me? So why have they not taken him to court up till now? And it was last week that he said that today is his birthday and that he's going to spend it with EFCC. Understand me? So he went there voluntarily. He was not compelled. So for me, he just entertained the Nigerians.
Who does entertain Nigerians?
El-Rufai
the interview.
El-Rufai entertained Nigerians with what he said in the course of the interview.
But I was good. Okay, so you said that whatever during the screening in the Senate or in the National Assembly that he was taken up and was
disqualified
as a security
for
threat.
security reasons.
And you said that that's not true. That might not be true since nobody has come out to say.
If you disqualify somebody for security reasons, what do? You take that person to court over that matter. Why has he not been taken to court since that over 2 years now? Understand me? So he knew what he knew what he did during the course of the interview.
You feel like he intentionally did something so that he would not be eventually he won't eventually become a minister. Is that what you're saying?
No, he was to be screened as a minister.
Yes, as a minister.
But on the day of his screening, a report was read in the Hando chamber. Understand? That El-Rufai is a security threat. That he should be disqualified from being a minister for security reasons. Understand me? Fine and good. He was disqualified. Then why have they not taken him to court since that 2 years? Understand me? If somebody is a threat to the state, to the nation, what do? You take him to court. Why have they not taken El-Rufai to court for the past 2 years? One, I'm not a fan of El-Rufai. I'm not defending him. Understand me? I'm not defending him. But I want to say what he said during the course of that interview is not enough to convict him. There must be other corroborating evidence. Understand me? There must be other evidence to corroborate
that they tapped the phone of the National Security Advisor. Okay. After all, Ribadu has not told Nigerians that actually his phone was tapped.
Okay, but let's look at this scenario. He was intercepted sort of at the airport and he was almost going to be arrested by DSS operatives. This is actually before the interview.
He was coming from
Yes,
Cairo, Egypt.
That's before the interview. And now, the reason the DSS has filed charges against him is as a result of the interview, and not the reason they wanted to even arrest him at the airport. So,
but excuse me, that what he said is not even an EFCC matter. Let us understand, he already knew that he is coming to
not the EFCC. I'm not talking about, I said the DSS were the ones that wanted to arrest him.
That's at the airport.
Yes.
Understand? But this issue, what he said on that day about listening to the phone of the National Security Advisor is not an EFCC matter. EFCC is for financial crimes. Maybe they have twisted it to cyber crime. Understand me? But for me, this borders on national security. This is more of national security that somebody tapped the phone of number one our national security officer. So I see it as a security threat. Understand? Understand me? Mm-hmm. But the issue there is that El-Rufai knew what he said. Understand? He knew what he said, and he also knew that he cannot be convicted based on that. Who is this? The chief of army staff under Obasanjo from Zakembiam. Understand? One day he came out and said that the idea in his head told him that he should have overthrown this government. Understand me? That the idea in his head told him that he should have overthrown this government. Understand me? If you go there to court based on that, you are wasting your time. Because it is not him that put that idea in his head. So you have to convince court that it is him that put that idea in his head. Because he did not say, I would have overthrown this government. He said the idea in his head. While it is not him that put that idea in his head. Understand? So what El-Rufai said there is called puffery. It is psychological warfare. You cannot convict him based on that, unless you have other corroborating evidence.
Okay, Nuhu Ribadu and El-Rufai used to be very good friends, and now it now looks like they are arch enemies or political enemies. You know, because
of 2031.
Yeah. So can you speak to that? Should I actually bring? Because it looks as if they are bringing their private dealings to the limelight.
Yes. They have been friends, and El-Rufai has supported Nuhu Ribadu on many occasions. Understand me? But what is happening here is who will succeed Boname Tinubu. Understand? El-Rufai is interested. Understand? And that was even the reason why he put his neck for Boname Tinubu. That if he supports power to go to the south, after 8 years, it will go to the north. Then he will run. Understand me? Now, Nuhu Ribadu is also interested in 2031. And he is already working with one governor in the southeast as a deputy. Understand me? For 2031. I don't want to mention the governor's name. Shetima is interested. He's working with a lawmaker in the south as a deputy. El-Rufai is interested. Understand me? So what happened? If El-Rufai should serve in Tinubu's government, he will continue to be influential. Understand me? So the game there is to make him irrelevant by disqualifying him. Understand me? So a security report was brought. Understand? And El-Rufai was disqualified from being a minister. Ordinarily, what he was scheming was secretary to the government of the Federation. Understand me? That was what he was screaming, to be either the chief of staff or the secretary to the government of the Federation. So when these two failed, they say, okay, minister. They say no, understand me? To reduce his influence, he shouldn't be in Tinubu's administration. Understand me? So a security report was brought, and he was sidelined. Understand? So he is now in the opposition. Now remaining Tinubu and Shetima. You see it now? And I know their own fight will still come. They are just pretending now, or their fight will come.
What do you mean that they're just pretending and their fight will come?
Because what Shetima wants is what Tinubu, is what El-Rufai wants.
Okay, you're saying the fight between who?
Shetima and Nuhu
Ribadu, because they are both on the same, they both want the same thing.
Both of them want the same thing, and both of them are from the Northeast. And Northeast has not produced president since 1999. Understand me?
But do you think that, don't you think that, they have to fight? Can't one person just agree for the other?
And
saying.
the person will become president, I will not say anything. It doesn't come easy. It doesn't come easy. So Northeast, Southeast are the two geopolitical zones, understand me, that remains now. Understand? So that's why both of them are working hard. So that is the genesis of what is happening now. But for me, El-Rufai that's entertained Nigerians. If DSS continue to pursue this case, you see that nothing will come out of it. Understand me?
Okay, let's move on to the next conversation that we have. The Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria has strongly condemned the proposed U.S. legislation, describing the label as unjust and politically motivated. The association rejected the proposed legislation, maintaining that associating as members with terrorists and mass atrocities in Nigeria is both unfounded and injurious to the integrity of a duly registered national association. President of MACBAN, Othman Ngezama, urged the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives to urgently engage with U.S. lawmakers through diplomatic channels to correct what he described as false insinuations. The association also warned of the potential consequences of allowing such labeling and the proposed sanctions to pass. I believe we have our guest, virtual guest, in now. I'm glad to have you join us, Dr. Dennis.
Due to traffic jams in some of the areas.
I didn't get that, please.
We are battling with traffic jam around Onitsha and Oka. Hello.
Oh, okay. But you can hear me, right?
I'm hearing you, yes.
You can hear me. Okay, but before I go into this next conversation that we have, I just want to just hear your take about this issue with El-Rufai and the federal government filing a 3-count charge on him. Can you just speak to that? What do you make of it before we move to our next conversation?
Well, it's just a summary of it is what we call a least conspiracy. birds of the same feather flock together. They know their own problem, both personal and non-personal. So they should come down, they should come together and then be able to resolve their problems. They know it's purely political problem and it needs to be solved politically. It's not a very serious problem Nigeria is facing. Nigeria is facing a state of insecurity, and people should be mindful of that. Not this game they are playing. Please, they are friends. El-Rufai and his brother are very good, tight friends from Ahmadu Bello University, and they should make a way to resolve their intriguing problems. I think that's the way I'm seeing it. It's not something that will occupy the national interest. Let me be frank with you. Whether they bugged his phone or they didn't bug the phone, they are friends. They have been friends for a long time. They should sit together and resolve their problems. It's purely political. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ikemeze. Okay, let's go to what we have now, this conversation about Miyetti Allah. I'm sure you've been following this particular story where the U.S. Congress, some lawmakers in the U.S. Congress they've proposed a bill, and they are fingering Miyetti Allah and, of course, Kwankwaso for terrorism, and they want to sanction them. So they are proposed sanctions. But the Miyetti Allah has come out now to say that calling them that or trying to put that tag on them is wrong. What do you make of it?
I'm just laughing because there's always this tag in political economy that internal contradiction in the system destroys the system. When IPOB was tagged the terrorist organization, what did they do? It's today their turn. It's today their turn. So they should go back and resolve that problem. Yes, what you call on people will come back to you. It's a lot of nemesis. Please, Nigeria should get it right from now. All the mistakes we have done in the past should now be resolved through the betterment of truth and justice. I think that's the word. Yes, let us tell ourselves the truth. If Miyetti Allah, whatever you call them, a terrorist, non-term terrorist organization, they also termed the IPOB terrorist organization during when their son was part of the ruling class, the president of Nigeria, Buhari. So it's back to them, back to sender, as the religious people will now say. So it's not an issue. Let me be frank with you. They should go home and then look at themselves. The time is up for Nigerians to look back and then be able to resolve the intriguing problems in Nigeria and be able to come with the truth. This is time for justice to prevail in Nigeria. And that is my stand. And that's why I'm participating in this program. This time to tell ourselves the truth. Can we resolve our problems? Can we still remain in negative perceptions? Can we still to be telling wrong stories about the nation? That's the question. I'm happy that America is now trying to intervene to escalate some of the problems we are having and then be able to come up with solutions. I think that's the situation. So let us not say Miyetti Allah made this. Miyetti Allah was there when IPOB was tagged the terrorist organization. It's their turn. And then let them defend themselves. I think that's my point there.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Let me hear from Dr. Nosike. Dr. Nosike, what do you make of it? You know, Miyetti Allah, we talked about this last week when we talked about this particular bill. And you said you might have, I can't remember the exact way you said it, but I know you said, okay, let me allow you to talk. That's not what you wrote. Please go ahead.
Don't say what I didn't say.
I wouldn't have said what you didn't say anyway. I would have paraphrased.
They said that they are a duly registered organization and they are carrying arms. They are carrying arms. If they are before Boko Haram and ISWAP and other terrorist organizations in the country, number one terrorist organization in Nigeria is this Miyetti Allah. Because one, they are not supposed to be carrying assault rifles. They are, this is a business organization
Understand me? Like Traders Association, Builders Association, cocoa farmers, rubber farmers, wood, and so on and so forth. This is a business association. Understand? And everywhere, go and read their papers. Go and check the news. Everywhere you hear of headers, farmers, conflict. Who are these headers? It is this Meiti under. Understand me? So they are the #1 terrorist organization in the country, and that's one of the mandates that U.S. gave to Nigerian government, that non-state actors that are carrying arms should be disarmed. Who are those non-state actors? It is these people. They have been given excuses that they go through all the forest and they are confronted with by wild animals. And that's the reason why they are carrying AK-47. But they have been using this AK-47 on human beings. Go to all the forests in the country, it is them. Go to all the forests in the country, it is their members that are killing farmers. It is their members that are killing farmers, killing innocent people. Understand? I have said it that on many occasions, farms are stationary. Farms don't move. So anytime you hear of a conflict between herders and farmers, herders are at fault. Herders are at fault because farms don't move.
Sorry, Dr. Nosuke, I might have to cut you. I'll come back to what you're saying, but we have a caller who wants to chime into our discussion. Let's hear from him. Naya, good to have you join us.
Okay, this is Enya from Lagos.
Okay.
Now let us start from the basis. What right does an individual in Nigeria have, in the name of rearing or doing his business, carry arms, go to intrude into somebody else's farmland, into somebody's rights, and allow his cow or whatever to eat the crop? And when the person comes to say, why did you do this? He brings out his arm and maybe shoots the person down and claim that no, his cow must eat, that his cow is better than a human being. Tell me why that person is not a terrorist. Now, then my friend Donald Trump now tag them a terrorist group, and they are now crying. Please, who is lying to each other? What right do you have if a citizen of Nigeria cannot even possess arms to protect himself legally, while an association that calls himself Miati Allah has the right to possess firearms, even automatic rifle, to invade people's forest, and they say they are not terrorist group? Please, why do we lie to ourselves in Nigeria and claim to be one Nigeria? Why? This is a lie from the pit of hell. Why? Now, thank God, God has brought Donald Trump from heaven to set things right. And I bet you this injustice must end in Nigeria. It must end, because nobody has the right to carry an automatic rifle against another person. It's even against the law of Nigeria. All because their grandmaster Buhari invited them, and they are now invading Nigeria. Please, the injustice being donated out to Nigerians by this Miati Allah. God bless Donald Trump for standing up for Nigerians. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Naya, for sharing your view. Dr. Nosuke, sorry I had to cut you short. I'm sure you were saying something. Can you please go ahead?
So I said, anytime that herders and farmers are at war, herders are guilty because farms don't move. Farms don't move. It is this that will carry their cows to people's farms. Go to Benue, Agatu area, and see how these people. Now, they will pack or their cows into somebody's farm and sit down and be watching cows eating maize, cassava, and everything in somebody's farm. What somebody spent hundreds of thousands to do. So these are heartless human beings. So as I said, they are the #1 terrorist organization in the country before even Boko Haram and ISWAP, and must be designated as such. Even if America did not designate them, at the end of the day, in my mind, they are terrorist organizations.
Okay, let's come back to you, Dr. Kemezie. You know, one of the things that these people, the association is saying, they are saying, aside from saying that they are not terrorist groups, they are asking the Senate, President of the Senate, and Speaker of the House of Representatives to urgently, in their words, engage with the U.S. lawmakers through diplomatic channels to correct what they describe as false insinuations. What do you make of this? They are calling on our Senate to ensure that this is put right, or to show that this tag on them is it's being put away, and then of course that the U.S. doesn't designate them as terrorists. What do you make of that? Since we are, again, can you hear me? Are you still with us?
As the question directed to me?
Yes, please.
You know, I'm on, okay. Well, I see, I'm still laughing. Why am I laughing? I'm laughing that, because what goes around comes back. You know, a crystal ball, when you throw it on the wall, it comes back to you. And we must be aware that the information gathering mechanism, the surveillance mechanism, the intelligence gathering mechanism of the United States of America is quite different from that of Nigeria. I want to inform you that before anything you are trying to say, they already know. They have the information, they have the data, they have the everything on their fingertips. So they need to analyze it, or they have analyzed it, and they know the truth, and they know what to do. I think that's the situation. Let us not continue to deceive ourselves. The earlier the Nigerians in this generation were able to realize that there is a problem in Nigeria, and we are the people to solve the problem by justice and truth and being objective in what we are doing, the better for us. The era for us to continue to deceive ourselves, especially in this era of social media, where information can travel to any part of the world and be able to say whatever is happening in any part of the world. I think Nigerians should come back and from the social media appreciation, then be able to know or to say what is happening in their environments, and especially in their country. Let us not look at America, 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 America. We are the people to solve our problems by giving intelligence report, by giving information, by supplying adequate information. The era of accusing one tribe or the other has gone. The truth is there before the American people. And you know that. Let us not say who will say it. We have said it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Nosike, we know one of the things the association said, they warned of potential consequences of allowing such labeling and proposed sanctions to pass.
Because Nigeria,
what do you make of
because
this?
Nigeria belongs to them, isn't it? That's why there will be consequences. When they are sending or their cows to go and eat up the crops in people's farm, do they use diplomatic channels? So for me, America should go ahead and call them what they are, a terrorist organization, and there will be no consequences. They cannot do more than they have been doing before. And even it will no more be easy for them anymore because America is around. Understand me? What they have been doing over the years is Nigeria is no more business as usual. Nigeria is changing, and the changing is going to continue. If not for America,
those that went to the National Assembly that to protest, police would have tear gassed them, even shoot them. Understand? But because America is here, the police have to behave themselves. And right now, everybody has, even if not for America, Babu and wouldn't have cancelled their break that to come, and that's for the emergency. So Nigeria is changing. America should go ahead and designate them terrorist organization and mandate Nigerian government to disarm them. America should mandate the Nigerian government to disarm every cattle rearer. Because since they have said they are business organization, if they have rights that to carry arms, and another trader has rights to carry arms because armed robbers can attack him. The cocoa farmer in Ondo has rights to carry arms because dangerous animals can attack them in the bush. Understand me? So, Maiti Ada is a terrorist organization and must be treated as such. That's my take.
Okay, I was actually going to let us get into the last conversation for tonight, but we don't have so much time. But I would still want to speak to that. The ADC has criticized remarks by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, over the forthcoming FCT counter polls. I'm sure you know that he had said that he would only support candidates loyal to President Tinubu. What do you make of it for Wike to be saying such a thing? You know, does
APC is going to be shocked by the Abuja council polls. Understand me? I was in Abuja last month. So I saw it is only ADC that was campaigning. Everybody was ready for ADC. Understand? Even P2B, Rotimi Amechi, all of them are campaigning for the ADC candidates. So the only way APC can win anything is through rigging. That is the only way. Understand? So if the election is free and fair, ADC is going to carry the day in Abuja.
If the elections are free and fair.
Sure.
Okay. Dr. Ikemeze, let's have your final thoughts before we call it tonight.
Well, analytically, you will see that the coast is getting clearer and clearer. The big boys are now on the road. Campaign is now getting tougher and tougher. The only thing we need in this type of contest is the fair play of INEC. This is the time for the INEC chairman to justify his appointment. Let him be honest, let him be diligent, and let him deliver according to the rules. I think that's the point. And if he does so, then the ends will, but the means will justify the end. Because in Nigeria, what's justified earlier was the ends justify the means, no matter the way you do it. This is the time for the INEC chairman for him to prove himself as being an upright person. I think that situation, in terms of campaign and every other thing, every political party has the right to campaign and then convince the people. This is the time for us to now regenerate.
Okay.
Because it's going to start from Abuja election. The truth will come out from Abuja election. I think that's my point.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Anosike, let's have your final, your concluding thoughts before I call it a night.
On El-Rufai, understand what El-Rufai did during the course of the interview. As I said, it's called proofread. Understand? So he cannot be convicted based on what he said during the interview. He can only be convicted with other corroborating evidence, which I know that they are not going to see.
Okay.
Because El-Rufai is not somebody that you would torture to confess. Understand me? It's not going to happen. So if DSS go through that case, they are going to fail at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anosike, for being a part of the show. And thank you, Dr. Kemezie, for being a part of the show and joining us all the way from Anambra State. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Accusses. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The Ariaria International Market is an open-air market located in Aba, a city in Abia State in southwest Nigeria. The market is one of the largest markets in West Africa and nicknamed China of Africa because of its versatility in the making of wares and leatherworks. Ariaria International Market was established in 1976 following a fire outbreak that destroyed the old Ekelha market in Aba. The market was originally sited in a swampy area. The market is known for its shoemaking and leatherworks, thus making it one of the largest leather shoemaking markets in West Africa, with an estimated 2 million traders. For more than 2 decades, the market has serviced clients home and abroad. Manufacturers in the market boast that their clientele base extends beyond the shores of Africa. The market cuts across 3 local government areas: the Aba North, Aba South, and Osisioma. Ariaria International Market, with an annual turnover of over $3 billion as recorded in 2018, is a reseller's market where you can buy wholesale cheaply and even have your desired products designed and produced to your own exact specifications. There are a variety of businesses across the market, which includes sales of fabrics, shoemaking and sales, pharmaceutical supplies, hair salon materials, salons, general household goods, and so many others. The Ariaria market has a total of 37,000 shops.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People
TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right. 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
I'm Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. the issues. On Voice of the People television, don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot.